Chapter 5164. Immortal's Peak was a magical location in Grand Dao, a favorite destination for many. The upper continents consisted of hallowed heaven and Grand Dao. The former was home to heaven and divine alliance, while the latter had Dao and imperial alliance. Immortal's Peak stood at the border of the two alliances, a wilderness filled with gigantic beasts and alchemy ingredients. The peak itself was known to be a magical garden for herbs and grass. The surrounding had varying terrains, unique-shaped mountains and valleys. Theft is never good, try looking at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The titular peak was still the highest one, pointing straight at the sky just like an immortal leading the flock to paradise. Rumor has it that there were immortal-level herbs here because many have seen wondrous phenomena from a distance. The fragrances of medicine were magical and not seen anywhere else in the world. Just sniffing them alone improved all aspects of cultivation. Alas, none managed to find them. The problem was a lack of accessibility. Although Immortal's Peak could be seen clearly ahead, actually reaching the area was rather difficult. One could walk through the mountain range for 10 million miles and still couldn't make it to the peak itself, let alone try to climb it. Top conquerors and dragon lords had attempted before. Only the strongest ones made it to the climb, at least according to unverifiable rumors. Thus, most believed that the treasures here were reserved for the fateful ones. Ability alone was not enough. On the other hand, climbing the main peak wasn't crucial to the area's popularity. The surrounding mountain range also had valuable treasures and medicines. Of course, only top alchemists had the skill and knowledge necessary to obtain the best ones. Otherwise, most could only watch the alchemy treasures run away before their very eyes. Knowing the right method was crucial in capturing sentient medicines. Otherwise, they could either escape or be damaged during an improper attempt. Today, a girl had ventured deep into the mountain range and made it to a mountain spring with clear water. She wore a pleated dress and her beautiful hair was tied up into a ponytail, giving her a lively and energetic look. The shimmering medicine basket she carried on her back was a precious treasure, blessed by incredible seals and alchemy Dao. This was specifically crafted for storing and trapping medicines. There was no escaping once captured. In fact, it revealed her identity to everyone, whether they be from the alliances or were just vagabonds. Imperial Attendant City, a famous sect across the upper continents. They had two special products desired by all. 9-form Imperial Remedy and Time-Honed Longevity Pill, the culmination of their alchemy Dao. The former could heal the majority of illnesses and wounds even for Emperor-level cultivators. Normally, wounds inflicted on Emperors could only be healed by them. However, there were heavenly injuries above their recovery ability, and that's where 9-form Imperial Remedy came in. Some believed that if this alchemy product were to fail, the patient should just wait for death. Back in immemorial epic war, it saved numerous emperors and monarchs from certain death. As for the latter, its effect was obvious, the best life prolongment medicine in all of the upper continents. Most longevity pills were divided into levels and had limitations. The stronger the cultivator, the less effective. The more times used, the less effective. Time-honed longevity pill, on the other hand, had the same effect for both regular cultivators and conquerors. The problem was the arduous alchemy process. Only a single cauldron could be finished every 10,000 years. Therefore, they were highly contested. Thus, Imperial Attendant City and its members were widely respected, and this girl was one of them. She was beautiful like a budding peony. She had a bright aura radiating joy to those who lay eyes upon her, leaving them with happiness as well. She has been pursuing a precious medicine after spotting it during her visit. It has been escaping other pursuers, but she managed to keep up. The mountain stream was overgrown, but she still noticed the target, unable to escape the lure of her alchemy whistle. She pushed aside the thick grass in order to search for it. Whoosh! A green branch suddenly sprung for her face. She reacted quickly and waved her hand to form a barrier. Boom! It easily destroyed her barrier with lightning speed and didn't stop. She became alarmed, but her medicinal basket flashed brightly. A female figure manifested into reality and attempted to stop the branch. Unfortunately, this branch was just too strong and crushed the visual phenomenon. She covered her eyes, awaiting death due to the gap in power. However, nothing happened for a long while. She calmed down and removed her hands. Her face was yet to be pierced by the branch. She saw a youth standing in front of her, one as ordinary as could be, whether it be his physical characteristics or his robe. Nonetheless, he managed to capture the spirit branch and immobilized it with his hand while still relaxing with a smile on his face. "Thank you." She was still frightened by the near-death experience. "Who gave you that basket?" he asked. "My master." She answered. "Name?" Li Qia asked again. She was taken aback by his impolite mannerism and abrupt questioning. Chapter 5165. She was not being arrogant, but others always spoke to her with respect because of her background. Nonetheless, she politely answered, "My master is Jade Conqueror." "No idea." Li Qia shook his head. This frustrated her because who didn't know her master? Jade Conqueror had 2 Dao fruits. Of course, this meant that she was far from being the strongest. However, others had nothing but respect for her due to her peerless alchemy Dao. She was capable of producing the 2 ultimate pills of her sect. Thus, even characters such as Supreme needed to ask for her help in due time. From there, one could easily see her influence and fame, making Li Qia's ignorance unfathomable. "My master is in charge of alchemy in Imperial Attendant City," she elaborated. Though he perplexedly lacked knowledge, she knew that he was stronger than her due to the green branch. "No idea, but I am familiar with your alchemy Dao." Li Qia smiled and said. "To access the premium content, go to. This is the Dao of our ancestor, known to the world as Heavenly Sage Yuan." She said, "We are sole inheritors of this mystical Dao." "I see." Li Qia smiled after hearing this because he was the one who created this art. His smile confused her. Was he looking down on their Dao? No, it didn't quite seem that way. "Our ancestors saved numerous emperors and monarchs in immemorial epic war using this Dao," she elaborated with pride. Others addressed the founder of Imperial Attendant City as Heavenly Sage Yuan. The reason for the word heaven was that she had created pills for the sake of mending the heaven. During the war, she saved countless top cultivators from the people, or the casualties would have been far worse. Thus, she earned a special spot in the historical annals. After the Great War, the relationship between the 2 sides drastically improved. Emperors from the race finally got the chance to ask her for help. Alchemy was a popular art, but other alchemy sects couldn't compare to Imperial Attendant City. "It is unmatched indeed," Li Qia said with a strange smile again, since he was praising himself. From her side, it didn't sound like praise. Others always changed their tone when talking about their alchemy Dao, but not him. Nonetheless, she changed her focus to another important matter. She bowed deeply and said, "My name is Xiaoyao. Thank you for saving me, young noble. If I can ever be of assistance in the future, just let me know and I will try my best." Others would be jumping with joy to hear this from her, since she was the saintess of alchemy Dao. Her promise meant that it was possible to gain access to the 2 legendary types of pills. Someone with this privilege would be highly regarded even by dragon lords and conquerors. However, Li Qia accepted her gesture without saying anything. This confused her more. Did he not know the significance behind her comment? If he hadn't saved her life, she wouldn't have made such a generous offer. "What is this thing?" She turned her attention to the green branch caught by him. It was strong and fast enough to catch an alchemist like her off guard. Moreover, she was a heavenly sovereign already. "Come out." Li Qia pulled the branch up and caught the actual culprit, a blood ginseng with a red glow. It already had a human shape and possessed immense medicinal power. Dragon roars could be heard coming from within. It struggled and didn't accept its fate. 2 green eyes suddenly opened and could mesmerize anyone. Green-eyed blood ginseng. She shouted in astonishment because she thought that it was a 1 million-year-old blood ginseng at first. This ginseng was extremely rare and ferocious. It was the hunter, so alchemists knew to stay away. This was her first time seeing it. Their precious garden didn't have this type. Now she understood why her defenses were useless. This was something far beyond her level. Perhaps her master could catch it. Anyone else was suicidal in attempting. Chapter 5166. Li Qia flicked the disobedient ginseng's head as if he was disciplining it. Bam! The ginseng immediately closed its eyes and let out 2 pitiful cries. It lay in his hand like a well-trained pet. What? She became slack-jawed after seeing this. According to the scrolls, this type of ginseng was violent. Her master would need to use a special seal in order to imprison it. What was that flick just now? If it were so docile, no one would need to learn alchemy and special techniques. Was that an alchemy technique? She asked. No, just a flick. Li Qia shook his head. She had no response but thought that he didn't need to lie to her. Plus, it didn't matter even if it was an alchemy technique since she learned nothing from it. Young noble, are you an alchemist? She asked with uncertainty, thinking that he was a hidden master. No, I just know a little bit about alchemy. Li Qia smiled. Of course, he wasn't a simple alchemist since he was the one who taught alchemy ancestor. I see, she murmured. Boom. Their conversation was interrupted by someone landing from the sky. He wore a red robe while pulsing with a frightening demonic aura. The vegetation nearby withered due to his presence. Crimson Dragon Monarch. She became alarmed after seeing him. Miss Xiaoyao? Excuse me, he politely said. He was a crimson serpent who later on attained the Tao. His venom had slain numerous foes before. His affiliation was Divine Alliance. As a 2-fruit dragon lord, he didn't need to be polite to a junior like her. However, her background was unique and he might even need to ask her sect for help in the future. A 1 million-year-old blood ginseng. He gazed at the ginseng in Li Qia's hand. She didn't bother correcting his mistake because she made the same one. You caught it? He asked Li Qia, thinking that the guy got lucky. Yep, came across it by chance. Li Qia answered. The monarch didn't hide the greed in his eyes. This ginseng was extremely nutritious. Eating it might give him a 3rd fruit or at the very least, prolong his life considerably. Are you a member of Alchemy Dao? He hesitated, not wanting to provoke the wrong person since Alchemy Dao's influence couldn't be understated. Everyone wanted to please this sect so they would be more than happy to take care of its enemies. No. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The monarch glanced at the saintess, hoping to see the truth. She shook her head as well since this was the truth. Little brother, I can feel a fateful connection between the ginseng and myself. The monarch's greed triumphed after receiving confirmation. How so? Li Qia asked. The monarch took out a pot and said, This is a priceless vessel. Would you like to make a trade? He paused for a bit before adding, It can create a treasure each day for you and will guarantee a lifetime of wealth. The saintess thought that this was ridiculous. The monarch must be thinking that he was talking to a naive junior. He was right about the pot's effect. It could produce a treasure each day, but this was limited to the mortal level. For example, a shining pearl or jade, completely worthless in the eyes of masters. I'm not interested in trading it. Li Qia shook his head. Little brother, let me know what you want. How about joining Divine Alliance? I can give you a glowing recommendation. The monarch insisted. No need. Li Qia flatly refused. This infuriated the monarch. If it wasn't for the saintess' presence, he might have just taken it already. It is meant to be with me. He repeated. Yes, you brought this up already. Li Qia nodded. So I must have it. The monarch's eyes became fierce. That's your issue. Li Qie ignored the implication. Brat, be smart and hand it over. The monarch changed his tone and uttered coldly. And if I refuse? Li Qie smiled. The monarch was surprised, thinking that there was something wrong with the brat's brains. Did he not know how to act before a dragon lord? Do you know who I am? He asked. Just a nobody. Li Qie shook his head. Ha ha ha. The monarch trembled with rage before bursting out in laughter. The saintess thought that the monarch was indeed relatively famous. However, the guy didn't even know her master, let alone him. Brat, don't you know your impudence is deserving of death? Hand the blood ginseng and take the pot right now, or I will end your life. The monarch shouted, still insisting on a trade instead of robbing Li Qie. You really want this blood ginseng? Li Qie smirked. Yes, hand it over now. The monarch thought that Li Qie was finally about to give up. Chapter 5167. I'm just worried that you won't be able to keep it. Li Qie said. There is nothing I, Crimson Dragon Monarch, can't handle. The monarch laughed. He's telling the truth. The saintess interjected. I can easily subdue a million-year blood ginseng. Junior, don't waste time. The monarch didn't buy it. Fine, take it. Li Qie smiled and flicked the ginseng. It immediately lunged at the monarch. Come. The monarch reached for it, looking confident. However, it dodged the grasp and coiled around him before stopping on top of his head, catching him off guard. The roots turned into a palm and pressed down on his head as it opened its green eyes. Buzz. Since the monarch's head was being held in place, he had no choice but to look at the green eyes. He misjudged the ginseng from the start and thought that it would be easy. Thus, he was caught off guard and became mesmerized by its special ability. Roots began drilling into his body and grew at an insane rate, piercing into each inch of flesh. However, there was no sensation of pain. Nonetheless, he understood how dangerous this was and broke free from the spell, activate. His two sacred fruits immediately attempted to halt the overgrowth within him. Alas, the eyes of the ginseng became larger and brighter. Its light invaded the monarch's eyes. The monarch lost control of his body and reverted to his original form, a gigantic glowing snake. The saintess shuddered after seeing the ginseng's frightening eyes. This was her first time seeing it in person. This made her realize how weak she was. It definitely didn't need the eyes to kill her a while ago. Zzz, the roots began sucking the monarch's blood. This process happened so quickly that the radiant dragon turned thinner at a visible rate. Ah! During his last seconds, the monarch woke up and tried to resist. Alas, his blood had been fully drained while he was still under the ginseng spell. Crack! Finally, the two sacred fruits were also devoured and cracked into pieces. Just like that, a dragon lord had been killed due to carelessness. The ginseng gained a ruby glow after absorbing the monarch. After seeing this, one would gain a new understanding of its value as an alchemy ingredient. As for the saintess, she thought that it was more frightening than the descriptions from the scrolls. They only depicted its value and medicinal effects, not its hunger and offensive potential. Once it had a full meal, the ginseng glanced back at Li Qie for a second before drilling into the ground, not wanting to be around him for another second. Everyone wants to eat ginseng, but the opposite is also true. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. She paused for a moment after hearing this and saw him walking away. She caught up and said, "Young noble, are you here for the immortal medicine?" Immortal medicine? Li Qie stopped and stared at her. You haven't heard the rumors? It's due to the special phenomena accompanying its appearance. She said. You're an alchemist from a reputable sect, tell me your opinion on it. He asked. His tone made her feel as if she was being tested by a senior from the sect. This novel is available on Pori.com. When we discuss immortal medicine, we are often referring to alchemy ingredients above the imperial level. Everything above falls into this general classification. For some reason, she decided to answer earnestly. However, our ancestor taught that there is no true immortal medicine in our world. If they do exist, it means that immortality is possible. Since no one has obtained immortality, we can conclude that immortal medicines also do not exist. She continued. Sounds about right. Good answer. Li Qie smiled. Young noble, are you related to our sect? She couldn't help but ask. He only smiled and didn't answer. But, our ancestral scroll does have a different explanation for Immortal's Peak. She continued. Oh. He became interested. There is indeed a heaven-defying ingredient here. She said calmly, but our ancestor says that this isn't the important point but rather, the peak's origin. In the past, there were fairies who observed the sky here. Fairies? He smiled. Yes, they were waiting for an immortal. She nodded. Sounds like a tale, nothing more. Li Qie said. I don't believe in rumors, but this came from our ancestor. It states that one day, an immortal will return. The fairy isn't the only one who is waiting, others are as well. She shook her head. Waiting for the immortal. Li Qie paused for a bit before sighing. Immortals don't exist. Our ancestor was sure of it. She said with confidence, the two fairies made this place their home after a long search for the immortal. Eventually, they kept on waiting and waiting before turning into the peak, hence its name. Chapter 5168, Li Qie glanced at the peak and let out a sigh again. You don't think there are immortals? The girl saw his expression and asked. Do you? He answered with a question. No, I don't think so because there are no true immortal medicines. She hesitated for a bit before answering. After a few seconds, she added, why did they wait for an immortal? From the records and tales back in her sect, she believed that her venerable ancestor was waiting for an immortal as well. Her ancestor, Heavenly Sage Yuan, had met countless legends before. The mythical emperors and monarchs had sought her assistance with alchemy. Who could this immortal be, seemingly a level above them all? And you're right about that. Li Qie said. She felt disappointed despite being right since she wanted to hear the opposite answer. Rumble. Suddenly, an armored cavalry descended from above, led by a youth wearing an iron cap with a sharp and indomitable aura. A quick look at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. He was an immortal sovereign, a top genius. Saintess. He bowed toward her and his men did the same, creating a wave of steel. Crimson Dragon Monarch, he then noticed a corpse and became alarmed. He rushed over and asked, Saintess, are you hurt? I'm fine. She waved her hand. The youth maintained caution due to the monarch's death. He stared at Li Qie in disbelief before asking with a serious tone, who may you be? Crown Prince, mind your tone. The Saintess chastised. The youth immediately bowed after hearing this, yes, Saintess. He was the Crown Prince of Iron Tree, the son of a dragon lord. Alas, his prestige couldn't compare to hers. Moreover, he had a crush on her as well, but unfortunately, he had ample competition. Numerous behemoths were willing to have a marriage alliance with any member from Alchemy Dao. In this case, she was the successor. Young noble, is it all right if I accompany you during your search? The Saintess bowed slightly toward Li Qie. Her polite manner annoyed the Crown Prince. Why would someone of her status, not inferior to a goddess, need to lower herself to accompany this man? No need. Li Qie refused and walked away. Take care, young noble. Please visit us at Imperial Attendant when you have time so that I can be a good host. She said with sincerity. Alas, he didn't bother looking back or answering her. She stared in his direction for a long while and this annoyed the Crown Prince even more. The goddess in his heart had never treated another man like this. How arrogant. He murmured, Saintess, that man disrespected alchemy Tao and should be punished. She glanced at him and moved forward without responding. He didn't get the message and followed her. Li Qia headed straight for the main peak. Although it was elusive for even dragon lords and conquerors, nothing could hinder Li Qia's path. He easily solved the labyrinth consisting of ever-changing momentums. He made it to the base and looked up with a smile. Not bad, using the world's momentum so masterfully. With that, the ascension commenced. The peak had numerous mystical stones and towering trees. Green streams coursed down the sides. It was as if the spirit energy from the region all gathered here. There were plenty of precious alchemy materials here, 1 million-year-old blood ginseng, violet heavenly flowers, profound vermilion fruits. The plants here were virtually never seen anywhere else. They were kings among kings, capable of traveling at immense speed. A few were stronger than conquerors or dragon lords. As he climbed up, he felt auras comparable to that of emperors. The sheer pressure alone could drive someone directionless, as if the world was spinning around. One would fall into another dimension and be completely lost. Leaving the spatial labyrinth as fast as possible was imperative. The longer the stay, the higher the chance of being lost forever. As for Li Qia, he only needed a few steps to cross through the dimensions. The special formations couldn't slow him down. Pop! With a final step, he crossed through all the obstacles. Impressive. He couldn't help but praise. He saw his destination, a garden surrounded by a clear stream. The rarest and most precious plants and flowers could be seen here. This included various types of king medicines. Tiny heads quietly peeked out of the ground after noticing an intruder. Though they hid just as fast, their medicinal fragrances filled the garden. They were clearly sentient, and this garden served as their home. A perfect garden, no wonder why amazing plants can grow here. This is what I've been trying to find. He nodded after analyzing the peerless garden. Chapter 5169. His goal was to find a particular medicine in order to revive the corpse. This was the second step after obtaining the coffin of the Qian from Jun Landu. Although the garden hasn't been maintained by anyone, it still matured perfectly fine. The plants had their own autonomy and fortune to reach the Tao. They kept the garden proper themselves. It was protected by supreme formations and the veins of heaven and earth. Thus, even apex emperors didn't dare to take the risk of coming here. A quick look at Tinyurl. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. The king medicines kept an eye on this uninvited guest to see if he bore malice. After all, just obtaining a single king medicine meant a lifetime of benefits. Of course, this wasn't Li Qia's goal. He focused on his search while crossing the garden. He reached a mound with an arched gate supported by two large pillars made from an unknown type of rock. They appeared capable of upholding the heaven itself. There were two stone chairs on the platform. Sitting on them made one feel as if they were in charge of the cosmos while looking down on the rest of the world. Li Qia then stared at the rhyming couplet written on the two pillars. The two saints together make the heavenly Tao a no bother. He smiled after reading this popular couplet originating from 8 Desolaces. It described two saintesses, Saint Miao and Saint Wu. They were no longer seen in 8 Desolaces, resulting in rumors regarding their death or seclusion. Some peerless cultivators researched this matter and understood that the two saints were looking for something their entire life. Most believed that their pursuit was the immortal Tao. It seemed that the true answer was that they had left 8 Desolaces and ascended to the 6 continents. Li Qia didn't need to think since the answer was obvious, waiting for the immortal. He sighed and shook his head. Time waits for no one. Why did you two waste time here? He also understood why this place had the medicine he was searching for. Buzz. The Tao platform recognized his aura and activated on its own volition. Runic arcs and Tao power appeared, gathering the essences of the world. Rumble. A bright beam shot up into the air after a full activation. This was seen by everyone in the region including Saintess Xiaoyao. She was shocked because it was different from anything seen previously. For some reason, Li Qia's face popped up in her mind. She thought that he might have something to do with it. Look at this phenomenon, is it an immortal medicine? The Crown Prince of Iron Tree became excited. Saintess, should we go take a look? He asked. If he could somehow climb the peak and obtain the medicine, it wouldn't be difficult to marry her in the future. No need. She shook her head in response. An apex conqueror would have taken it long ago. We lack the fortune and ability to do so. In history, ancient ancestors from alchemy Dao have attempted to climb the peak. Alas, none of them have been successful. Her master had failed as well. Nonetheless, she believed that the founder was able to reach the top and that there was a connection between the two. Of course, this was only her personal speculation. Rumble. The entire platform started rising and changing the flow of all affinities. Once it got high enough, it teleported to a different location. Li Qia saw steps made of stars before him. Each celestial step was immensely heavy and beautiful. Whenever he stepped on one, they would light up and illuminate him with a gentle glow. This was nothing short of a sincere welcome. They appeared to be happy in his presence, no different from a girl in love who has been waiting for too long. Upon the sight of her lover, all of her emotions erupted with excitement. Being the receiver of this was akin to returning to home and paradise. One couldn't help thinking about staying in this vast expanse forever. This applied to Li Qia as well, albeit in a bittersweet manner. At the end of the passage was the same platform with the two stone chairs. To the middle of the platform was a single stem and two branches, each branch had two leaves and a flower. The two flowers' pistil exuded eternal rays of time. The leaves themselves were complex like worlds, seemingly enjoying the rays. 1. Saint Wu was the martial saint, but I think Saint Wu might be the correct translation, so I've changed it. It's hard to say, both could be adjective or just their last name. Chapter 5170. The rays alone could illuminate 3,000 worlds and command respect and attention. How could two mere flowers possess such wonders? Soul-bearer cosmic vessel. Li Qia sighed and said. The name made it sound like a boat, but in reality, this was a unique alchemy flower. Li Qia needed them in order to hold the soul of that corpse. According to the rumors, the fairies turned into immortals' peak during their wait. In reality, they actually died here and implanted a strand of their soul into the flowers. They waited and waited, but alas, time ran out for them. Nonetheless, their obsession and desire remained. They hoped that the wait could continue even after death. This became possible after they came across this special flower. Let's meet again then. Li Qia sighed and woke up the souls. Buzz. The rays turned into waves of light afterward, eventually culminating into an ocean of light with two figures at the center. One was a gentle orchid while the other had the might of a war god. They were supreme in both physical appearance and temperament, looking to be a perfect pair. As they gazed upon Li Qia, time reversed back to Dongting Lake of the Nine Worlds. Alas, these sweet memories were too short and the last separation was final. In this ephemeral moment, Li Qia suddenly had a thought of just being a fisherman back at the lake, no soaring through the air or connecting a grand plan. Working at sunrise and resting at sunset like a mortal, spending time with his loved ones. Even a few short decades were more than enough. Everything becomes nothing in due time, no need to worry. He gently caressed their face. Although these were soul remnants, they were still sentient and could feel his touch. Tears inadvertently streamed down their cheeks. The presence of love made life worth living. On the contrary, was it worth living for ages in an icy solitude? That would drive anyone crazy in time. They became satisfied with the meeting and pointed at the sky. Boom! The area suddenly changed and a mirror manifested into reality. It depicted a battle starting with descending emperors. A quick look at Pori.com will leave you more fulfilled. Emperors and monarchs from the people rushed to meet them, resulting in an earth-shattering clash where blood flowed like rivers. One emperor and monarch fell after another. Eventually, a loud detonation interrupted the battle and a dark portal opened, making way for a dark hand. It completely obliterated all the emperors standing in its way. The alliance was overpowered until reinforcement came, a group of female cultivators normally praised as empresses and fairies. They harnessed the power of a heavenly Tao and started a realm of beasts alongside a primordial forest. Even a wheel of time was created for this battle. These various domains empowered and granted them enough power to fight their enemies. They slew opposing emperors and eventually took down the gigantic Dark Hand. Alas, images of their death also popped up in the mirror. Despite persevering and winning the battle, the majority of emperors and empresses exhausted their strength. Some perished from severe injuries while others' lifespan came to an end. A long-lasting peace due to their sacrifices. Li Qi lamented. The emperors and monarchs used their power and lifespan to support the various domains, granting both offense and defense to the empresses. The latter exchanged everything and came out victoriously against the Dark Hand. The loss in this battle was just as devastating as a Memorial Epoch War. The only difference was the relative lack of involvement from Immortal Tao City and Celestial Court. With that, the mirror disappeared and the stars returned. The two saints then stared at Li Qi in unison. Though they wanted this moment to last forever, their soul was on the verge of disappearing. Poof! The light around them dimmed down. In this split second, the well-prepared Li Qi utilized a primordial Tao. It locked and stabilized their soul fragments. This was easier said than done. After all, controlling a primordial Tao required an immense understanding of life. The two figures remained and didn't disperse. Creak. Li Qi slowly opened the coffin of the Qian, revealing the corpse that was immersed in Yin Sever Aqua. He then took his time understanding the flowers before using an ultimate art to extract its essences. Buzz. With a slight grasp, he released the starry rays down into the aqua. Stars appeared in this special liquid and started forming their own cosmo. Life conversed and took shape regardless of the tribulations. Even a soul in the afterlife would be able to slowly return to the mortal world. Chapter 5171. He closed the coffin and stored it, preparing for another difficult task. He raised both hands and summoned the most profound Tao. Visual phenomena of the yin and yang becoming chaotic emerged. The river of hell started flowing backward. Just one wrong move and the gate of hell would open. Thousands of ghosts and fiends would appear to drag him into the abyss and devour him. However, his primordial light was eternal. He stood at the center of life and death. Neither heaven nor hell could sway him, for his wish was more powerful. He stabilized the soul fragments and morphed them into a cosmic light. With that, he infused the light back into the two flowers. Cannot endure in this cold void. I will lend you my assistance. He sighed and said. He forcefully pulled the flowers that were growing in the void before refining this dimension into them. He then closed the dimension and returned to the garden, placing the flowers at the very center of this hallowed land. The flowers could then bathe in the endless life force. Moreover, the king medicines would also strengthen them with their medicinal properties. He raised his hand again to use a primordial method, infusing two light pillars into a mortal's peak. Rumble. A supreme power sealed the peak, never allowing anyone else to take a single step inside. What is this phenomenon? All the big shots nearby became alarmed. The immortal medicine? A top alchemist became excited. Excitement filled the air, but no one could make it to the base, let alone climb up the peak. There was one exception, an old woodcutter who made it to the base. Someone's coming. He looked up and murmured. As for Li Qi, he had accomplished his mission. He took one look at the flowers in the garden before smiling. Now, bask in the sunlight. We'll see what awaits you two in the future. Having said that, he descended. The light inside the two flowers pulsed feebly as if they were alive. They fluctuated in his direction, seemingly waving goodbye. Life force seemed to be gathering in the pistols, perhaps they would be able to come back in the future. As he walked down the steps, he noticed something and stopped. Cold and bright is the sight of Mountamay. He heard someone quietly singing, an old woodcutter carrying a bundle of firewood on his back. Though dressed in simple attire, his aura couldn't be overshadowed. Moreover, this was the base of Immortal's Peak. He came over and put down the bundle of firewood along with his straw hat. He bowed and said, "Greetings, sir." He raised his head, revealing his rugged features as if they were carved from stone. His eyes radiated a steadfast gleam as if nothing could deter him. An eternal light shining the ages, this was one way to describe him. "Greetings." Li Qie nodded in response. The old man then cleaned a rock and placed some leaves on it before asking, "Please have a seat." While Li Qie sat down, he took out a gourd and said, "I don't have much to offer, only some wine to warm you up." Li Qie accepted and took a big gulp before commenting, "High quality, made from impeccable techniques." He then returned the gourd. "You have good taste, sir." The old man took a big gulp as well. He put the cork back on and said seriously, "Sir, you have a thing that Celestial Court desires. You want it too?" Li Qie smiled. The old man rubbed his chin and said, "I've thought about it, but I'm not sure of your actual depth. A wise person should know how to proceed." Li Qie said. "Wise people are often persistent and hopeful as well." He said. "How many can be persistent to the very end? Giving up can be a good thing. Once you lose hope, anything is possible." Li Qie didn't care. Despair only comes when one's grand ambition remains unfulfilled. The old man said. "Everyone believes they harbor grand ambitions." To which Li Qie responded. "You have one as well." The old man stared at Li Qie. "No, just personal desires." Li Qie corrected with a smile. When embarking on the path toward the Grand Tao, one should aspire to think on a grand scale and possess a vision that extends through eternity, the old man said solemnly. "I have calluses in my ears from listening to these grandiose words." Li Qie interrupted him, "You are merely displaying your skill before a true master. My heart-stirring speeches have become realities, eternal truths and mantras passed down for eras. Sounds to me like you care more about the world than you let on." The old man said. Proclaiming love for the world and such is nothing more than self-fulfillment. All those who claim to be saviors will bring destruction upon it. Li Qie chuckled. "Sir, your view is mistaken." The old man retorted, "The world would be in turmoil and its inhabitants would suffer in the absence of a noble aspiration to support and guide. Turmoil and suffering are brought about by those with grand ambitions." Li Qie shook his head. "With all due respect, that is a cynical outlook. The will to do good is absolutely crucial in keeping this world safe." The old man said. "Do you see this blade of grass? And that tree over there? Do they have any ambition of protecting the forest from the wind and rain?" Li Qie smiled. "If they do, they will have to grow larger and larger, taking up all the water and sunlight. How will anything else grow beneath? Is that still considered protecting the forest? Well, a towering tree will become home to birds and beasts," the old man said. "What does that matter? Do you care more about the birds or the forest?" Li Qie responded, "In the end, it will be outside of your control and you will have to go with the flow." "Sir, aren't you becoming a towering tree?" the old man asked. "No, I am becoming a towering tree not to save the forest but to be closer to the sun," Li Qie answered. The old man pondered in silence. "Theft is never good, try looking at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Those who hold lofty ambitions and consider themselves as saviors will fall harder than anyone else when faced with failure. They will believe that their failure is the fault of the world, and that its inhabitants are not worthy of salvation, so they bring about destruction instead. Once again, mere self-soothing excuses, the result of their own wavering heart and misguided intentions. Li Qie concluded. Chapter 5172. I do not agree with your view, sir. The old man eventually said. I need neither your endorsement nor opposition. Li Qie smiled. The old man wasn't used to being spoken to in this manner. He swallowed his words and became slightly annoyed. He took a deep breath and said, let us not dwell on the grand Tao or ambition. Sir, you have an ancestral item that Celestial Court must have. Once they know, they will send their full forces against you. So what? I'll be seeking them out anyway. Li Qie yawned. Li Qie's indifferent attitude made it difficult for the old man. He patiently said, Sir, do you know about its other use? What is it? Li Qie asked. It can trace a bloodline back to the source. He became serious. What does that have to do with me? Li Qie said. Sir, you probably heard about the 3 races sharing the same origin. He said. Yes, and then? Li Qie nodded. He ignored Li Qie's arrogant attitude and continued, there is a method to, you want to destroy them. Li Qie interrupted with a cold tone. He shuddered and hesitated for a moment before replying, yes, it will bring peace for eras to come, no more trouble. Wow, so ambitious, destroying the race for the sake of peace. Li Qie chuckled. War and chaos start from their side. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, albeit only for a split second. Nonetheless, it was enough to cause a global-scale bloodbath if he wished for it. Have you started a sect before? Li Qie asked. Yes. He didn't know where this was going. Let's assume a world without the race. Would your descendants and sect members live in harmony forever? No, they will also start conflicts among themselves. Li Qie said. That's just competition. He responded. The main point is the intent. Li Qie said, do you think of your goal as being noble, that you're carrying out justice? Did you become a cultivator for this? Li Qie got up and stretched. Massacres are common, cultivators at the apex have all done so before, but let's not twist it now. Don't pretend to be a savior for your own personal gain, you are treading a thin line. Once you cross over it, you'll fall. My heart and goal are unchanging. He said firmly. I can see that you are hell-bent on vengeance. Call it what it is not justice that you are trying to obtain. Li Qie glared at him once before descending again. He stared in the direction of Li Qie, his eyes pulsed brightly continuously. He clenched his fists but after a long while, he slowly unclenched. Not an idiot after all, otherwise, this place would be your grave. Li Qie's voice echoed in his mind. He took a deep breath after hearing this and stood there, pondering. Eventually, he picked up the bundle of firewood and left. Boom! A massive attack left a huge palm print on the ground. The crown prince of Iron Tree was sent flying. His armor plates were broken from the attack. As for his men, they were now corpses scattering all over the ground. Rah! A colossal bear roared in a frenzy. This was none other than true bear Conqueror. His appearance had changed completely with bones protruding out of the flesh. His fangs were longer as well, looking like blades. He tried his best to control his rage but this was to no avail. It turned out that his desire for revenge made him recklessly break through. Theft is never good, try looking at. His 2 Dao fruits were unstable and could collapse at any second. Nonetheless, he still joined the battle. Although he got his wish, the injuries worsened his Dao, hence his swift exit away from Windchaser Hall. His destination was Immortal's Peak, hoping to find a king medicine capable of suppressing his violent thoughts. Alas, he couldn't find any and his mind became increasingly unstable. Rah! He grabbed numerous plants and pills and hurriedly ate them. Run! Saintess Xiao Yao shouted at the crown prince, wanting to run. She stuck around because she came across a precious plant. However, true bear Conqueror appeared out of nowhere. Of course, they didn't know that this wild bear was actually a conqueror. He grabbed the plant and ate it right away. The crown prince and his men surrounded the conqueror, wanting to earn points with the saintess. Alas, they were no match for the conqueror despite his best attempt to not kill them. Just one smash ended up killing virtually everyone. As the saintess turned to run, she saw an incoming smash from the conqueror. Ah! She screamed after seeing this, believing that this was her last moment. However, this didn't happen, so she opened her eyes and saw someone blocking it. Who else could it be but Wuxia? He stared at the conqueror and sighed, impatient and reckless only to suffer backlash. Your cultivation is finished, you are now a wild beast. He shook his head disapprovingly before raising one hand and creating a Dao needle. He sent it through the bear's forehead without any difficulty. True Bear seemed to be struck by lightning afterward. He trembled and lightning crackles could be seen everywhere. On the other hand, his madness was being subdued. The bony overgrowths slowly shrank back into the body. His gigantic frame was reduced to that of a regular bear. Chapter 5173, Young Noble, you have saved me twice now. I don't have much, so the only thing I can do is offer my wholehearted service. Xiaoyao calmed down and bowed toward Wuxia. It's okay, I don't need a servant. Return from whence you came. Wuxia waved his hand and interrupted her. She became embarrassed right away. Who wouldn't want the service of Alchemy Dao's future successor? Alas, he didn't seem slightly interested. As you wish, young noble. She didn't know what to do outside of whispering with her head lowered. The crown prince had just gotten up and saw this. He risked his life only to see her plead allegiance to this ordinary brat. Even a fool could tell that she had special feelings for him. Is this your beast? He shouted with jealousy. Wuxia ignored him and continued to stare at True Bear, who was regaining his wits. This could have been the worst possible end for him, becoming to a frenzy beast with no sentience. It would have been better if he had died earlier during the near collapse of his two new Dao fruits. Now, Wuxia managed to subdue the rage and even protected his grand Dao and the fruits. He maintained the conqueror at his best state. Unfortunately, he was now sealed in his true form. Keep on training and you will obtain your desired state eventually. Wuxia smiled and tapped on the bear's head. Oh, the bear nodded at Wuxia. Despite losing his human form, this type of atavism was immensely beneficial. He could train and become stronger at a faster rate henceforth. Hey, did you hear me? The crown prince shouted since Wuxia ignored him. Scram if you want to live. Wuxia finally answered, still not bothering to look straight at him. The crown prince turned red, his youthful vigor and jealousy got the best of him. Do you know who I am? I am the crown prince of Iron Tree, we have countless masters that, he furiously shouted. Whatever. Wuxia waved his hand dismissively and interrupted him. The crown prince trembled with rage. His kingdom was influential, an imperial attendant city and famous throughout the continent. Bam! Majestic cultivators landed around them. The leader wore an iron crown with thorny decorations, a golden robe and other expensive trinkets. A draconic aura could be sensed as well. The experts accompanying him were mighty sovereigns. Father. The crown prince became ecstatic and joined the group. It turned out that during the crisis, he had called for help. Iron Throne Monarch. Xiaoyao's brows furrowed after seeing him. He was the current ruler of Iron Tree and had 3 sacred fruits. According to the legend, this kingdom was founded by Adamantine God Monarch, a being from the same generation as the sages of Imperial Attendant. She had fought alongside them before and contributed commendably. Because of this, they allowed her to establish a kingdom right outside of Imperial Attendant. During her reign, Iron Tree was the strongest kingdom in this jurisdiction. Now, it no longer possessed the same strength and glory of past, becoming just an above-average power. He looked around and saw the corpses, his expression soured. Once he saw Saintess Xiaoyao, he bowed and said, So you're here too, Saintess. May I ask if you saw the culprit behind this? She was a junior in terms of cultivation, but because of her special status, the monarch asked respectfully. Moreover, Iron Tree was a tributary of Imperial Attendant. Although their founder was immensely strong, she still couldn't compare to the unbeatable sages of Imperial Attendant. Nonetheless, she still wanted to protect Imperial Attendant, hence the creation of Iron Tree right by the outskirt. Many things have changed with time, but this relationship remained, hence the monarch's attitude toward her. She didn't have time to respond before the crown prince jumped in. Father, this person's tamed beast did it, the thing massacred our riders. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding, she hurriedly said. The monarch gazed at Wuxia and released his oppressive aura. As a three-fruit dragon lord, this affected everyone with the exception of Wuxia. Sir, may I ask for your name? He said with a serious tone. None of your business. Wuxia wanted to leave. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV, find us on Google. You want to leave after killing them? The king shouted and his men surrounded Wuxia. So what? If you don't want to die, scram. Wuxia said with a smile. This infuriated the monarch. It was one thing for him to be respectful to the Saintess, but this junior dared to treat him with disdain after killing his men? The Saintess saw that the situation was escalating. Alas, she panicked and couldn't find the right words. Ha ha ha, although Iron Tree is not a top sect, we still won't be bullied so easily. We demand justice for our fallen brothers, that's not out of line, is it? The monarch had a reasonable demand. It's fine, Wuxia said. Blood for blood. The crown prince shouted. How will you pay back this debt? The monarch glared at Wuxia. Chapter 5174. I don't think I'll be paying this back with my blood, Wuxia responded. The Saintess calmed down and interjected, this has nothing to do with the young noble. He saved us from the beast. No, look at how obedient it is to him, he released it wantonly with no regard for human lives. The crown prince disagreed. Iron Prince. The Saintess was livid and raised her voice. The crown prince didn't dare to disobey her and hid behind his father. Saintess, our members cannot die in vain. If I ignore this matter, how can I ever hope to lead my kingdom in the future? We deserve a proper answer. The monarch bowed. With that, he turned toward Wuxia and uttered coldly, your carelessness results in your pet murdering our disciples. This is punishable by death, but out of consideration for the Saintess, hand over the bear first, then we shall take you into custody for a trial in Iron Tree. Wuxia yawned and said, you don't want me to go to your kingdom since it cannot handle the weight of my steps and shall be destroyed. The Saintess became anxious because this was fanning the flames. You. The monarch turned red. This is ridiculous. Your impudence is punishable with clan extermination. An expert behind the king shouted. No mercy for those who disrespect Iron Tree. Another chimed in. Humph. A thunderous scowl erupted, causing all of them to drop down to their knees. I want to see who dares to talk about destroying our kingdom. The voice made everyone feel as if they were trapped in a layer of ice. A flying palanquin brimming with Dao laws descended to the ground and an old man walked out. He wore thick armor plates, capable of destroying both mountains and experts by smashing them. His aura was a ferocious and deadly one, leaving no room for people to breathe. Ancient ancestor. Even the king got on his knees after seeing him. Hallowed steel ancestor. The Saintess became alarmed after seeing him. He was one of the strongest cultivators from Iron Tree who ruled for 6 generations before abdicating. Most importantly, he had 9 sacred fruits, so his words were the laws in Iron Tree. Run. The Saintess drew nearer, her voice a hushed plea. Why? Wuxia smiled. You're in a precarious situation, 2 hands can't handle 4 fists. Her tone became urgent. She didn't want to say that he wasn't a match for the ancient ancestor. Moreover, there must be other masters from the kingdom present if he was here too. She even pushed him away, thinking that she would buy him time afterward. Unfortunately, he still stood there with a smile. This made her feel like an ant crawling on a hot pan. "Let's see who you are, arrogant soul dash," the ancient ancestor was imperious as he looked around. However, he couldn't finish his sentence after he saw Li Qia and became frozen. The imperious aura suddenly disappeared right away to everyone's astonishment. The members of Iron Tree thought that he would instantly kill the junior or at least give them the command. Bam! A loud bang hit the ground due to his armor plates. This was because he was on his knees. Bam! 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 He kowtowed repeatedly, smashing his forehead onto the ground. Everyone became slack-jawed at the sight of their 9-fruit dragon lord kowtowing before this junior without uttering a single word. Keep in mind that he was a famous cultivator across the upper continents as well. However, the monarch reacted quickly and kowtowed, following his ancient ancestor's lead. What else could the others do after seeing their two leaders but get on their knees as well? Bam! 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 The ground was shaking from everyone slamming their forehead into the ground. This left the saintess speechless. Even her master, Jade Cure Conqueror, treated this ancient ancestor with courtesy. The ancient ancestor had lived for countless eras now and was one of the oldest dragon lords in imperial attendant. Rumor has it that he had met the founder of Iron Tree during his youth. Li Qia didn't say anything and observed the crowd kneeling before him. This resulted in a magnificent yet inscrutable spectacle. 2 dragon lords and nearly 1,000 experts were showing reverence to him as if he was their ancestor. They seemed to be afraid that they weren't filial enough and continued to kowtow as many times as humanly possible. As the saying goes, no one can slap a smiling face. Thus, even if Li Qia had wanted to kill, seeing the act of apology made him change his mind. Enough, at least say something. Li Qia smiled. We are Pori.com, find us on Google. Hallowed Steel Ancestor finally stopped and took out an item. His hands trembled as he presented it to Li Qia, still not daring to utter a single word. Chapter 5175. The item was a necklace with a heart-shaped pendant, something normally worn by women. It was intricately crafted from an unknown gemstone with a radiant glow, possessing a profound sophistication. Opening the pendant revealed a portrait that looked rather animated due to the special method. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Li Qia was surprised for a second since this was his portrait. Where did you get this? He asked Hallowed Steel. This was passed down to me during my youth by our founder before her passing. Hallowed Steel said softly. Adamantine God Monarch didn't have children, so as a member of a side branch, he was chosen to carry the heirloom. During his youth, she had told him many wondrous tales including the Great Wars. However, she also told him about the times before that. He recalled a legend regarding one man. Whenever she told stories about him, she would open the pendant to gaze at the portrait, lost in a deep trance. As he grew older, his knowledge also expanded and he understood the significance behind this. I see. Li Qia understood. Her last message was, if I ever come across the man in the pendant, give it to him. Hallowed Steel looked up to stare at Li Qia and understood that it was really happening. This has been on his mind since his childhood, but he never expected to meet Li Qia before. He managed to survive for so long, and as he was facing the end of his lifespan, he finally met the man himself. He understood the gravity of the situation. The founder was an amazing existence with a glorious past, meaning that this man was on another level. Very well, I shall take it. He accepted the pendant and wiped the portrait. The ancestor said that those days were her happiest memories and how she yearned for the past. Hallowed Steel spoke with fear in his voice. Li Qia sighed and memories resurfaced, a girl who was stubborn and hot-headed before becoming as gentle as water. Alas, death was inevitable even for an exceptional cultivator. Those in his past started leaving, one by one. I understand. He stared at them and said, out of consideration for your progenitor, I will not pursue this matter. Thank you, young noble. Hallowed Steel glared at his men before kowtowing one more time. All of them left afterward, leaving Li Chia behind with Saintess Xiao Yao, who was staring curiously at him. As for Li Chia, he remained immersed in old memories, a time when he traveled with a diverse group and the young miss. However, he was only a passerby who left rather quickly without leaving many traces. Despite his short stay, he still left a deep impression and changed someone's fate. If it wasn't for him, she would only be a minor cultivator at best, perhaps the sect master of a weak sect. She would be buried in the river of time, and the same for her sect. In actuality, she ended up becoming a divine monarch and tried to catch up in order to see him one more time. Unfortunately, due to her limited talent, she passed away without being able to see him. The only remaining trace of their relationship was her memento. The Supreme is emotionless because time does not permit otherwise. Li Chia said softly, understanding that no one could overcome the restriction of time. He then glanced back at the girl and said, "Why are you still here? This place is dangerous and you're not strong enough. I'm looking for a particular medicine." She was scared to look at him in the eyes. "What?" He frowned. "A floating immortal lotus." She felt tense when talking to him. "There's one here indeed," he said. "Right, you saw it too." "I couldn't catch it fast enough and it ran away." She lifted her head and saw his eyes. This caused her to blush and lowered her head again. "My cultivation isn't strong enough to capture it." Her voice was as quiet as a mosquito buzzing toward the end. "Only an alchemy emperor can catch one effortlessly." He shook his head. "As for you, you need an enticing mist to lure it first." "Young noble, so you do know the alchemy Tao." She became excited. "To be exact, I am indeed related to your sect." He smiled. "How so?" She felt her heart beating faster when talking to him. "It's long ago, no need to dwell on it." He responded, "Fine, I'll lend you a hand. Catch it and leave quickly before this place becomes your grave." "I understand." She became excited. He didn't say anything else and started walking. The girl, filled with different emotions, followed right behind him. To find this lotus, one must walk upstream. It is usually hiding at the source. Li Chia taught her along the way. She listened attentively in order to learn. After a long lecture, she couldn't help but ask, "Young noble, are you an alchemy emperor?" Her master was also an alchemy emperor whose knowledge in this field was second to none. Chapter 5176. From what she heard so far of Li Chia's impeccable view of alchemy, she felt as if he was a better alchemist than her master. Such thoughts seemed improper, but she truly had this impression. His alchemy method was more refined and exquisite. "I'm not." He shook his head. "Where are you from, young noble?" She couldn't help but ask, thinking that he must be someone famous. "Just a passerby." He gave her the same answer as he would to anyone else. The two traveled upstream until they saw a pond with green water. "It should be here." Xiao Yao was still a direct disciple of an alchemy emperor and sensed the plant. "Should we start sealing it now, young noble?" she asked. "No need." He smiled and waved his hand. Splash! A whirlpool formed in the small pond and a lotus plant floated upward. It was as white as snow. The petals looked illusory with emanating strands of light, resembling something from a dream. Green leaves were arranged neatly and brimmed with spirit energy. It didn't want to come out, but alas, Li Chia forced it to do so. He waved again and the flower left the plant to flow in his direction. This was a sentient king medicine, a being created under perfect circumstances after countless years. It simply didn't understand why its precious flower was being taken away. This helpless feeling was a new sensation. The flower looked like a floating fairy. Its movement resembled immaculate dancing. It landed on Li Qia's hand to Xiao Yao's astonishment. That king medicine was immensely strong and would defend its flower at all costs. Capturing it required using clever methods such as bait medicines to catch it off guard. All Li Qia did was wave his hand and the flower automatically landed in his hand. Not even her master could replicate this feat. It's this simple," she murmured. That was no different from plucking a regular flower. Li Qia then handed her the flower. Meanwhile, the lotus plant itself became frozen. It didn't feel or sense anything before losing its precious essence accumulation in the form of the flower. A floating immortal lotus. Suddenly, a youth accompanied by a group of cultivators appeared. He wore an alchemist robe while engulfed in a fiery aura with a hint of medicinal fragrance. His body served as a cauldron, always ready to produce pills. Boom! He formed a mudra and summoned fiery chains to wrap around the king medicine. The latter was looking at Li Qia in a daze and didn't expect a third party to appear. As it tried to flee, the youth roared, "Don't even think about it." Search tineural.com/2p9mv8w for the original. He tossed out a small banner and was able to seal the entire pond, the lotus plant included. Such superb skills, Pill Monarch. The expert standing behind him cheered loudly. He naturally enjoyed the praises and gloated, "That was my master's secret art, second to none in this world." Of course, Cauldron Emperor's alchemy is peerless indeed. The others were more than happy to play along. The complacent youth then noticed the flower in the saintess' hand. He bowed and said, "Saintess Xiao Yao, long time no see." He ignored Li Qia and assumed that the guy was just an ordinary disciple. "Long time no see, Odd Flame Pill Monarch." She didn't seem particularly pleased to see him. The youth was a supreme genius in terms of alchemy. His master was Dark Flame Cauldron Emperor, the most capable rival of Jade Cure Conqueror. The youth had done a commendable job in learning from his master. "You're here for the floating immortal lotus as well?" I do want to see your incredible alchemy skills." He laughed. "No need for that." She refused right away. "Looks like we're both lucky today, you got the essence flower while I get the plant." He prepared to close the seal in order to take the plant. "Release it," Li Qia ordered. "What did you just say?" "Why should I?" The youth glared at Li Qia. "Because I say so." Li Qia smiled. "Ha ha ha, how bold." The monarch laughed and asked the saintess, "Is he a member of Alchemy Dao?" "No." She responded flatly. "Good, then brat, do you know who I am?" The monarch said imperiously. "No, release it now." Li Qia said. "You must be tired of living, to actually be making demands before me." The monarch said. He was confident due to his influence as a top pill master. "It's best that you listen," the saintess told him. This surprised the monarch, but he ended up laughing boisterously before declaring, "I am taking all the king medicines from Immortal's Peak today. Those who stand in my way shall be eradicated." Chapter 5177, Boom. He whistled afterward and 6 large figures descended. They exuded mighty dragon lord auras, looking like gods. His entourage became intimidated. They initially followed him, hoping to build a relationship for the future. They didn't expect him to have these powerful cultivators as guards. No wonder why he wasn't afraid of anyone. Orthodox 6 gods. The saintess was surprised to see these powerful dragon lords. Rumor has it that they came from an ancient clan that was no longer around. Now, after coming across some ancient scrolls, they became dragon lords and vowed to establish their clan again. Of course, some believed that they were merely embellishing their background and adding non-existent prestige. "I am here under my master's order to take all the king medicines in Immortal's Peak." Odd Flame Pill Monarch was confident. Some thought that this was a bold claim, but others believed in his ability. After all, he had the alchemy knowledge and 6 capable cultivators. "I will not show mercy to those who stand in my way." he emphasized while staring at Li Qie. Go. He then focused on closing the seal in order to seize the lotus plant. It tried to escape but couldn't break the technique. Pop. Li Qie raised his hand and dispelled the seal, allowing the plant to run. Brat, you dare provoke me? The pill monarch was furious after seeing this. Yes. Li Qie responded. Fine, I will show you a fate worse than death then. His eyes flashed murderously as he ordered, gods, capture him and tear out his tendons. Odd flame, enough of this. Xiao Yao shouted. Saintess, this has nothing to do with you. Odd flame was livid. Junior, surrender obediently now. The leader of the six stepped forward and uttered coldly. You're a dragon lord? Willing to be someone's hound over some minor gains, how shameful. Li Qie criticized. Humph, you're asking for this. The god roared. Don't kill him, we'll crucify him here to nourish the plants with his blood. Odd Flame snorted. Sigh, a bunch of fools. Since you want to capture all the king medicines, I'll let you meet them. Li Qie said before whistling. Rumble. Suddenly, numerous auras engulfed the sky. A 10-million-year vermilion tree. The pill monarch spotted a divine tree with ripe fruits and became excited. The six gods immediately rushed for these fruits. However, a vine whip forced all of them back. Six-wheel god vine. The pill monarch became startled again. Whoosh. More medicine kings appeared, violet horsegrass, seven-star crescent flower, time-worn flora. Cultivators became ecstatic and immediately rushed for them. The six gods stabilized themselves and activated their power in order to form an energy net. Unfortunately, these medicine kings seemed to be working together and summoned an incredible earth vein. Rumble. Endless spirit energy oozed out of the vein. Shit. The young monarch was a genius and could see that something was wrong, prompting him to escape. As for the others, they were blinded by greed and didn't grasp the situation correctly. The only thing on their mind was capturing the king medicines. It was too late once they realized the precarious situation. The earth vein's momentum suppressed everything. Ah! The human cultivators were reduced into meat paste by the pressure. The six gods resisted the pressure, but it was too late. The medicine king's roots drilled into their body for a draining process. Ah! Even their sacred fruits were devoured in no time at all. These famous cultivators unexpectedly became dried corpses in the wilderness. The only person managing to escape was Odd Flame Pill Monarch. He noticed that something was off after hearing Li Qie's whistle and decided to run. A stampede of king medicines. Xiao Yao turned pale since she had never seen so many of them together in one place. Alchemists can be too reckless. Humans are viewed as potential food as well since these king medicines have lived for too long. Even a rabbit will bite when pushed to the edge. Li Qie said. Search Pori.com for the original. She trembled in horror due to the overwhelming auras. Li Qie was right, any of them could eat her alive, just like cultivators eating plants and pills. He waved his hand and the group immediately dispersed, once again shocking her. She calmed down and thought that not even her master could do this. Only one person could do so, Heavenly Sage Yuan. Though the world knew of Heavenly Sage Yuan as an ultimate alchemist, Xiao Yao heard that the progenitor was actually an incredible agriculturist, capable of planting and nurturing king medicines. One particular legend stated that when the progenitor visited a mountain, all the plants there wanted to leave with her. This included medicine kings. Members of Alchemy Dao had never seen something similar in real life before until now. Xiao Yao immediately believed that the legend was real after seeing Li Qie's summon. Chapter 5178. You got your floating immortal lotus now, it is time to leave. Li Qie told her and started leaving. She didn't expect him to leave so soon and hesitated for a second before mustering the courage to call out, Young noble, where are you going? He didn't stop to answer. Will we meet again? She shouted again, feeling her face turning hot and fearing that she was being too obvious with her intention. If it is meant to be. Li Qie responded and disappeared. She stared in his direction in a daze, thinking that she wouldn't be able to meet him again. After all, they were mere strangers and Li Qie had done enough for her. She sighed with disappointment before packing up her belongings to return to Alchemy Dao. Li Qie entered a dimensional pathway and appeared outside Imperial Attendant with the next step. From a distance, this was a magnificent city with a vast imperial aura. It resembled an entity that has not fallen for millions of years now. This was not a sect yet was superior to one. Supreme existences have resided here and given it their blessing. The list was long: Heavenly Sage Yuan, Ox Dragon Ancestor, Space Dragon Emperor, and many more. During its golden age, it served as the center of the world. Even Divine Alliance paled in comparison. It had an auspicious air with countless visual phenomena looming above, signs of how hard it would be to take down. As for Li Qie, he focused on something else entirely, an indiscernible death energy hidden beneath everything. A frightening existence had died here, yet their death energy still remained. If left unchecked, it could turn this place into a forbidden zone with no living beings. Strangely enough, it has been controlled and actually turned into a foundation for Imperial Attendant. This method was simply unfathomable and unknown to the rest of the world. Even newer emperors and conquerors didn't notice this unique phenomenon. Wonderful, looks like the old geezer died a clean death. Li Qie reflected with a smile before entering the city. His visit prompted an inconspicuous old man sitting in a corner to open his eyes. Given his tattered robe, everyone would think that he was a beggar. His shriveled and thin frame didn't help either. He leaned on a broken wall, one in a terrible state just like him. However, he seemed to be enjoying himself, just basking in the sunlight. Although he appeared to be barely clinging to life as if he hadn't eaten anything in 3 days and 3 nights, he nearly groaned with pleasure from just basking in the sun. This alone satiated all of his needs. Support us at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Thus, he became uncomfortable when someone drew close enough to block the sunlight. A good dog does not block the road. He saw the culprit and commented. This was none other than Li Qie, who didn't take offense at the comment. He smiled and sat down next to the old man, leaning on the broken wall as well. This was a remote region of the city, but some passers-by still took a look at Li Qie. It seemed strange because he didn't look like a beggar. Why was he here with the old man? What does death feel like? Li Qie was extremely comfortable in this corner, as if he was cut off from all the troubles of the world, just laying in the dirt like a worm. Feels pretty good, pretty good. The old man responded. He paused for a second and added, you should give it a try. Humans and all living beings will die, so I will experience it eventually. Li Qie smiled. You're no human. The old man said. I can say the same about you, still won't die completely. Li Qie retorted. You know that there was no glory in your victory. The old man spoke with a matter-of-fact tone. If it wasn't for that bang, you would be the one dead. No, I would have slain you for certain in a one-on-one fight. Li Qie chuckled. I wouldn't have given you that opportunity. The old man said lazily. Why didn't he kill you all? Li Qie spoke as if he was talking to an old friend. The old man revealed a sullen smile. I didn't think about this issue since I was too hungry and only wanted to eat. Now, the dead have time to think clearly. What did you come up with? Li Qie asked. He was most likely waiting for you, that was the entry ticket. The old man said. I wouldn't have needed it if you all weren't so ravenous. Li Qie said. He's one step ahead and is waiting for you. Of course, to us, being killed by you or him is still the same thing. The old man said. No, it's better to be killed by him, my dull knife prolongs the agony. Li Qie said. Not like you had a good time. Your flesh was pretty delicious. I enjoyed it very much. The old man smiled. Want some more? Li Qie asked. I am as dead as can be, even the meat of the villainous heaven can't please me now. I won't be able to feel a thing. The old man shook his head. Chapter 5179. I do have to say that I admire you for taking care of loose ends even after death. Not even a strand of death energy is running rampant. On the other hand, your brothers are still causing trouble afterward, creating forbidden zones with chaotic energies. Li Qie said. I have a reputation to maintain, gotta go out in a dignified manner. Since this grave is my eternal home, I have to clean it up since I don't delay in filth. That's where you went wrong. If you kill someone, you have to properly take care of their remains too. The old man said. Who will pick up my corpse then? I got reduced into nothingness, at least you fared a bit better. Li Qie chuckled. True, it went pretty bad for you. The old man nodded in agreement for once. During their conversation, another white-haired old man wearing a blue robe appeared nearby. He had a muscular frame, looking rather tough. His beard looked rugged, most likely prickly to the touch. Due to his broad shoulders and rough hands, he gave the impression of someone capable of doing physical labor without any complaint. He crouched in the other corner instead of getting closer, becoming another beggar on the street. However, Li Qie and the first beggar didn't pay attention to him. Do you know about those 3 stones? The old man asked. Yes, I've thought about them before. Li Qie nodded. I see. The old man shifted his body a bit, seemingly becoming numb from laying in the same position for too long. He will too. I'm sure you'll have to deal with it eventually. Why does everyone force me to do things? Li Qie asked. The old man stared at Li Qie and said, You have the ticket right now, and besides, you've been pulling him along too, he knows it. Find the original at bit.ly/3 IBFJKV. Of course. Li Qie agreed. You can tell how bored I've been after death, spending all my time pondering about this stuff. You will have to face it. The old man said. Why would he take the time? Li Qie asked. These 3 stones are different, they might not devour or merge with each other. The old man said. Waiting for me. Li Qie said. The old man nodded. Since you have the ticket, you must participate. That's the whole point. And if I don't? Li Qie smirked. It'll be a problem then. If you don't enter the stage, then he'll make his move before the villainous heaven. The old man said while keeping his eyes closed. That's what I want because finding a person is so exhausting. Let him come to me, it's more convenient that way. Li Qie said. That depends on the price you're willing to pay. The old man revealed a smile that could frighten emperors. I might not have to be the one paying. Li Qie said. It's different. The old man said, You two are simply different. He has nothing to lose, the same can't be said about you. Is that so? Li Qie stroked his chin. I know that he personifies this phrase, all are mere straw dogs beneath the heaven. The old man nodded. Just the same crap as the villainous heaven, nothing new. Li Qie shook his head. It's rather interesting. The 2 of you both have a chance, but your pursuit is different. He might become the second villainous heaven, not you. It would be meaningless and uncreative. Even if one becomes the villainous heaven, there will always be someone else to take the spot. Li Qie said lazily. That's why we're different from you two, we just want to devour. The old man chuckled. You all have gone mad. Li Qie commented. Indeed, you will become like us once you are no longer able to control your desires. The old man said. It won't happen to me, I know what I want and what I seek, that's all there is to it. I do not covet anything else. Li Qie said. Hence my statement regarding our differences. However, he may be the same as the villainous heaven. The old man said. Li Qie opened his eyes and stared at the sky. How boring, a fate worse than death. I have no complaints about death right now, Feels pretty good. The old man nodded. Meanwhile, the old man dressed in blue sitting in the other corner prepared a large piece of paper and wrote something down. For sale. The characters were written crookedly. He raised the piece of paper, seemingly advertising himself to passers-by, but most importantly, Li Chia and the other old man. Since the two were sunbathing with their eyes closed, they didn't seem to notice him. Nonetheless, he kept on raising the piece of paper in their direction. The old man started the conversation again. Though you have killed all of us, it doesn't mean that all obstacles are gone. You need to kill more before reaching the villainous heaven. Right beneath. Li Chia wasn't surprised. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed and said, the villainous heaven thinks that all realms are within the constant cycle and never gave much thought about what looms right beneath. The shadows down there are challenging indeed. Who doesn't have a shadow? Li Chia commented. That's why you're needed. The old man said. Not him? Li Chia chuckled. If I were the villainous heaven, would be trying to cooperate with you instead of him. The old man smiled. Oh. For what reason? Li Chia asked. If you need someone to work with, would you seek out someone who is identical to you? The old man stared at Li Chia. I'm unsure, but that makes sense. Li Chia nodded. Therefore, the villainous heaven will look for you, and that's when you need to deliver a blow during the negotiation. The old man said confidently. A kind man such as myself never takes advantage of someone during their time of need. Li Chia shook his head. Ha ha ha, what will you ask for then? The old man didn't buy it. We'll just talk for a bit, I don't have that many demands. Li Chia smiled. Fucker. The old man couldn't help but curse, seemingly on the verge of standing up to smack Li Chia. However, he exercised restraint and only said, that's precisely taking advantage of someone during their time of need. Haha. Li Chia seemed a bit embarrassed, maybe. I wouldn't want to negotiate with you if I were in his shoes, you bloodsucker. The old man said. Well, who would you want to be killed by? Li Chia asked. This question required the old man to take his time. Neither. He eventually answered. The villainous heaven is the heaven because he's exceptional and superior in some aspects. He is certain of victory, hence your eternal defeat. Li Chia said. True. The old man admitted. So many epochs and they couldn't defeat the villainous heaven, only to be imprisoned and driven crazy by hunger. I'm sure it's interesting for him, watching you all fight to the death. The old man said. Not necessarily. Li Chia smirked. Don't tell me you want to team up with him? The old man stared inquisitively at Li Chia. He wants to join forces with me even more, perhaps. Li Chia stroked his chin. Definitely plausible. The old man nodded. We do not need to restrain our desires, but you, on the other hand, are willing to do so. Chapter 5180. The sunlight made paradise out of nothingness. Even the broken walls were comforting as the group relaxed. If you make it there, will you take the villainous heaven down? The old man murmured, seemingly imagining that scene. All I seek is an answer. If I have to kill, so be it. Li Chia said. I'm sure you've thought of this before. The old man said, it will be the same, more or less. That may not be the case. Li Chia smiled. There is no absolute in this vast world and its countless inhabitants. History disagrees with you, little has changed throughout the eternal cycles. The old man said. Speak for yourself, that would only be the case if you all were successful in overthrowing the villainous heaven. Li Chia said. Now I'm offended, you are looking down on us. The old man had a look of indignation. Then tell me, what were you trying to accomplish? Make it sound grandiose. Li Chia said. If I were still alive and somehow managed to overthrow the villainous heaven, I'll start by devouring everything. What's more important than filling one's stomach? The old man smiled. At best, I'll just be thinking about replacing him. The old man added, I wonder what goes on in your head. I was born a mortal and do not think about becoming a god. I know my limitation. You, born a god, cannot understand the thoughts of a mortal. Li Qie said. Interesting perspective. The old man said, 3,000 worlds and their inhabitants are nothing more than food and ants. That's why I do not wish to think like a god. Li Qie smiled. Is that so? During the eternal cycles, many mortals have ascended to the apex and entertained the thoughts of becoming a god. The old man responded. A mortal shall yet the ambition of a god? Li Qie smiled and said, that's only an excuse for fear. They fear death yet do not want to admit the flaws in their Tao heart. After a brief pause, the old man said, you can become a god. What do you think will happen then? Li Qie asked. The old man opened his eyes and said seriously, I'm afraid you would consume us, one by one. Then I'll be the same as everyone else, a mortal with a grand ambition. Li Qie smiled. It's not a defect. The old man said. I disagree entirely. A god with defects shouldn't exist, and the same for immortals. It is a mental disorder that can cause great harm. Haha. The old man couldn't help but laugh. I can only imagine his face after hearing this. He is proud of being an immortal and now, you're saying that it's a mental disorder. Pretty much. Li Qie said, recently, the stronger the cultivators, the sicker they are. Then you're not far from being mentally ill. The old man clicked his tongue. This is the time to stand firm and why I keep a close watch on my Tao heart. Just a little slacking off will be enough to go crazy. Li Qie squinted while looking at the setting sun. Going crazy isn't too bad during starvation. It makes you rather clear-headed and aware. The old man said. All madmen say that about themselves. Li Qie chuckled and shifted a bit, continuing to enjoy the sun. I suppose. The old man nodded. All right, why are you here? I'm sure it isn't to visit me. Is there a problem with visiting an old friend? Li Qie smirked. You wouldn't visit for no reason. The old man said. You're right, it seems offensive, like I'm gloating if I'm only here to visit, like I'm looking down on you. Li Qie said. I don't care what you think. The old man said. Here's the deal, I have a half-dead person with me. I've searched around and there is no spot as good as your place. Li Qie said. Damn you. The old man wanted to smack Li Qie. Calm down, calm down. Li Qie responded, I'm here to negotiate and plus, you're already dead. Others would have no complaints while you're taking up such a good spot with a Tao source. It shouldn't be wasted because saving one life is more valuable than building a 7-floored pagoda. Don't even think about it. The old man refused. Sigh, don't be like this. Li Qie said, I'll give you an auspicious flower, okay? Someone who pays attention to details like you is probably feeling uneasy since there is still stagnant death energy left. You won't be able to rest in peace, so I'll help out. The flower will let you rest in a dignified manner, a complete and beautiful death, unlike your brothers whose graves are disgusting with miasma and death energy. Having said that, he patted the old man's chest and said, You are a great man and I am more than happy to embellish your resting place. You can enjoy death with honor while I'll live comfortably knowing that I have done a good deed. This is a win-win situation. Poof. The old man turned into smoke and disappeared from sight without responding. Li Qie smiled and shook his head, sigh, so stingy. You're already dead, at least be a little useful and kind to each other. Who knows if the old man heard his comment after leaving. With that, he stood up and walked deeper into Imperial Attendant. As he was leaving, the old man in blue also got up and raised his paper sign in Li Qie's direction. The latter only smiled and shook his head, not interested in a purchase. However, the old man didn't give up. Find the original at pori.com. He hung the sign on his neck and followed Li Qie. This became quite a sight for passers-by. The city was massive enough to accommodate an entire kingdom. The high population consisted primarily of the people. This was because the founding sages of the city were part of the people as well. It became an asylum during the various wars, always standing strong. In fact, it was older than Imperial Alliance or perhaps even Imperial Field from the ancient continent. The first lord was known as City Lord Zi Yan. Many other powerful cultivators joined afterward, including Heavenly Sage Yuan, Ox Dragon Ancestor, and many emperors. Many generations later, Space Dragon Emperor, Immortal Emperor Qilin, and Calamity Dao Lord joined as well. Unity was a key characteristic of the city under City Lord Zi Yan's leadership. It only started changing after the rumors of her death during Grand Dao War. The city split into various sects: Alchemy Dao, Imperial Gate, Qilin Manor. Chapter 5181. The duo crossed through many streets and alleys, commanding attention along the way. Of course, given the scale of the city and its diverse visitors, they weren't too surprised. Li Qie didn't seem to mind the uninvited companion who insisted on following him. Eventually, they reached a small courtyard. The old bricks had been battered by time. Only apex existences would note how special the bricks were. Each had this shape from the initial conception, not molded by men. The entire courtyard seemed to have grown from the ground, whether it be the bricks and roof tiles or the soil itself. They would realize that one could obliterate the entire city, but this place would still remain standing. So meticulous with a grave, the dead want to be buried like the living. Li Qie judged the courtyard and said, "When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3 IBFJKV. With that, he opened the door and entered. It closed afterward and the old man in blue didn't follow. He sat down on a step by the corner of the entrance, waiting for Li Qie to come out. There was nothing inside the courtyard but an entirely different world. Li Qie could see the profundities hidden within. Open. He stomped on the ground and golden radiance appeared beneath his feet. With him at the center, supreme runes and grand Dao mantras manifested into reality. They intertwined like streams flowing through the cracks between the brick tiles. In reality, each brick was already a Dao seal. Li Qie was imprinting his own Dao in it. A golden spring gushed out of the ground after loud explosions and formed a pond in a shallow spot within the courtyard. Its appearance improved the courtyard and brought it to life with incredible vitality. It resembled the eye of the Yellow River, capable of connecting the mortal world to hell itself. Li Qie took out the coffin of the Qian and added more seals to it before lowering it into the pond. Splash! The coffin slowly sank into the pond and disappeared from sight. This was as if it was taking a trip to hell in order to bring the soul back. Rumble. Next, he drilled Dao laws into the ground, adding a layer of blessing to the entire courtyard. One Bodhi tree after another began to grow in this paradise. They swayed to the wind and emitted the fragrance of the grand Dao. One could meditate here forever and be in touch with the Dao. You're stuffing a corpse in my resting place on top of trying to suppress me? A feeble voice sounded. It came from an old man laying in a long chair in order to bask in the sun, the same beggar seen earlier in the city. Li Qie finished with his task and smiled. You've done an amazing job taking care of your corpse and death energy, but since you were dead, it wasn't perfect. I'm helping you get rid of all the impurities by turning this place into a paradise. You've turned it into something awfully unsuitable. The old man angrily said. I'm sure you didn't expect your grave to be so nice and comfortable. Li Qie waved his hand. Why don't you join me then? The old man retorted. Is that really what you want, my corpse being here too? Li Qie asked. Bah. The old man spat on the ground and said, just imagine how inauspicious this palace would be with your corpse here. I don't even want to see you now, let alone having to tolerate your corpse every day. I see. Li Qie smiled. I'm just borrowing it for a bit, and look, I've added some trees too in order to chase bad luck away. Since you died long ago, there is some unwanted accumulation, but worry not, your friend is here to visit and help you out. Maybe I should just kill you. The old man said. Would you sweep my tomb after killing me? Or light an incense? No, I won't even be buried since you would have devoured me completely. On the other hand, I actually showed mercy by letting you rest in peace, that's how kind I am. Li Qie said. Go ahead and devour us if you can. The old man said. No thanks, I don't have the same taste as you, and I'm sure you old geezers would have made me puke after one bite. Li Qie shrugged. Fine, whatever. The old man waved his hand. This is the only exception, no more. Yes, the only exception. Li Qie bowed and gracefully accepted this condition. In reality, the old man had no choice since he was already dead. Plus, even back when he was alive, his group was still taken down by Li Qie. Who is she? He opened his eyes and asked. An ascender. Li Qie looked up at the sky and said. Not killed by the villainous heaven. The old man shook his head. Yes, and she shouldn't appear here either, which is why I revive her. Li Qie nodded. It seems things are changing faster than your expectation. The old man said. Too fast, perhaps the established foundation is no longer there. Li Qie said. Then just wait, the villainous heaven won't sit idly by. The old man responded. Indeed, but others are not lazing around either, perhaps they are waiting for the villainous heaven. Li Qie said. A trap? The old man's eyes suddenly flashed with destructive rays. I would say so, someone is behind all of this. Li Qie said. Scared? The old man joked. Not quite, it's just troublesome having to figure it out. Li Qie rubbed his nose. Good. The old man was happy to see Li Qie suffer. It's no big deal. Li Qie smiled, but before I do anything, I have to find a flower for this place first or your unpleasant aura will resurface. Get lost. The old man didn't appreciate his home being modified by Li Qie. Chapter 5182, Li Qie left the courtyard and saw a large bear laying outside. The moment it saw Li Qie, it approached and bit on his pants, seemingly wanting to follow him. This was none other than true bear Conqueror who had lost his human form. He had been following Li Qie since Immortal's Peak and finally caught up just now. Fine, we can travel together. Li Qie patted the bear and smiled. Rah! The bear lifted its head and roared happily. Meanwhile, the old man in blue also tagged along, still wearing the same sign. Li Qie stopped and looked back, prompting him to raise the sign. Want to sell yourself? Li Qie said with a smile. The old man nodded repeatedly, seemingly wanting nothing more than to be sold to Li Qie. The latter took out a few silver coins and tossed them toward the old man. All right, I can't keep on refusing. I'll buy you. The old man caught the coins and excitedly put away the advertising sign. He lowered his head and said, Your servant greets you, master. The bear stared at the old servant, seemingly on guard on top of being confused since it couldn't see through him. Keep in mind that True Bear had 3 Dao fruits now. The group traveled southward. The old man walked behind them, looking rather relaxed as if he had been doing this for several thousand years now, just another servant from Li Qie's mansion. They visited the southern region of the city, a place with beautiful landscapes and special fragrances known as Alchemy Dao, one of the most influential powers and contributors of Imperial Attendant. Most sects had something unique about them, a special aura or transcending energy. As for Alchemy Dao, it resembled a flower blossoming quietly. There were alchemy gardens everywhere with grass dormitories for the disciples. The sect was known for its pill-making and healing prowess. Its agricultural mastery was second to none as well. In the upper continents, 80 to 90% of all expensive pills and medicines came from Alchemy Dao. Its prestige traveled far in the river of time. Its members were a part of all the great wars. This was especially true for heavenly sage Yuan, who had saved numerous emperors for the people. She preferred to be known as an alchemist and a doctor. Alas, she gained the title of Heavenly Sage, because the emperors she had saved addressed her with this title. She worked with City Lord Zi Yen and the others to establish Imperial Attendant City. During the war known as Grand Dao, it was said that she expended all of her energy into supporting and healing her allies, eventually leading to her death. Nonetheless, Alchemy Dao inherited her legacy and continued to prosper, retaining the respect of top cultivators. As the group walked through the fields to the main gate, they saw a constant flow of people entering and leaving. Among them were powerful cultivators and even mortals. The disciples of Alchemy Dao numbered in the millions. They provided medicine for cultivators but also treated mortals. After passing through the main gate, security became stricter since this was the inner mountain. The alchemy medicines and plants here were precious, not to mention the finished elixirs and furnaces. Thus, it was no longer as accessible as before. A disciple immediately came over and inquired Li Qia the reason for his visit. He honestly answered, "I'm here to pluck a lotus flower." A lotus flower? The disciple was surprised at first before answering, "I don't think we have lotus flowers here, please try another place." "No, it's definitely here, and only here." Li Qia smiled and shook his head. "Could you elaborate? What is the exact type of flower you're looking for?" Another disciple asked with a changed expression. "The one growing right up there." Li Qia pointed at the highest place of Alchemy Dao where 10 peaks or so gathered together like the petals of a blossoming lotus. "Our ancestral lotus?" One of them blurted out. "The exalted cascade lotus." The first disciple shouted. "So that is its name, then yes, I just want one." Li Qia smiled. Disciples nearby rushed over and grasped their weapon, ready to unsheath right away. A third disciple stared at Li Qia and said, "Fellow Daoist, your joke is not funny. Please be respectful." Their strong reaction was warranted. These lotus flowers were their ancestral inheritance. With the plant's existence, the effectiveness of all aspects relating to alchemy was boosted. Rumor has it that it was planted by heavenly sage Yuan herself. Another legend said that after passing away, she transformed into the plant. Either way, the plant was priceless and could be viewed as the very foundation of Alchemy Dao. Moreover, it took eras for one lotus flower to form. Now, an outsider wanted a flower? This was a blatant provocation. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit.ly/3IBFJKV. I'm not joking. Li Qia smiled and waved his hand, "And I'm not here to negotiate either, I'll leave after taking one flower." This nearly drove the disciples crazy. "Fellow Daoist, what are you trying to do?" a disciple said while giving an eye signal to his peer to go seek reinforcement. In reality, he wisely enough assessed the situation. The enemies consisted of 2 men and 1 bear. The one making the unreasonable request appeared ordinary enough, the same for the old servant. On the other hand, this bear looked intimidating and powerful. Chapter 5183, Alchemy Dao felt as if they were facing a serious threat, a stranger coming to ask for their exalted cascade lotus in such a direct manner. The man was either crazy or extremely powerful. Thus, the disciples were rather nervous and tense. "Fellow Daoist, if Alchemy Dao had offended you in some way, we apologize and will do our best to amend the issue." One disciple took a deep breath and said, "It's nothing like that, I just need a lotus flower." Li Qia said with a smile. The disciples heard this and exchanged glances. They then discreetly surrounded him. Li Qia saw this and said, "You're making it difficult for me, I will leave after getting one flower, no need for escalation." "Fellow Daoist, don't you know what the exalted cascade lotus is?" a disciple asked. They didn't know that Li Qia was already showing restraint. Otherwise, he would have just taken the flower without asking first. "I need something to get rid of inauspicious energy in a courtyard. Coincidentally enough, your lotus flower is the closest," Li Qia said. The disciples nearly vomited breath. Using their hallowed flower to get rid of some bad luck? The guy doesn't know that this is a priceless treasure. Thus, they viewed it as a deliberate insult and their expression darkened. Enough of this. Who do you think you are? To actually insult us like this. Another group came forward, led by a youth wearing expensive clothes to show off his status. First brother. The members of the sect bowed after seeing him. He was none other than Miracle Saint Child, a famous cultivator throughout the upper continents due to his alchemy and medicinal prowess. Despite being young, he had the ability to heal dragon lords. Who are you? He asked aggressively. Pride was inevitable for a young man enjoying so much success in life. Even dragon lords showed him respect, so he had never been afraid of anyone. Other disciples reported about an outsider wanting to pluck their ancestral lotus. This caused him to rush over to the entrance with haste. Despite the intimidating bear, he wasn't that afraid of an ordinary-looking fella like Li Chia. Explore the extended edition on Pori.com. Just a visitor wanting to take a flower. Li Chia smiled. The Saint Child stared intensely at Li Chia, wondering if this person's cultivation could back up his bold demand. The ancestral lotus is our legacy. Leave or don't blame us for hurting you. The Saint Child uttered coldly, still showing restraint. I'm afraid I can't obey since I must have the flower. Li Chia smiled. Ignorant fool. The Saint Child unsheathed his sword, releasing its cold aura. The others readied their weapon as well, ready to attack if Li Chia were to make any sudden move. It is not too late to leave or your corpse will be on the ground. Miracle Saint Child asserted. Li Chia looked at them and sighed. Here I am trying to be nice due to old sentiments. Looks like blood must flow then. Wait, stop. A girl rushed over and shouted. All eyes were on her, Saintess Xiao Yao. Young noble. The moment she saw Li Chia, she immediately bowed and had to restrain her excitement. Senior sister. The others bowed to greet her because her status was similar to the Saint Child's. Junior sister, he is your friend? The Saint Child remained aggressive. Senior brother, he is a benefactor who saved my life before. Xiao Yao responded. Humph, even then, he was rude to our sect. That is a serious crime. The Saint Child said, not giving her any face. Despite being fellow sect members, they were actually rivals for the successor spot. Everyone knew about the animosity between the two. I will report this matter to my master and she will make a decision. You need not trouble yourself, senior brother. She bowed slightly. The Saint Child glared at Li Chia and said, tell your benefactor to watch himself. No more blasphemous comment. He turned and left after saying this. After all, her master was Jade Cure Conqueror, whose words were the laws here. With her as Li Chia's companion, the other disciples stopped blocking the way. Young noble, may I ask why you are here? She stole a glance at him, blushing. I need a lotus flower. He answered. The exalted flower? She became surprised. That's the one. He nodded, leaving her speechless. May I ask for the reason why? She calmed down after a while. My courtyard has some unlucky presents. I need one flower to chase it away. He repeated. She recalled how he was able to summon numerous king medicines with a single whistle on top of gifting her a precious flower. Thus, this didn't seem that ridiculous. It is our priceless legacy. She quietly answered. That's why I'm asking. Li Chia smiled. Chapter 5184. I don't think our sect will agree to this. She said softly, stating the obvious. Not to mention an outsider, even their ancestor couldn't just take a flower. I didn't say I was asking for permission. Li Chia smiled. She became worried after hearing this since this left her in a tough situation. Nonetheless, she felt the urge to help him. Let me report this to my master. If she refuses, there is nothing else I can do because the flowers are priceless. She said weakly. That's fine, I'm in no hurry. Li Qie smiled. Then will you stay at our alchemy dao during the wait, young noble? She asked bashfully while stealing glances at him. Yes. Li Qie agreed since he had time to stay in the city. She was awfully pleased since they could spend more time together. The more she thought about it, the shyer she became and didn't dare to look in his direction. As they were walking, he stopped to look at a statue leading to stone steps. It depicted a woman that was remarkably lifelike, elegant and beautiful like a jade lotus in a secluded valley. Though she was far from being a kingdom-toppling beauty, she could captivate viewers with a long-lasting charm. Her dress flowed gracefully while she held a lotus flower in her hand, looking like a fairy treading on the mortal realm. She seemed to be gazing into the horizon, perhaps reflecting on the past or awaiting the return of a certain traveler. Li Qie observed the statue in silence and transcended time and space, returning to the past once more. Everything was vivid and clear as if it was just yesterday. Her soft and elegant voice echoed in his mind. This is our founder. She let him take his time before introducing the statue. So lifelike and vibrant. Li Qie sighed and said. The 6 continents have other statues of our founder, but none is as lifelike as this one here. The saintess said. Li Qie didn't answer, feeling as if the girl from the past was actually there. Everything had changed, she gained incredible fame as heavenly sage Yuan. Alas, they could no longer see each other. Xiao Yao stood there in a daze. For some unknown reason, she got the strange idea that Li Qie knew the founder. His eyes were so profound, seemingly lost in memories. They were immensely charismatic and captivating, capable of drawing souls closer. She calmed down and realized how flustered she was, not daring to let him see her red complexion. Let's go. Li Qie let out a sigh and told her. She followed quietly behind him, making it look like this was his home instead. Senior sister, we have a problem. A disciple rushed over and interrupted their time together. What is it? Take your time. Xiao Yao wasn't just a young girl lost in infatuation. When there was a matter concerning the sect, she regained her composure and became serious. Our garden is burning again. The disciple anxiously said. Again? Her expression soured as she wanted to leave. Alas, she has yet to prepare a place for Li Qie, so she stared at him. Let's go take a look. He smiled and said. She heaved a sigh of relief and appreciated his gesture. The two of them went to the troubled area. As the direct disciple of Jade Cure Conqueror and a potential successor, she was responsible for many tasks in alchemy Dao. She was also in charge of a garden with precious medicines of at least 100,000 years of age, reserved for the ancestors. For some unknown reason, this garden has been burning recently with heavy losses. She couldn't find the reason and thought that it might be arson. Alas, there was no evidence. To access the premium content, go to. Once the two arrived on the scene, they saw flames soaring into the sky and intertwining to form a strange pattern. Disciples of alchemy Dao tried to extinguish them to no avail. Extinguish. She saw a few plants burning and let out a shout while forming a madra. A seal descended with Dao power and stopped the flames. Heat stagnation. Miracle Saint Child appeared and also used a seal to stop the spread of the flames. The two of them worked together and managed to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, 7 or 8 plants have been lost. Her expression darkened since this had happened repeatedly under her watch. Junior sister, what is happening? This garden is for the ancestors and you know how much they need the plants. How are we going to answer for this? The Saint Child uttered coldly. This development was indeed unfavorable for her since they were competing for the successor spot. I will report to the ancestors and take responsibility. She responded. This happened too many times already. The Saint Child pressed on. This is absolutely arson, but the issue is that your people are being careless and irresponsible. The disciples in charge of the garden became alarmed since they could face serious punishment. What happened here? An old man rushed over. He had a treasure gourd hanging on his waist and wore straw sandals. He had shining amber-like eyes while exuding a formidable aura, clearly a capable cultivator. Junior uncle. Both the saint child and saintess bowed. He was the junior brother of Jade Cure Conqueror and a famous ancestor of the sect, Gourd Keeper Monarch. Xiao Yao, I know you are excellent at farming, not to mention being educated in our techniques. Why are these mistakes happening? He frowned. It is my fault. She bowed and took no responsibility. She had ordered fellow disciples to guard the garden carefully, but it still happened again. In my opinion, Junior Sister's group must have neglected their duties and left their post without permission. The saint child said, kicking a horse while it's down. Ancestor, we have diligently maintained our post, whether it be day or night. One disciple turned pale. Chapter 5185. Dereliction of duty was a serious offense, especially due to the importance of this particular garden. Their senior sister might not be able to shield them from consequences. We were here the entire time. Another lowered their head. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Then how did a fire start so many times? The monarch took a look at the scene and said, "This is done by a true flame, it's arson." This startled them even more. If it's arson, then who did it? How did we not catch the culprit? The saint child stared coldly at them. Though he couldn't do anything to the saintess, he could still take down her group and deal an indirect blow. The monarch also stared at them, causing them to tremble in fear. They hurriedly reported, "Ancestor, we did not take half a step away from the garden, but we didn't see anyone either. The garden doesn't burn on its own." The saint child said, "Could it be that someone among your group had either stolen or lost a plant, so in order to cover it up, they started burning randomly?" The serious accusation frightened the group. They got on their knees and said, "Ancestor, senior sister, we have always obeyed the sect's rules and wouldn't do something like this. Please investigate. Is there any other reason for this to reoccur several times? Losing a few plants, might as well burn it all up." The saint child pressed on. "Senior brother, enough of accusation void of any evidence." She coldly uttered. "Junior sister, you are responsible for this as well since you are in charge here." He didn't hold back. The saintess glanced at her followers and then respectfully told the monarch, "Junior uncle, I can guarantee that they are neither thieves nor arsonists." "Thank you, senior sister, thank you." The group bowed and expressed their gratitude. They needed her assurance in order to survive any inquisition from the ancestors. At that point, even sect banishment would be the light punishment. The monarch couldn't find any clue after observing the garden. "This can't just end here." The saint child said, "If we can't find the culprit, the same thing will occur again and the entire garden might be gone. Junior sister, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. We will be more vigilant than ever." One disciple said. What if it happens again? Who will take responsibility?" The saint child said. No one answered while the saintess frowned. In reality, she couldn't come up with a reason why. There was nothing wrong with her agricultural skill, so it had to be external. It's not that hard finding the arsonist. Li Qia yawned before speaking up. "Could you elaborate, young noble?" The dejected saintess' face lit up after hearing this. Due to the tense situation prior, she had forgotten about him. "The arsonist is here right now," he said. "In the garden?" The saint child looked around and said while staring at the saintess' followers, "Indeed, it has to be one of them. We didn't do it." Her followers were startled again. "Who are you?" The monarch stared at Li Qia and furrowed his brows. "Junior uncle, young noble Li saved my life twice back in Immortal's Peak," the saintess said. "Since you claim that the arsonist is still here, who is it then?" the monarch asked. As an ancestor of alchemy Dao, he was rather capable yet still couldn't see any clue. "Sai, you all claim to be successors of alchemy, what are Alchemy Dao's most amazing aspects? Li Qie asked. It's obviously our two legendary pills, nothing can compare to them. The saint child responded. An ignorant answer. To which Li Qie responded. You. The saint child glared at him. Tell us then, which pills in the 6 continents are better than ours? The monarch's expression soured as well. Your founder was in love with alchemy. Her pill-making art is exceptional indeed, but her greatest achievement in life is actually the Tao of agriculture. Li Qie said, her pill refinement became more famous due to the wars. The monarch froze for a second before agreeing, you are not wrong. I have read this in our historical scrolls. Because you all didn't focus on her true legacy, you can't find the culprit. Li Qie said. What does that have to do with the arsonist? The saint child said. If you had inherited her abilities and teachings, the answer would have been obvious. He said. That's a bold claim, I'm still waiting for you to reveal the answer. The saint child uttered coldly. You don't think I know? Li Qie asked. Reveal the answer and prove us wrong. The saint child said. It is right before us. Li Qie said while staring at the saint child. Are you saying that I did it? The latter's expression darkened. No, I'm only disappointed in a potential successor of Alchemy Dao for not spotting this. Li Qie shook his head. The saint child was furious. You have insulted my sect and me several times now. Don't think about leaving this place unscathed if you can't find the culprit. Oh. Is that a threat? Li Qie asked. Young noble Li, what do you suggest we do to capture the culprit? The monarch interrupted them. Very well, I will teach you the Tao of alchemy today. Li Qie pointed at a plant in the center of the garden and ordered, dig it up. What? Everyone couldn't believe it because he was pointing at the largest and most precious plant in the garden. It was a red cock's comb looking like a soaring phoenix. We can't. That's Her Majesty's phoenix crest. One disciple shouted. The sect master needs it. Is this a joke? The monarch's expression changed. Jade Cure Conqueror was planning on using it as one ingredient for her next cauldron. The saintess herself came often to check on it. Now, Li Qie wanted to dig it up. Chapter 5186. The plant was near maturity and ready for the cauldron. What if it were to be damaged during the digging? The sect master's cauldron would be delayed afterward. This novel is available on poread.com. What is your nefarious intention in trying to ruin Her Majesty's plant? The saint child shouted. Your ignorance is raucous. Li Qie glanced at him. The saint child trembled and turned red. As a famous doctor and alchemist, even dragon lords addressed him as Tao brother. This contempt was unacceptable. I will not let you leave Alchemy Dao alive. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Enough. Gourdkeeper Monarch shouted at him. Junior uncle, this man is outrageous, the saint child said. If you can't control your emotion, how will you lead later on? He said. The saint child immediately shut up, realizing his impropriety. He restrained his anger despite hating Li Qie. What is your reason for digging up the plant? The monarch asked Li Qie. My reason? It is the culprit. Li Qie said. Humph, more nonsense. The saint child said, the plant might be as red as fire but it is of the ice Tao. Moreover, it is yet to be sentient and doesn't have the power to release flames. Yes, it is of the ice affinity while the culprit used true flames. This can't be it. The monarch said skeptically. The shallow understanding of Tao agriculture leads to this. Even your sect master made this mistake. Li Qie said. How dare you insult Her Majesty? Do you wish to provoke us? The saint child shouted before turning toward the saintess, junior sister, your friend is insulting your master yet you stand there in silence. Your sin is not upholding the prestige of our sect. Pop. Li Qiye slapped him, knocking out his teeth and leaving his face bloody and swollen like a pig's head. I am showing mercy out of consideration for your founder. Li Qiye said. I'll kill you. The maddened saint child summoned a cauldron, wanting to burn Li Qiye to a crisp. Stop. The monarch rushed over to stop the inferno while glaring at him. If you insist on being out of control, I will send you into isolated reflection. Junior uncle, he attacked first, the saint child said indignantly but stopped after seeing the monarch's glare. The monarch then spoke to Li Qiye. You need to watch your words for they were insulting. If there is no good reason, we shall consider it as an act of deliberate contempt and will not let it go. The saintess became anxious and winked at Li Qiye. He had indeed insulted their sect and her master, so she couldn't speak up for him. I am merely speaking the truth. Li Qiye said, do you know why the phoenix's crest is burning the garden? It can't be, once again, it is of the ice affinity. The monarch said. Your skill is not refined enough, only aware of one aspect but are ignorant of the rest. Li Qiye responded. I started learning alchemy at the age of 8, controlling a cauldron at 16, creating new medicines at 20. I humbly claim to have learned 70 to 80% of our sect's alchemy Tao, whether it be pill refinement, healing, or agriculture. What about you? The monarch didn't accept the criticism. He wasn't as skilled as Jade-Cure Conqueror and his first brother, Panacea Monarch. However, he could compete with anyone else in the world. The problem is that you all have been focusing on pill refinement and medicines while ignoring agricultural alchemy, resulting in only knowing the bare surface. Li Qiye said. The monarch and the other disciples' expression soured. He was right about the current focus, but they were still confident in knowing how to take care of plants and medicines. That is a bold claim, I hope you can back it up, for your sake. The monarch uttered coldly. Let me ask you then, when your sect master transplanted the phoenix's crest, did she immerse the roots in the juice of a sacred mulberry, 100-art wood, and locking stone vine for at least 10 years first? The monarch and saintess exchanged glances. After a brief moment, he shook his head, no. This is why I mentioned the lacking proficiency of your agricultural Tao. Li Qiye said. Do elaborate on the issue then. The monarch didn't appreciate the tone but could tell that Li Qiye was an alchemist with a focus on agriculture. Ever heard of slumbering flameworms? Li Qiye smiled. Yes, a type of worm of the fire affinity yet grows in extreme cold climates. The monarch responded. Well, there you go. Li Qiye said. The phoenix's crest is infected with slumbering flameworms? The monarch stared at him and said, no, we are very meticulous when dealing with worms and insects. The very garden itself would have prevented this from happening. All of alchemy Tao had a unique aura. It prevented worms and insects from entering without their permission. After all, foreign insects could cause devastating damage to the gardens. Your sect master brought it in, an amateurish mistake. Li Qiye said. The saintess winked at him again. How could he be so blunt toward a renowned conqueror? Please choose your words better. The monarch said with a grave tone. Phoenix's crests and slumbering flameworms shared the same environment. Occasionally, there would be eggs stuck to the roots, waiting for the plant to mature. When these eggs hatch, they will release true flames to the surrounding. Your sect master did not prepare the roots with the proper concoction, so the eggs were still alive. Chapter 5187, Really? The monarch remained skeptical since this was his first time hearing about this phenomenon. Nonetheless, he agreed with the rationale. He has no evidence, it's a ridiculous claim. The saint child scowled. We'll find out by digging it up. Li Qiye yawned. The others didn't dare to speak due to the gravity of the situation. There was a high chance of the plant withering after removal. Their sect master sorely needed it for her next batch of medicines. Losing it now meant delaying the cauldron refinement indefinitely. That's fine, don't dig it up. Just wait for the flameworms to mature completely, the plant will be burned anyway for their rite of passage. Li Qia added with a smile. I believe you, young noble. The saintess stood by his side and said, Junior uncle, I agree with digging up the phoenix's crest. This gives us a chance to save it, not to mention protect the entire garden from further losses. This is a one-sided speculation. If he is wrong, who will take responsibility for the uprooted phoenix's crest? The saint child said. I will. The saintess had complete confidence in Li Qia. I trust the young noble, so if it turns out to be false, I will take responsibility and tell my master. The saint child had no response since he actually preferred this development. If Li Qia were wrong, then his rival would definitely lose the competition for committing this careless mistake. Junior uncle, I will take responsibility. She repeated firmly. Very well, dig it up then. The monarch took a deep breath and agreed. Digging it up might kill the plant, but if the guy were right, the entire garden was in danger. Nearby disciples heard this and followed their command. They carefully dug up the plant with the monarch standing nearby. The saintess also gave them meticulous pointers on how to do it correctly. Zzz. The moment the roots were finally taken out of the ground, fiery strands could be seen. It's true. The saintess exclaimed. Seems so. The monarch couldn't believe that Li Qia was right. Watch out now. Li Qia warned. Seal. The monarch was already prepared to deal with the flames and summoned a cauldron. It expanded and resembled an ocean ready to devour the flames. Boom! A strange worm rushed to the sky and sent it flying. It didn't bother attacking the group since escaping was its main intent. It was the size of a bowl, but when it spread its wings, true flames poured down in a devastating manner. Rah! The bear laying next to Li Qia's feet leaped into the air and smashed the fleeing worm down to the ground. Crack! The bear started chomping on the worm. It didn't take long before it ate all the flames and the worm itself. It seemed satisfied and smacked its lips, still savoring the delicious meal while laying down next to Li Qia again. The monarch became startled. He had underestimated the worm, leading to its potential escape. However, this bear easily took it down, meaning that it was most likely stronger than him. His eyes shifted between the bear and Li Qia while wondering about Li Qia's identity. Since even a pet was this strong, he should at least be a powerful and famous cultivator. Okay, now we can plant it again. So much problem over something so minor, you all should focus on agricultural alchemy more lest you want to let your founder down. Li Qia looked bored as he said. The young disciples didn't say anything while the saint child had an ugly expression. He hoped for a mistake not only to punish Li Qia but to also weaken the saintess' claim to the successor position. Alas, this ended up with her making a notable contribution by being so decisive. Under her guidance, other disciples were able to plant the phoenix's crest again without any lasting damage. She then bowed toward Li Qia and said, "Thank you for your guidance, young noble. I will try my best to amend my lack of skills." A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. Li Qia nodded and had a high evaluation of her. He added with a smile, "As long as you put in the effort, you will be able to inherit your founder's legacy one day." "I will work hard." She stared at him for a second before lowering her head, blushing. "Ha ha ha, amazing." The monarch calmed down and joined the conversation. "Looks like we are indeed lacking in many aspects. I appreciate your guidance today, young noble." He was proud of their alchemy skill, including agriculture and cultivating the plants. Alas, this was a clear mistake. "May I inquire where you are from, young noble? How did you learn your alchemy Tao?" He then asked. "I studied it myself." He smiled. "Oh." The monarch didn't quite believe him. If someone could be so knowledgeable alone, then what was the point of their sect? Its elites had worse skills than a self-taught alchemist. That would be rather embarrassing. Little did he know that he was talking to the very progenitor of the modern alchemy Tao. Either way, you definitely have a unique perspective on plant cultivation. The monarch praised. I just know a little bit. Li Chia said humbly, prompting the monarch to smile wryly. If the guy only knew a little bit, what about them? Are you good at solving alchemy issues? The monarch thought about something. Depends on the question. Li Chia stroked his chin. Chapter 5188, regarding the mysteries of a divine tree. The monarch hesitated for a second before replying. It depends on the tree. The word divine shouldn't be used to describe just any common tree, but people like to overuse this adjective. Li Chia said. I wholeheartedly agree. The monarch made up his mind and tapped Li Chia's shoulder. Come, let me introduce you to an old geezer. A quick look at Tinyurl. Com/2P9M8W will leave you more fulfilled. He acted familiar and was touchy regardless of Li Chia's wish. He laughed and said, it'll be rather beneficial for you if you can solve his problem. Kiki, maybe he'll be your backer and imperial attendant, and plus, I won't owe him anymore. If you can do it, just say the words and I'll agree to anything. Anything? Li Chia smiled. Yes, do you have something in mind already? I won't refuse as long as it is within my ability. The monarch was a straightforward person. I'm afraid this might be too difficult for you. Li Chia said. What do you mean? Although I'm not a supreme cultivator, I still have ample resources up my sleeves. Just tell me what you want. The monarch glared at Li Chia, not appreciating the lack of trust. Li Chia had a faint smile as he responded, I came to Alchemy Dao for a particular lotus flower. It's great that you're willing to help. Which flower? He asked. He's talking about the exalted cascade lotus. The saintess quietly interjected. The startled monarch took a second before glaring at Li Chia. Do you know that it is? He then realized that this was a wasted question. Of course the guy knew what it was and its value. Yes, just a lotus. Li Chia said. Why do you want it? Pill refinement? He inquired further, thinking that this alchemist needed a priceless alchemy ingredient. No. Li Chia shook his head. My courtyard has some bad luck, so I need the flower to chase it away. What kind of joke is this? The monarch jumped up and widened his eyes from astonishment. See, junior uncle, this arrogant guy is here with nefarious intent, we should capture him. The saint child couldn't help but interject. You, go find something else to do, you're an eyesore right now. The monarch shouted at him. The saint child turned red as he stood there awkwardly for a few seconds. He eventually scowled and left the group. Are you serious about using our exalted lotus to chase away bad luck? The monarch asked again. I'm serious. Li Chia said. The monarch's expression changed several times after seeing that Li Chia was not messing around. Do you know how precious a single flower is and how long it takes to blossom? He asked despite already being aware of the answer. It's just a lotus. Li Chia said, rendering the guy speechless. The monarch found this answer ridiculous. As far as he knew, his sect was the only one with a lotus plant of this level in all of the upper continents. Why do you want our lotus? Other alchemy plants can solve this issue. He inquired. Yes, quite a few, such as the quaking immortal vine, abyssal golden flower, elusive draconic orchid. The problem is that they're rather far away and this lotus is the closest. The monarch stared at Li Chia as if he was staring at a madman. Those alchemy materials mentioned were all wondrous. He had only heard or read about them, never seeing one in person. Are you really just using them to chase bad luck away? He couldn't help but ask the same question. What else? Li Chia waved his hand. He felt the urge to yell at the guy for being outrageous but restrained himself since Li Chia had displayed his knowledge prior. These plants and flowers were virtually legendary. They should be used as inheritances and legacies for a sect, or to be refined into peerless pills. Using the exalted lotus for chasing luck away was simply ludicrous. Not even an apex conqueror could be so wasteful. I'm afraid I can't make a decision on this matter. The monarch gave up. It's all right because I'm not asking for permission. I'm telling you out of courtesy. Li Qie smiled. Are you saying that if we don't agree, you will rob us? The monarch stared at him. That's a strong word, all I'm doing is picking a flower. Li Qie said. The monarch felt the urge to yell out profanities but restrained himself. After all, he was a man of status and shouldn't act improperly. The lotus was one of their prized treasures and foundations. If Li Qie were to try, the members would risk their lives to stop him. We do have one flower active right now, but this is beyond my station. If you need it, I can help you negotiate. The monarch took a deep breath and acquiesced. See, isn't this going well? It's hard to refuse someone courteous such as myself. Li Qie smiled. The monarch didn't know whether to laugh or cry when talking to this ridiculous man. He also wondered whether Li Qie had enough power to take on Alchemy Dao. Nonetheless, he was sure that the guy wasn't crazy. He glanced at the bear and the old servant behind him. This only made the assessment more difficult. The negotiation requires some time, no? The monarch said, I will try my best to help you out, but I'm unsure of the result. I still have some patience, at least when it comes to your sect. Li Qie smiled. Great. The monarch patted his shoulder again and said, let's go back to our prior issue. I need your input on a problem of mine. You owe someone a favor? Li Qie gave him the side eye. The monarch coughed awkwardly and said, true, true. He, but I'm sure you will be interested in this. Chapter 5189, Gourd-keeper Monarch led the group to a mansion, his personal residence. The group entered deeper into Alchemy Dao without facing any obstacles because of the monarch. After all, he was the third-ranked member of the sect, only beneath Jade-Cure Conqueror and Panacea Monarch. Geezer, come out, I brought a big shot here for you. He was particularly excited as he entered the backyard filled with precious medicines and springs. There was a fire vein for pill refinement as well. An old man sat there, wearing a robe made of coarse cloth. There were two horn-like protrusions on his head, a bit similar to deer antlers, but they were smaller and forked. When he opened his eyes, darkness enveloped and only allowed room for starlight. It became difficult to discern the directions afterward. He had the aura of a dragon lord accentuated with a bestial presence. Just one roar from him could break the earth. Which big shot? He stood up and asked. The monarch introduced Li Qie and said, this young brother right here, he has a unique view on alchemy, so I took him here to solve your problem. And here I thought you had invited Jade-Cure Conqueror. The old man stared at the duo. Our sect master is not here right now. The monarch shook his head and confidently said, trust me, he can solve it. The old man remained skeptical and stared at Li Qie, only to not notice anything peculiar. However, his eyes changed the moment he saw the bear. He was a brilliant cultivator and could see that this bear was immensely strong. His astonishment grew when he saw the old servant standing behind Li Qie. This old man was clearly even more special than the bear. Alas, he failed to pinpoint their origin. Come, let me introduce you. He is Resplendent Monarch from Qilin Manor. Gourd-keeper said. This was the strongest ancient ancestor from Qilin Manor, a major lineage in the upper continents founded by two beings, Peerless Monarch and Immortal Emperor Qilin. After Grand Dao War, City Lord Ziyan and Heavenly Sage Yuan disappeared from the world. Peerless Monarch became the next lord of the city before giving the position to Imperial Gate and passing away from old age. It was a major contributor to the city's success, not inferior to Dao Alchemy, Imperial Gate, and Iron Tree. Resplendent Monarch possessed an amazing formation that had trapped top cultivators such as Conquerors before. He glanced at Li Qie and then at the old man in blue before asking the latter, may I ask where you are from? The old man didn't answer and simply posed there like a loyal servant. Resplendent found this rather strange. The old man seemed to be stronger than the ordinary youth. Why was he subservient to him? Li Chia took a seat first without waiting for an invitation. Geezer, take out your thing, let young noble Li take a look. Gourd-keeper didn't care for trivial matters and said enthusiastically. I came to Alchemy Dao seeking your help, now you want to throw it to someone else. Resplendent seemed annoyed. No, I couldn't solve it, so I found young noble Li for you. I'm trying my best here. Gourd-keeper said. You should have at least invited Brother Panacea or Jade Cure Conqueror. Resplendent complained. I never said I would help. Li Chia shook his head. Young noble, please don't be offended. Gourd-keeper said, you might actually find this interesting. Having said that, he winked at Resplendent and said, what are you waiting for? Take it out. It's not that I don't want to, you know how serious this matter is. Resplendent apologized and bowed to Li Chia. A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Suppression won't know, I trust young noble Li. Gourd-keeper said. We cannot be so careless when this pertains to the future of Imperial Attendant. Resplendent became serious. Gourd-keeper's expression changed as well. I trust in the young noble, and so does Hallowed Steel Ancestor. Xiao Yao finally spoke. What about that old man? Resplendent stared at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao hesitated and didn't reveal the event she saw. She responded, I'm aware of what's going on right now in Imperial Attendant, and I respectfully think that the young noble can be in charge later. Girl, watch your words. Gourd-keeper said. I am not shooting without aim. She said firmly. He's not from one of our lineages, it's not possible. Resplendent said. If he agrees, this will end 100 Dao's attempt at taking over. Imperial Attendant will return to the orthodox path. Xiao Yao felt as if she could see the future. Though we don't like suppression, 100 Dao had done plenty to protect the city during Imperial War. Resplendent shook his head. Excuse my lack of knowledge, but may I ask how the ancestors are planning to end Suppression Conqueror's authority? Xiao Yao believed that Li Chia was the chosen one, not only for her own life but also the city. She had absolute confidence in this belief. Old geezer, it's not easy. Nothing has changed with you, so you'll lose for sure. No one from Imperial Gate or Iron Tree can stop suppression. Gourd-keeper said. Jade Cure has a chance to win with alchemy if we follow the ancestral guidance. Resplendent said. Still missing a little something. Gourd-keeper disagreed, time is running out, we can afford to take risks. Chapter 5190, so be it, no harm can come from this. Resplendent took a deep breath and nodded. With that, he took out a tree still with fertile soil stuck to the roots. Do you know this divine tree, young noble? Resplendent asked. What it lacked in size, it made up in grace. The trunk and the thick barks resembled a scaled dragon. The leaves were green and brimmed with life. As they swayed, they seemed to be bringing spring back. Some of the leaves were longer than the body and actually touched the ground. It gave the illusion that they were drilling into the ground and could continue to grow, capable of reaching the core of the ground. The Tree of Tranquility. Li Chia said, calling it a sacred tree is fine, but using the word divine is far-fetched. Divine trees are beyond your capability to transplant. This was an offensive statement, especially when he was speaking to a dragon lord with 10 sacred fruits. So which ones are divine trees in your opinion? Resplendent didn't take it in stride. This tree was the best from their Chilan manor, planted by their progenitor, Peerless Monarch. Sure, it wasn't as precious as Alchemy Dao's exalted lotus plant, but didn't deserve the disdainful comment. A so-called divine tree should rule over heaven and earth, grasp the sun and moon, rotate the celestials, and encompass 3,000 worlds. Li Chia said, your tree might be able to conceal a region and safeguard it from a disaster on top of providing solutions to Dao mysteries, but this is not comparable to a true divine tree. The group exchanged glances. I don't think such a tree exists in the 6 continents. Gourd-keeper took a deep breath. That makes it worthy of being a divine tree, but nowadays, people use this adjective all the time. Li Qie responded. The two old men chuckled awkwardly, but Li Qie didn't actually have any intention of calling them out specifically. After reaching this level, they knew that they were far from being unbeatable. Young noble, allow me to show you something. Resplendent finally made up his mind because there was no other option. He took out something resembling a go board. Upon closer inspection, there were mountains and rivers within along with grand veins, looking just like an entire world sealed within. Anyone could tell at first glance that this was an ultimate treasure. Behold, resplendent array of chi, resplendent monarch introduced. Alas, he was interrupted by Li Qie, who grabbed the board from him. He took a look and said, "The 9 worlds should change its name to 9 worlds array instead." He only took a split second to understand the entire board and all of its minute transformations. The basis of this treasure was none other than the 9 worlds, utilizing its terrains to duplicate the momentum and flows. You know about the 9 worlds? Both Gourd Keeper and Resplendent became startled. This went double for Resplendent because the array was their secret. Only ancient ancestors had access to the board. Ordinary disciples never got the chance to take a look or didn't even know what it was. This is not Immortal Emperor Qilan's technique. Li Qie commented, he follows the path of the ancient beasts. Yes. Resplendent became excited, our other progenitor created it. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Peerless Monarch. Gourd Keeper said. Yes, this array managed to stop conquerors and monarchs from entering our city. Resplendent smiled wryly, it is still here but unfortunately, I cannot activate its true power. The flaws and openings were taken advantage of, hence my defeat to suppression. He saw hope in Li Qie, so he revealed everything. Activate. Li Qie formed a mudra and chanted. Buzz. The array released an ocean of light, completely engulfing the manor. The group was taken inside the array afterward. They looked around and saw an unfamiliar world. Only Li Qie found this place familiar, whether it be the majestic mountain range and draconic earth veins. Even the boundless galaxy above took him back to the past. The 9 worlds. He sighed and still remembered. These memories were buried deep in his mind. This place had changed completely and turned into the current 8 desolaces. Nonetheless, someone else in the 6 continents was still in love with this world, deciding to take advantage of their peerless wisdom to imprint these memories into an array. Li Qie became sentimental since he didn't expect to see the 9 worlds again. Chapter 5191. Of course, this was only a mere reflection of the 9 worlds. Nonetheless, memories of familiar faces popped up, those who had fought with him and waited for him. All were no longer around. Prosperous sects and protectors have turned into ashes, not leaving a single trace behind. Worlds have shattered, blue seas turned into mulberry fields. Find the original at pori.com. While Li Qie immersed himself in old memories, Gourd Keeper and Resplendent were shaken. You can control our resplendent array? Impossible. The monarch became slack-jawed and shouted just like a cat with its tail stepped on. Only the merit laws created by peerless monarch of Qilan Manor could activate this secret treasure. In the long history of their sect, only a selected group of geniuses had access to the merit law. Among them, only 3 to 4 managed to learn it, all core members of the sect. This naturally didn't include Li Qie. It was frightening how effortlessly he controlled the array, something a 10-fruit dragon lord couldn't do. As for Gourd Keeper, he had seen the array activated before. When comparing the two, Li Qie resembled its master more. Li Qie sighed and stopped reminiscing. He stared forward and said, Heavenhoof Ravine. You know about this too? Resplendent's astonishment grew since he knew all of their secrets. Don't be surprised, even your progenitor can't control this array as well as I. Li Qie smiled and said. Resplendent retorted, albeit in a feeble tone, our progenitor, peerless monarch, was a true mastermind. She could scheme and control an entire era. Though she wasn't an emperor, she was inferior to none. She created this array and managed to stop the horde by herself from invading imperial attendant. Your progenitor was amazing indeed, a true master of controlling worldly momentum and auras. Li Chia said, but no one can control the momentum of the 9 worlds better than me. Resplendent didn't believe this because the progenitor was the one who created this array. While they were doubting Li Chia's comment, he flew into the air. Rumble. Lightning bolts as thick as mountain ranges struck him. However, their intention was not to kill him but rather empower him. He exuded the lightning affinity and illuminated the 9 worlds like a god of lighting. Its power became his for the taking. The earth veins in the 9 worlds answered his summon and released their colorful rays as well. Boom! The various momentums also gathered around him. Laws belonging to the 9 worlds alone gave him endless potential. Now, his smash wielded the power of an entire epoch, enough to obliterate anyone. As he raised his foot, the first to kneel was Saintess Xiao Yao. Next was Gourd-Keeper Monarch, who lost control of his body. Ra. True Bear wanted to test himself against the power of the 9 worlds. He became gigantic and pushed the momentum upward. Alas, he only lasted a second before being pushed to the ground as well. Resplendent Monarch roared and gathered all of his energy. A yin-yang radiance emerged as a barrier. Unfortunately, he still didn't last long in spite of possessing 10 sacred fruits. Bam! His knees touched the ground. The strongest was none other than the old servant. He stood upright, capable of shouldering the entire heaven. His cultivation was shocking, but as Li Chia slowly pressed his foot down, the ultimate power of the entire 9 worlds pushed down on him. Li Chia became a part of the 9 worlds and was in total control. Bam! Finally, the servant was suppressed just like the others. Young noble, please recall your power. Gourd-Keeper could no longer handle the pressure. Meanwhile, Li Chia gazed down at the 9 worlds while still feeling sentimental. Boom! He dispersed the momentum back to the array. Chapter 5192, Li Chia landed and the group still hasn't regained their wits, unable to fathom Li Chia's perfect mastery over Resplendent Array. Just having strength alone was not enough. Otherwise, the conquerors trapped inside would have been able to take over. In this case, how did an outsider with no access to the essential merit laws be able to control the array? When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. The result was a power countless times stronger than Resplendent Monarch's version. He thought that Li Chia might do a better job than his own progenitor. He wasn't sure of this because he had never seen Peerless Monarch in action. Geezer, the young noble is way better than you at using the array. Gourd-Keeper commented. If I could do it like him, suppression wouldn't have been able to break out. Resplendent smiled wryly, still overwhelmed with emotion. Young noble, how did you do it? He then asked Li Chia. First time trying. Li Chia smiled and said, your peerless monarch was wise indeed, but this array wasn't created by her alone. Other immortal emperors must have helped. Alas, the 9 worlds are too profound and she lacked resources, unable to wield the true momentum. Resplendent Monarch had no response. He pondered in silence, agreeing with Li Chia's assessment of the treasure's complexity. One of the most important reasons for his failure was that he and the others knew nothing about the 9 worlds. Therefore, the previous users couldn't muster its true power. According to Li Chia, it seemed that this array was still not perfected. If it could fully duplicate the power of this ancient world, would it be able to trap the strongest conquerors? How do you know this, young noble? Resplendent asked and was curious about the emperor's involvement. It's obvious after one glance. Li Chia stared at the horizon and said, capable of deducing the flaws of the array in no time at all. This prompted Resplendent Monarch to undergo a silent reflection due to the blow dealt to this ego. He was only one level below those considered as supreme geniuses during his youth. Once he became a dragon lord, he spent all of his time learning the array. After obtaining 5 fruits, he was finally able to control it. His mastery only improved with his cultivation. This process took tens of thousands of years. Now, he felt as if he was an idiot when comparing himself to this man. Geezer, I found the right person. Now I don't owe you anything. Gourd Keeper elbowed him and winked. You want to implant the tree of tranquility into this array. Li Chia told Resplendent Monarch. The latter smiled wryly and responded, I thought I'd done a good job at understanding the array. The problem is that when I fought suppression, he could see through the flaws and openings. The momentum is incomplete due to the flaws. Li Chia said. I'm sure when our progenitor uses it, the flaws will become virtually indetectable. My cultivation isn't enough to hide them. He sighed and said. It is not your fault. Gourd Keeper shook his head. We know how strong suppression is. You were the one who lasted the longest. He is even stronger now. Resplendent said worriedly. Indeed, he has 11 Dao fruits now. It'll be impossible soon for us to take back authority. Gourd Keeper said. They have been mentioning suppression Conqueror of 100 Dao. He was rumored to be the descendant of Sindragon Dao Lord. Because of this, he was rejected by several mighty lineages including Cleansing Incense Dynasty, Sure Gate, and Alchemy Dao. Finally, he was accepted by 100 Dao. This was a rather wise choice since the youth eventually became a conqueror with a limitless future. I hope that by transplanting the tree into the array, it will close some of the gaps. At the very least, it will increase my own power while inside. The problem is that the tree doesn't want to stay in the array. Resplendent elaborated. The momentum rejects the tree. Li Chia answered, when your progenitor created the array, the momentum is already set and it does not allow invaders. The initial planting was fine because it didn't affect anything. As the tree continued to grow inside, the momentum started resisting it. That does make sense. Resplendent said with admiration, I came to Alchemy Dao to ask for help, maybe some of these old men would know how to keep the tree in there. We don't have a method. This is more than just alchemy since it requires working together with the array's overarching momentum. We want to help but are powerless. Gourd Keeper said. Using agricultural alchemy to keep the plant inside is useless. It will only make the flaws more obvious. Li Chia concluded. Chapter 5193. The momentum of the 9 worlds is meticulously embedded into the array. Adding one more thing will create an opening. Li Chia added. Then what should we do? If I can augment the array, maybe there is a chance of fighting evenly with suppression. Otherwise, he'll take advantage of the same flaws. Resplendent asked. I think we have no chance of winning this time. Gourd Keeper sighed. We haven't produced any supreme genius recently while our old bones just can't improve anymore. We can only count on Jade Cure Conqueror's pill refinement skill. Resplendent sighed without confidence. I guess so, I'm not optimistic since suppression will ask for help as well. Gourd Keeper said. We just need a cauldron of time-honed longevity pill, that's the most important thing. Resplendent thought about another option. Yes, Gourd Keeper seemed to have something on his mind but refrained from speaking. Winning what? Li Chia asked the two. They exchanged glances and Resplendent eventually spoke. Please don't laugh, this is an internal political struggle in Imperial Attendant. Oh. Go on. Li Chia was interested. The first Lord of Imperial Attendant was none other than Lord Zi Yen from Imperial Gate. Resplendent said, historically, all of us believed that Imperial Gate was the main branch. Our Alchemy Dao, Iron Tree, Qilin Manor, and some others are responsible for protecting the city. The actual authority resides with Imperial Gate. Gourd Keeper said. Many believe that the 2 great pillars of Imperial Alliance included Cleansing Incense Dynasty and Imperial Attendant City. The city lord and many of the founding members of Imperial Attendant fell during Grand Dao War. The survivors such as Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor remained for a period before leaving. This drastically weakened the city's fighting force. Nonetheless, it persevered until Imperial War. Kappa Race Conqueror guarded the gate against the horde long enough for reinforcement to come before passing away. Subsequently, Peerless Monarch took over Imperial Attendant City until her last years when she returned the rule back to Imperial Gate. Imperial Gate still viewed her as one of them since she had fought with City Lord Zi Yan and the wise sages in the past. She was the last founding member of the first generation. Her selfless act returned the reins back to Imperial Gate. She had no intention of letting Qilin Manor take over. Relative stability continued until the appearance of Suppression Conqueror, a member of 100 Dao. This was a great power in the city but didn't have an intertwining history like the others. Alchemy Dao, Iron Tree, and Imperial Gate all considered themselves a part of Imperial Attendant. The same couldn't be said about 100 Dao. It was started by Bones Dao Lord. Firebird, Peacock, and Sindragon Dao Lord joined afterward. Thus, this boosted the sect to a level strong enough to overwhelm the others near the city. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pourread.com. However, because of the wise sages and Peerless Monarch during that period, the Dao Lords still obeyed the rules of Imperial Attendant. They certainly contributed greatly during all the wars. Later on, the Dao Lords left while Imperial Attendant City suffered a decline. Suppression Conqueror changed everything afterward. All along, Imperial Gate has been in charge since there was a mission. The other main branches focused on this mission and guarded the city, leaving Imperial Gate to rule. As mentioned previously, Peerless Monarch only temporarily took over due to the crisis during Imperial War. Suppression Conqueror didn't share this belief. Through clever interpretation of the rules, he managed to seize authority from Imperial Gate. Though the others wished to stop this, they couldn't stop the Conqueror with 11 fruits. Suppression has overstepped his authority. Gourd Keeper concluded, though it is almost time for the next election, we still need to defeat him. Why does it matter who is in charge? Li Qie smiled. Young noble, you may not know but Imperial Attendant has a noble mission. As for Suppression, he has no intention of following this path. The city will no longer be the same if we can't retake sovereignty. Resplendent shook his head. In my opinion, Suppression is rather ambitious and wishes to move against Imperial Alliance. I do not wish to see the city being used as a tool of war. Our city's very reason for being will turn into ashes. Gourd Keeper lamented. The mission was to survive and wait for a legend to return. Alas, Imperial Attendant was at risk of no longer being the same under Suppression's leadership. I cannot watch the effort of the wise sages go to waste. Resplendent said bitterly. Their group of ancient ancestors had tried their best but Suppression was simply too strong now. You had a chance with Resplendent Array but now, he has 11 fruits. Gourd Keeper said. I must fix the flaws or it is truly impossible. Even then, it's not a sure thing. Resplendent said. Give me the tree. Li Qie stared at them and said. Young noble? Resplendent was surprised. I will recraft the array. Because the momentum is fixed due to lacking resources, it will never become as strong as the real 9 worlds, there is still room for improvement. Li Qie elaborated. You can change the array? Resplendent couldn't believe it. It's an easy task since it's a small array. Li Qie said. Chapter 5194, Resplendent Monarch found himself to be at a loss for words again. Prior to this, he would be furious after hearing such an insulting comment regarding their sex-defining treasure that has been able to trap conquerors. This was the same as insulting their progenitor, Peerless Monarch, because she was the one who created it. Alas, he couldn't retort due to Li Qie's mastery and couldn't agree because that would be diminishing his progenitor's accomplishment. In the end, he smiled wryly and handed the tree over. We're counting on you, young noble. Qilin Manor will honor you for generations too, Buzz. He couldn't finish before the momentum of the 9 worlds lit up and became filled with Dao runes. A quick look at Tinurl. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. The array was being used to its limit and created a maelstrom. It sucked Li Qie inside, making it look like he was one with the array. This is a thing. Resplendent once thought that no one alive was better at using the array than him. Alas, seeing the maelstrom made him realize that he knew very little about the array's potential. You didn't know about this? Gourdkeeper asked. The two were close friends and he had seen Resplendent use the array numerous times. This was a new phenomenon. I didn't know about it. Resplendent said, wondering if he had failed to understand the array. After thinking for a few minutes, he dispelled this lack of confidence. He had total control over the array and could use it at a whim. There was no profundity within that he wasn't privy to. Peerless Monarch left this behind. The quiet old servant finally spoke for the first time. The two became emotional after hearing this. Resplendent became frightened. They had been using the array for eras now, but none figured it out. Today, Li Qie activated it after seeing it for the first time. Moreover, why didn't Peerless Monarch avail this to her own sect members? He couldn't come up with an answer despite trying his best. Who knew more about the 9 worlds than Li Qie? Peerless Monarch was still inferior in this regard. Because of this, he was able to reach the very source of the array, a bright expanse made up of supreme laws varying in origin, immortal emperors, supreme cultivators. Each was unique yet when fused together in harmony to make up the array and granted incredible power. He sighed after sensing the laws since he knew who they represented. Peerless Monarch was not alone in the creation of Resplendent Array. He sat down and eventually, the area in front of him fluctuated and flowed like a spring before turning into a woman. Her regal aura could force others to kneel down. Nonetheless, she also possessed a look of elegance and wisdom. It is an honor to see you again, young noble. The throne awaits you. Miao Chan kneeled and said. You chose to pass away here in order to imprint your mark. He said sentimentally. She was once known as Miao Chan in the 9 worlds. In the current epoch, she was Peerless Monarch of Qilin Manor. Her descendants did not know that she had imprinted her mark into the array itself, becoming its most crucial part. We have been waiting for you, young noble. She said. Now she was the soul of Resplendent Array, a different method of survival. Imperial Attendant City? He smiled wryly. You are the only one worthy of ruling the land. City Lord Ziyan and many others built the city to welcome you back. Alas, war and time have gotten the best of us. I also tried my best but couldn't be here in person for this moment. She said softly. You shouldn't have tried so hard, your suffering was not worth it. He sighed. We were waiting to wait for you, young noble, the 9 worlds require your protection. She said. That's why you crafted the momentum of the 9 worlds. Li Qie said. Yes, the 9 worlds remain in my heart. Due to my shallow cultivation, I can only copy an incomplete version. She said. It was a difficult task indeed. Since I am here today, I will do my best to remove the flaws, a small consolation for your sacrifice. Li Qie smiled. I only regret not being able to follow you again, young noble. She bowed. I'll return this to the source, go rest now. Li Qie sighed and took out the tree. I understand. She bowed again and said, when you have time, please visit Imperial Border. The empresses and fairies have left behind messages. I will. He nodded. She bowed one last time before returning to the source. As for Li Qie, he began deriving the profundities of the Tao in order to create a new momentum with the Tree of Tranquility added. Chapter 5195, Rumble. A towering tree appeared inside Resplendent Array. The branches and leaves spread out to connect with the momentum of the 9 worlds in a blinding spectacle. This caused the momentum to appear again. Resplendent Monarch and the others found themselves traveling to the previous epoch. Previously, they could tell that they were in an illusory world. Now, the Tao laws of the 9 worlds became stable and palpable. They felt that escaping was even harder while being enveloped by light. After a long while, the light subsided and they saw themselves standing in the original courtyard. Li Qie raised the board with his palm and took one last look at it before tossing it back to Resplendent Monarch. Train hard with it. Thank you, young noble, we will do our best to harmonize with the array again. Resplendent prostrated and was overwhelmed with emotion. Li Qie's identity no longer mattered, the only thing the monarch knew was that their array has been improved. You will need more time, I don't think we can take advantage of it now. Gourdkeeper said. I'm leaving right now to train. Resplendent didn't dare to waste time and bowed toward Li Qie again before leaving. Young noble, you are simply incredible. It looks like I have to try my best too in order to get you our lotus. Gourdkeeper calmed down and said. Prior to this, he only wanted to send the message and kept his effort at a minimum. Now, he felt inclined to try harder. Li Qie only smiled in response since it didn't matter to him. The end was the same, only the process varied. Boom! Suddenly, something erupted in Alchemy Tao, causing the ground to shake violently. Disciples became alarmed and looked up at the sky. They saw flames rushing upward like a fire dragon over yonder. A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Shit, Big Bro is failing again. Gourdkeeper ran toward the flames without saying goodbye. Looks like a cauldron is out of control. Li Qie said. First uncle has been trying to finish an ancestral cauldron. Saintess Xiao Yao became worried. Your ancestral cauldron is connected to the earth veins. If it explodes, half of this place will disappear. Li Qie said. It's possible. She turned pale and understood why Gourdkeeper panicked. Let's come take a look before it's too late. Li Qie shook his head. He wouldn't give a damn if this was another lineage. Alas, Alchemy Tao had deep ties with him. Really? She didn't know why she felt so much confidence in him, that he would be able to solve any crisis. She immediately led him to the source of the flames without saying anything else. This place was heavily guarded and unavailable to most disciples. As she led the way, she saw many disciples evacuating. The atmosphere became tense since they were alchemists and could tell that the cauldron was becoming unstable. Pill Valley was the name of the location. It contained their ancestral cauldron, purification, that was created by heavenly sage Yuan, capable of refining 9-form imperial remedies and time-honed longevity pills. Recently, Panacea Monarch has been using it to create some top-level pills. Alas, something seemed to be going wrong. Purification cauldron was connected to the earth veins beneath. Thus, a cauldron explosion could destroy half of Alchemy Tao, hence the evacuation. When the group made it to the valley, they saw the 6 grand elders of the sect. The saintess then realized the gravity of the situation. Panacea Monarch's direct disciple, Miracle Saint Child, was also present. No outsiders. He scowled and didn't let them in. Senior brother, now is not the time for you to be stubborn. I will take responsibility for this. She retorted strongly. They then focused on the great cauldron in the middle of the valley. It had 9 levels rotating at different paces and directions. On the walls of the levels were 100 fire eyes spewing out true flames. One surged like a rapid while another was as gentle as a stream. The very nature of the flames varied as well. One was tinged with red and yellow, looking like the infernal fire of hell. Another had a golden hue, the imperial style. A different one had a dark glow of the demonic affinity. Now, the flames were in disarray and didn't just aim for the alchemy ingredients inside the cauldron. A purple-robed old man tried to control the cauldron. He had a violet glow and looked as tough as a lingji root. He had a medicinal fragrance on his body since he was always around plants and pills. He was known as Panacea, the best maker of 9-form imperial remedy. Unfortunately, He had lost control and the chaotic flames oozed out to form a maelstrom, trying to suck him in. Gould Keeper was there to assist. The two Marshall brothers worked together but ended up being trapped by their own concoction. They gritted their teeth while being drenched in sweat, using their impressive cultivation in an attempt to seal the cauldron. Alas, the flames pulled them in so they were stuck in their own seal. They could only try their best to survive, but time was running out. Chapter 5196. Meanwhile, the 6 Grand Elders tried to come up with a countermeasure. Alas, they had no good plan and didn't dare to recklessly interfere. Just one wrong move would kill their ancient ancestors and destroy alchemy Dao. They felt like ants walking on a hot pan. Though some came up with a few methods, they weren't viable. That's a great cauldron. Li Qie couldn't help but praise. The Saint Child snorted and said proudly, "Of course, Purification Cauldron is our ancestral legacy, there is nothing else like it." Li Qie chuckled and continued to watch the scene. He shook his head and said, "There's not much time left. The earth veins are adding more and more power." One elder said, "If we can't control the flames, they will explode. We need to help our ancient ancestors right now and seal the flames before it's too late." The first elder suggested, "That's courting death." Li Qie shook his head, "No different from fanning the flames, the cauldron will explode for sure and take alchemy Dao with it." "Humph," spouting big words again. The Saint Child uttered coldly, "Our elders are all experts and know the limit. You, an outsider, cannot understand the intricacies of our alchemy skill. Empty buckets, that's all." Li Qie said with a smile. The Saint Child turned red while the 6 elders stared at Li Qie with a frown. "Who may you be? Your lack of civility is not appreciated." The first elder said. "Elder, the young noble surely has a method." The saintess interjected. Due to Li Qie's ordinary appearance, the elders didn't trust him. Only a supreme alchemist with a concentration on pill-making can salvage this situation by controlling the flames. The second elder said. "The cauldron is finished if we don't seal the flames. Only Her Majesty can do so." The first elder had no confidence. Unfortunately, Jade Cure Conqueror was not in the sect currently and they couldn't communicate with her. "What are we waiting for? Let's seal them." The 6th elder became impatient. "But the pills are about to take form." The Saint Child said. "Sealing the flames is all we can ask for, forget about the pills." The first elder said. "Lacking both refinement and understanding of alchemy." Li Qie said disapprovingly, "What have you learned from your predecessors? You cannot seal these flames of 100 Dao even if you try. Do you understand the Dao of fire control?" The first elder asked. "A little bit." Li Qie responded. "The young noble knows how to seal them, he'll be able to save junior and senior uncle." Xiao Yao immediately said. "Sealing the cauldron is the worst method." Li Qie said, "The flames can still be controlled to finish the refinement process." "Impossible, the cauldron is lost, how can we even finish the refinement process?" The third elder disagreed. "The fire sources are out of control, how long can you seal them? Moreover, given your power, do you believe that you can stop the earth veins formed by your progenitor?" Li Qie said. "He's not wrong about that." The group exchanged glances. They might not be able to seal the veins despite working together. After all, they were created by heavenly sage Yuan. "Ridiculous, the cauldron will explode soon if we don't do something. What is your nefarious scheme in delaying us?" The Saint Child shouted. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. He then told the elders, "Elders, do not trust this outsider. If we don't do something now, Master and Junior Uncle will perish." "Sir, these flames can still be controlled?" The first elder held on to a sliver of hope. After all, they didn't want to waste incredibly precious materials. The entire sect had worked to gather them for this cauldron. Moreover, he also knew that they wouldn't be able to seal the flames for long. This would only delay the inevitable. Not difficult. There are 9 levels to the cauldron. Situate them so that the flames would intertwine back to the cauldron for the refinement process. Li Qie said. Just like that? No way. The elders stood there in a daze. It should be possible, the young noble certainly has a plan. The saintess said. It is just too simple. The 6th elder said. Using the natural flow from the earth veins through situating the layers perfectly, the 100 Tao flames will neutralize each other and will weaken as a result. This is gentle enough to refine the pills. The 1st elder mused. If that's the case, I'll give it a shot. The saint child heard this and was eager to contribute. Activate. He roared and made a mudra, performing a fire control art. Buzz. Tao lights enveloped his hands as he began changing the rotating layers. Creak. The layers changed the direction of the violent flames and sure enough, they started mixing with each other. It's working. The saint child was ecstatic and thought that he could control the flames. Poof. Suddenly, the harmonizing flames roared like a true dragon and rushed outward. This is bad. One elder shouted. Be careful. The saintess bellowed, but it was too late. Ah. The saint child didn't have time to show off his flame-warding ability since he was instantly incinerated. Li Qie stared at the pile of ashes and shook his head. Regular fire control art doesn't work here. The 1st elder didn't have time to mourn. He watched the 2 trapped ancient ancestors and asked Li Qie, what is the method then? Heavenly Flame Tao Controller. Li Qie said. The 6 gasped and the 1st elder said, this technique has been lost, it is only a legend now. Foolish. Your progenitor clearly embedded this technique into your fire control art. This is due to a lack of basic, wanting to excel quickly without truly understanding the mysteries of fire control. You have let her down. Li Qie glanced at them. How can this be? The elders couldn't believe it. Watch. Li Qie stepped forward and touched the great cauldron. He formed a mudra to move the 9 layers to just the right position for the fire eyes to align together. The 6 elders could see that he was using the same fire control art from their sect. Isn't that our method? The elders were astounded to see his accuracy. Yes. One elder responded. They also noted that although he was using a simple variation, the flames were completely under his control. Not even a single strand of flames was being misused. Chapter 5197. His technique could be utilized by any disciple from Alchemy Tao. However, he had reached a state of apogee. The elders found his movements and mudra to be awfully familiar yet foreign. This was because they had never seen a master of this level before. They once thought that there was no point in mastering the elementary techniques due to their limitation. Most cultivators looked down on simplicity. They believed that the more complicated the merit laws, the more worthwhile. This was especially true for the secret laws. The elders saw their ancient ancestors failing to control the cauldron with the best available merit laws. On the other hand, Li Qie alleviated the chaos through the use of elementary techniques. Creak. He controlled the movements of the 9 layers perfectly in order to maintain harmony between the Tao flames. Eventually, they started flowing like water down the layers into the cauldron, no longer possessing any destructive tendency. This was the first time the spectators saw these flames acting so docile. All 100 different Tao flames have fused together into a single stream. Grinding soy milk was a close comparison. Only a highly skilled master could grind the soybeans into a smooth and creamy texture. Currently, Jade Cure Conqueror was the best alchemist in their sect. Alas, she wasn't at this level either. Watching Li Qie in action left everyone speechless, including the 2 ancient ancestors. Find the original at poreed.com. After exerting his dominance, he separated the Tao flames again and made them rush up into the air like 100 fire dragons. Heavenly Flame Tao Controller. Gourd-keeper and Panacea bellowed in astonishment. This is the legendary method. The 6 elders couldn't believe their own eyes. They knew how to use these elementary techniques employed by Wuxia. How did it end with such a legendary effect? Boom! A thunderous noise erupted and the fire dragons evolved into something greater. Lightning coursed through their body. A lightning tribulation. Gourd-keeper and Panacea had refined wonderful pills before. Alas, even their best ones didn't produce this phenomenon. It meant that even the most basic materials would turn into wondrous pills. The tribulation signaled that the pills within were beyond the limit of the Grand Tao and became a challenge to the heaven. The true dragons roared and rushed back into the cauldrons. Loud explosions could be heard while the flames returned to the earth veins. Now, Wuxia ended the process and opened the cauldron, releasing a boundless golden radiance and a permeating medicinal fragrance. Various visual phenomena manifested into reality: dragons and tigers, a rising sun, and many others. The 2 ancient ancestors who were saved stood there frozen like chicken, the same for the others. Gourd-keeper and Panacea were widely considered to be among the top 5 pill specialists in the upper continents. Alas, they had never invited these phenomena before. The best pill maker, Conqueror, had never done so either. Wuxia took out the gourd inside and tossed it to the saintess. She poured out 1 pill and saw that it was golden with all of the various phenomena contained within. Just smelling it made any pain disappear. A full 9 rotations. She shouted after recognizing its quality. Impossible. No one after the progenitor has been able to do so. The 6 elders shouted. Let me take a look. Panacea wanted to check the pill. His hands were shaking as he accepted it. The 2 brothers inspected the pill and became startled. Panacea was shaking so much that he nearly dropped it. This is the finest grade, the highest level of refinement, Gourd-keeper murmured. 9-form imperial remedy, just like its name, had 9 levels. The higher, the more effective. Panacea considered himself to be a better healing medicine alchemist than even Conqueror. He had gathered materials that were at least 1,000,000 years old for this cauldron. During the process, he reached the 8th level and wanted to take it a step further. He intensified the flames and stability was lost. The 9th level was out of reach for him. On the other hand, Wuxia easily refined 9th level pills, not to mention that this was the very limit as well, the finest grade. Chapter 5198. No one from Alchemy Dao had seen pills of this level before. Not to mention regular cultivators, even conquerors and monarchs could only dream of them. The highest quality remedies were only seen back during the era of their progenitor, Heavenly Sage Yuan. I read that the progenitor refined a bottle during immemorial epoch war for the emperors and another for Grand Tao War. Both were used up by the injured combatants. Panacea's voice trembled. We are looking at some now. Gourd-keeper was overwhelmed emotionally. The servant took a deep breath after seeing them. This was something usable by him and apex conquerors. True Bear let out a cry as well. Because of his previous recklessness, he nearly became insane. If he had this pill back then, all complications would have been prevented. Fine, you can have some. Wuxia took the gourd and poured some pills into his palm. He then tossed some to the servant and True Bear. The 2 caught the pills and carefully put them away, the opposite of Wuxia's carefree toss. They then bowed to show gratitude. Gourd-keeper and Panacea didn't have a problem with this. Although the materials belonged to Alchemy Dao, Wuxia had certainly saved their entire sect. Thank you, young noble, we will erect a shrine dedicated in your honor. They and the elders bowed to show respect. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. No need for a shrine, just fulfill your responsibility by training better, that's the best way to repay me. Stop besmirching your progenitor's prestige. Wuxia stared at them and said. The old man's face grew hot with embarrassment. This was their first time being looked down upon with regard to alchemy. They were considered the authority of this branch, always teaching others, never being taught until now. Alas, he sounded like a teacher who was disappointed in his incapable students. They had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Young noble, could you teach us your peerless pill-making art?" Gourd Keeper was familiar with Li Qie and shamelessly asked. Li Qie glared at him in response. "Your progenitor had taught you the heavenly flame control art already. You all failed to recognize her kind intention by doing a terrible job at training." "Yes." They all nodded respectfully, not daring to talk back. "We are idiots indeed, to miss the legendary technique." Panacea sighed. "Not quite idiots, just greedy and short-sighted for focusing on secret laws before mastering the basics." Li Qie said. "Thank you for your guidance, young noble." Panacea said, "We will educate the young disciples better and learn from this ourselves. We will not besmirch Alchemy Dao's reputation. I'm not interested in what you do with the sect. I'm leaving after getting the lotus." Li Qie shook his head. "What lotus?" Panacea didn't understand. Gourd Keeper then explained Li Qie's purpose for coming to Alchemy Dao. If it were anyone else, Panacea would have become livid at this outrageous request. Alas, they couldn't refuse Li Qie. "We have agreed to give you a flower, young noble. We'll report this to the sect master later," Panacea said after a brief discussion with Gourd Keeper. With that, he ordered someone to fetch a flower. Now with a short break, he sighed and reflected on the death of his disciple. Silly child. He wanted to bury the saint child, but there was virtually nothing left but scattering ashes. A while later, the exalted lotus was taken to Li Qie. This one had blossomed, its petals resembled pieces of exquisite jade. They were warm to the touch, the pistil exuded a five-colored radiance along with special strands of Tao laws. They resembled heavenly waterfalls and were always changing their shape. There was an indistinct fragrance that required someone to get close. Despite its faint nature, it was unforgettable and could rid someone of their worries. Its purification nature could bring anyone back to the light. A wondrous flower. Li Qie sniffed and commented. "Young noble, will you stay at Alchemy Dao for a while?" The two ancient ancestors wanted him to stick around. They wanted to learn more techniques from him for the sake of the sect. Unfortunately, he had no intention of staying after obtaining the lotus flower. As he was leaving, warning gongs resounded across the sect. Enemies? Panacea's expression darkened. Rumble. Bright barriers emerged in the air. Alas, the intruders were too fast and made it through the barriers before they were fully formed. Panacea and Gourd Keeper became alarmed and leaped into the air as well. They blocked the way and saw two intruders, one old and one young. The first left behind a fiery trail, looking like the tail of a phoenix. The temperature increased rapidly as space was on the verge of melting. The fiery trail turned out to be an actual tail belonging to a middle-aged man. Chapter 5199. The man's mighty aura pulsed outward across Alchemy Dao. Its heat was unbearable for the disciples despite them being around flames every day. Even ancestors had a hard time withstanding this temperature. This was partly due to his cultivation, but most importantly, he possessed a unique demonic true flame at birth. Dracoflame Sparrow. The Alchemy Dao's ancient ancestors' expression darkened. "I apologize for the rude entrance." The middle-aged man said, "I reported my visit to your disciples, but due to the long wait, I took it upon myself to enter." Panacea and Gourd Keeper scowled after hearing this. "What do you want?" Panacea uttered coldly. "I am here under my master's order to let you know that the date draws near. If Alchemy Dao has no objection, he will continue to rule." Dracoflame Sparrow said. Gourd Keeper glanced at the youth standing behind him. He was no stranger to the Saintess, Odd Flame Pill Monarch. "Looks like you got help from Dark Flame Cauldron Emperor." Panacea snorted. This doesn't violate any rule since the Emperor has no sect affiliation. Of course, feel free to challenge my master again, whether it be alchemy or cultivation. Dracoflame was a direct disciple of Suppression Conqueror and had 9 sacred fruits. As for Darkflame Cauldron Emperor, he was one of the best alchemists right now. Only Jade Cure Conqueror was on the same level. Of course, most preferred to ask her for help because her pills were orthodox and gentle. On the other hand, his pills were certainly effective, but not without side effects. Don't forget that he is in Divine Alliance. Gourdkeeper said. He is first a member of 100 Dao. Plus, Divine Alliance is not an actual sect. Dracoflame smiled. Mere sophistry. Panacea responded. It is the truth, which is why you accepted defeat and my master became the ruler of the city. He is reasonable and obeys the rule, everyone knows this. Thus, no need to bring this up again, Monarch. Dracoflame said. The only reason why they didn't accept Suppression Conqueror was due to his not being from the main branch. Nonetheless, he did not usurp the throne and followed all the ancestral rules. I am here today just to ask whether Alchemy Dao will rescind your claim or otherwise. He went on. Don't even think about it. His term is over, he needs to leave the city. Panacea said. Then Alchemy Dao will have to defeat my master. Which do you pick? Dracoflame asked. Pill Dao then. Panacea exchanged glances with Gourdkeeper for a second before deciding. Who will the challenger be? You or the Conqueror? Dracoflame inquired. Our Conqueror will take part. Panacea said. I heard that she is not currently in Alchemy Dao or Imperial Alliance. Dracoflame smiled. Don't worry about our business. She will be there at the designated hour. Gourdkeeper said. Perfect, my master will be waiting. Now, I must leave to go inform Chelan Manor and Iron Tree. Dracoflame said. I suggest that you stop trying to take over Imperial Attendant. Gourdkeeper said. No, we are a part of Imperial Attendant and only wish to contribute. Dracoflame said. Is that so? I can see Suppression's ambition already, pointing his sword at Imperial Alliance. Panacea said. I do not dare to comment on this matter. Dracoflame shook his head. As Dracoflame was leaving with Odd Flame, the latter noticed another group. It's you. Odd Flame shouted. Dracoflame stared intensely at Wuxia, sparks appeared in his eyes. Sir, you killed the 6 gods back in Immortal's Peak? He asked. Probably. Wuxia stopped and yawned. Looks like you weren't just a passerby. Dracoflame said while still trying to analyze Wuxia. Senior, kill him. Odd Flame said, confident of his backer. I spared you once yet you court death? Wuxia smiled and ordered True Bear, kill him. Raw. True Bear rushed straight for the youth. Protect me, senior. He immediately hid behind Dracoflame. Halt. Dracoflame waved his hand and released a cauldron with a divine inferno toward the bear. The servant behind Wuxia instantly retaliated and easily suppressed the cauldron, destroying the inferno within and forcing Dracoflame back. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Ah. Odd Flame couldn't run and fought back to no avail against the mighty beast. My master knows sword Si Dao Lord, Divine Alliance will destroy you if you. Odd Flame was scared out of his mind once the bear opened its jaw. Crack. The bear didn't care for the threat and ate him alive. Dracoflame could only watch because the servant was ready to stop him. You are cruel for letting your beast run amok. Dracoflame told Wuxia. So what? Wuxia said casually, your master is Suppression Conqueror, correct? That's right. Dracoflame didn't dare to underestimate Wuxia. Tell him to get out of Imperial Attendant City or I will stomp him to death. Wuxia said. You. Dracoflame's expression became ugly. Chapter 5200. Dracoflame took a deep breath and maintained his composure while still analyzing Wuxia and the servant. As a dragon lord with 9 sacred fruits, his vision was impeccable. After traveling with his master, he met numerous big shots, but Wuxia seemed different. This person resembled an ordinary youth, but his servant was unfathomable. Dracoflame knew that he stood no chance against the old man after the first exchange. He wasn't afraid of the bear, but this creature was rather powerful. It frustrated him not being able to see through Wuxia. Why did such an ordinary man have these capable servants? May I ask, where are you from and what is your grievance with my master? I can deliver your message to him. Dracoflame said, capable of being flexible in adversarial times. I have no grievances with your master, but he is not qualified to lead Imperial Attendant and needs to scram. Wuxia smiled. 100 Dao is a part of Imperial Attendant. We have contributed meritoriously and my master is in charge in accordance with the rules. Dracoflame said, no matter the angle, my master is qualified to rule, his dominion is recognized by the various powers of the city. You speak well, but it is useless with me since I am the laws. I won't make it difficult and keep you here. Go, tell your master. Wuxia waved his hand. Dracoflame didn't know what to do before this arrogant man. Keep in mind that 100 Dao was the defining power in Imperial Attendant currently, and his master was a being nearly on the same level as Sword Queen or All Things Dao Lord. They couldn't tell him to scram as if they were clear superiors. This was insulting enough to warrant a fight to the death. Nonetheless, Dracoflame took a deep breath and said, I will send the message, but just know that you are out of line. My master will surpass everyone, just an insect. I am showing mercy out of consideration for the ancestors of 100 Dao, hence giving him time to scram. Wuxia answered. You. Dracoflame had to restrain himself again. Fine, I will leave now, but my master does not respond well to threats. Visit Imperial Attendant if you wish, he will be waiting. How interesting. Let him know that he should prepare a coffin before my arrival. Wuxia smiled. Listeners couldn't believe it. Everyone knew the might of Suppression Conqueror. The ancient ancestors of Qilin Manor, Iron Tree, and Alchemy Dao couldn't take him down, while Wuxia spoke as if this was no big deal. Sir, we'll be awaiting your arrival. Dracoflame quelled the internal fury and bowed. Good. I can see that you're talented, so I will spare you once in the future. Wuxia nodded. Dracoflame had never been treated like an ant before. The guy spoke as if he could crush Dracoflame on a whim. This feeling of being treated with utter contempt infuriated him. Nonetheless, he knew that as long as the old servant was around, there was nothing he could do to Wuxia. I appreciate your kind intention. Dracoflame bowed again and left with haste. Young noble, are you going to Imperial Attendant to take down Suppression? Gourdkeeper became excited because with Wuxia's help, their chance of victory would soar. I will, but not right now. Wuxia said. Let's pick a time then. We'll tell the geezer to bring Resplendent Array before launching an assault. Gourdkeeper suggested. No need. Wuxia shook his head. The group became disappointed after hearing his refusal. They wanted to keep him around, but he was already leaving with his followers. They tagged along until they were outside of Alchemy Dao. They waved in his direction and shouted, please come visit us when you have time. Saintess Xiaoyao, in particular, stared in his direction for a long while even though he was no longer in sight. She wanted to say goodbye, but since the seniors were around, she didn't get the chance to be alone with him. Moreover, she didn't have the courage. She felt especially disappointed because she didn't know when the next meeting would be. She thought about chasing after him just to say goodbye or just to take another glance at him. Alas, he had disappeared into the horizon. He is something else. Panacea said, no matter how strong we are, we will only be able to watch his back. Yes. Xiaoyao nodded. Theft is never good, try looking at. He gently patted her head and said, silly girl, your responsibility is to develop Alchemy Dao back to its golden age, don't think about anything else. Senior uncle, I don't know what you're talking about. She turned red and wanted to hide in a hole. I'm not blind. He sighed, I'm afraid you're not qualified to stay by his side. Look at his followers, I can't even detect their cultivation. He might not even accept you a servant, poor girl. Senior uncle. The embarrassed girl ran back to the sect, not wanting to stick around. Chapter 5201, Li Qia returned to the old man's courtyard. True Bear lay down on the steps outside and the old servant stood by the corner. Li Qia opened the door and placed the exalted lotus into the pond. Tiny laws pulsed from the flowers and took root in the pond, forming rhythmic ripples as a result. The ripples seemed to be forming the image of the corpse that had been buried. It started showing signs of life with the soul returning. Nonetheless, this wasn't an instant process. A seal in front of the chest gradually melted into every inch of the corpse, seemingly recreating the physical essence. Previously, the seal was the only thing holding a silver of life back. It could last for an eternity, but now, it was returning life back to the corpse. This was akin to a seed receiving enough water and sunlight. Although the original plant was dead, it could always grow again under the right circumstances. This was the reason why Li Qia left the seal behind in the past. Meanwhile, the exalted lotus instilled its own effect into the pond. Pop. 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 Only top cultivators could sense this delicate addition. 3,000 worlds filled with life seemed to be opening with the lotus and changed the courtyard. Not a bad smell, ominous energy is being chased away. The old man who was relaxing on his chair took a sniff. If you want, I can sprinkle this essence on your corpse and bury it deep down. In my opinion, it'll be preserved and smell good for years to come. No thanks, save it for yourself. The old man became annoyed. I won't have the opportunity because when I die, I don't think there will be a speck of dust left. Li Qia said. Not dying from old age, only villains. The old man opened his eyes and said. That's the right description for you. Li Qia said. No, only 3 are suitable with this description. You, him, and the villainous heaven. The old man said. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. I can't say that you're wrong. Seems like the 3 of us have been cursed quite a bit by others. Li Qia thought about it before nodding. You're pitiful. The old man smiled. You know what you are doing, but how many give a damn? Most are afraid of you, some revile and despise you, a savior who blew himself up. You get nothing for your sacrifice. Don't pity me, I'm only doing it for myself. Buddha and the Tao, all I seek is the Tao. If I become the Buddha, that's merely ancillary. Plus, I've never claimed to be the savior. Those who do usually destroy their own world eventually. Li Qia stared at the old man. Believe what you want. The old man responded, even if you were to eliminate the villainous heaven, the inhabitants of the world will fear you instead. The same way everyone fears the villainous heaven now, that's fine. Li Qia chuckled. In a way, the villainous heaven is pitiful as well. Standing at the apex for countless epochs now, understood by no one. The old man nodded. Really now? Li Qia looked up at the endless azure, thinking about an eternal existence that has been watching the myriad worlds. Suddenly, a ship appeared above Imperial Attendant City, looking like a colossal fortress. What is that? The inhabitants beneath became startled. See Conch. An expert recognized it right away. No, it's Tang's Emporium now. A big shot from the last generation said. Back in the courtyard, Li Qia also looked up at the ship. Si Conch was its old title. Boss Tang bought it and changed its name. An ancestor commented. Tang's Emporium? What a strange name for a ship. A youth said. Boss Tang has an eccentric personality. A senior shook his head. Rumble. 13 bejeweled thrones appeared and floated in an arc in front of the ship. The auction shall commence in 3 days. A lazy-sounding voice came from the ship. Another auction? This started an uproar throughout the city. Boss Tang is starting an auction soon. This news spread swiftly across all 4 alliances, Lesser Firmament, Azure Peak, and Pure Land. I've been waiting a long time for this, more than 10,000 years now. One powerful cultivator said. Meanwhile, great existences in these powers stood up and opened their eyes. The greatest merchant is on the move again. What will be the prize? An apex existence woke up from her slumber and murmured. We must have one of the thrones. Everyone focused on the 13 thrones. Chapter 5202, Boss Tang was a unique existence in a world reigned by conquerors and Dao lords. Sovereigns and dragon lords were also everywhere along with the occasional sightings of gods. They were the rulers of this world. Merchants shouldn't be uttered in the same breath. However, Boss Tang always commanded attention. This included the most brilliant emperors and conquerors. He operated a particular shop that might only be open for business even 10,000 years or so. It became the wake-up call for many slumbering existences. The merchandise consisted of highly coveted treasures meant for top cultivators. Joining the auction alone required tremendous power and resources. There were 13 thrones outside of the ship, meaning that only 13 powers and individuals were eligible to enter. Despite the renowned prestige of the auction, people knew very little about Boss Tang. Rumor has it that he came from 8 Desolaces. Others said that he has been around since time immemorial. A particular belief stated that Boss Tang was actually an organization, not a singular man. Some top conquerors had tried to find his origin before but came up with nothing. He was enigmatic, arrogant, and inscrutable. He never held back, always acting true to his desire regardless of the opponent. This attitude was made possible due to his frightening power. This was why no one dared to rob him despite his wealth. Both the old man and Li Chia sniffed the air. Smells familiar. The old man said. It's there. Li Chia smiled but was in no hurry to make a move. Boss Tang, what do you have for the auction this time? A cheerless voice resounded from the sky, piercing through heavens and earth like a sword. Everyone felt as if they were being suppressed by an ultimate sword user, finding it hard to catch their breath. Sword Si Dao Lord. They all became startled. He was one of the few entities capable of changing the future direction of the upper continents after taking over Principal Conqueror's position in Divine Alliance. A sea creature from 8 Desolaces actually managing to become the leader of Divine Alliance was shocking. This was a testament to his ability. 4 decent items this time. Boss Tang leisurely responded. Heaven Reckon, Dream Immortal Order, and a Reincarnation 9 Leaves. He elaborated. The names of these 3 treasures shocked listeners. Dream Immortal Order? One is still around? An ancient ancestor stood up and became overwhelmed with excitement. Where did he get one? A conqueror felt the same way since this treasure was thought to be extinct. Heaven Reckon. I think I've heard about it before, a legendary ruler. An ancient god found this title familiar. It is deeply connected to Buddhism. Someone else remembered its origin and took a deep breath. However, the oldest emperors and Dao lords were only interested in the 3rd item, Reincarnation 9 Leaves. A chance to live again, perhaps. An ancient emperor's eyes pulsed with an intimidating light. Any emperor at this point was near the end of their lifespan. They had consumed countless longevity plants in the past and couldn't delay the inevitable. However, this item was one of the rare exceptions. If they could somehow use it and achieve reincarnation, they would be able to live another life. This novel is available on Pori.com. I thought there was only one left. A big shot asked his friend who was a king. As far as I know, Azure Peak has it. The king responded. Where did Boss Tang get another then? Everyone became curious. This alchemy plant's value was beyond words. Only one was known to exist, and Azure Peak didn't let anyone get close. The four alliances will compete for it since they can recruit an apex emperor with it. The big shot said. It's no different for the Immortal Order since everyone can use it. When was the last time one showed up? Entering the dream realm will change one's destiny. The friend said. What about the fourth treasure? Someone else noticed that Boss Tang had only listed 3 things. 1. Chapter 1903. Chapter 5203. The fourth is at the immortal level, the best, and shall be saved for last. The price will be sky high, so prepare well. Boss Tang's voice came from the ship again. Everyone already knew that all of his treasures were special. Ordinary imperial treasures were meaningless in his eyes. Just the first 3 treasures were shockingly tempting to top cultivators. However, the last one seemed to be on an entirely different level. An immortal treasure in this world? A dragon lord questioned the statement. Even though there are no immortals, it can still be considered to be at the immortal level. Boss Tang said confidently and left no room for question. What exactly is it? A domineering voice came from Imperial Attendant City, sounding as if it could be coming from a true dragon. Suppression Conqueror. Many recognized this voice. An immortal treasure. Boss Tang responded without adding any new information. Even if it's not one, it's still incredible. Everyone understood how special it was after hearing the firm response. They all speculated about what it could be. Divine Alliance shall participate. A sword soared across the air and pinned down one of the thrones, not allowing anyone to get close. Sword Si Dao Lord himself had taken action. Imperial Alliance shall participate. A rune crossed through the dimension and imprinted the word Imperial on a different throne. Heaven Alliance. Next came a devastating lightning bolt to mark another throne. Its power was oppressive and intimidating. So will Dao Alliance. This voice had a draconic affinity. A vast, auspicious Dao billowed and added the symbol of Dao Alliance to the fourth throne. Explore the extended edition on Pori.com. The 4 alliances are in. No one dared to compete with these 4 powers. I should be a good host. Count me in. The domineering voice from Imperial Attendant City resounded. Boom. A rune with the character, Suppression, took the 5th spot. I shall join as well. The sky suddenly turned dark and nether gales took over, creating dust storms everywhere. The city beneath became assaulted by a ghastly energy. Countless black skulls manifested into reality and scared the hell out of everyone. They thought that another powerful cultivator was coming to claim one of the thrones. However, a black banner coiled around the gigantic ship. I'll take all the treasures. A mighty dual-horned ghost appeared and wanted to drag the ship away. Ghost Tyrant Banner. He was a notorious dragon lord that had refined a kingdom into his banner, turning the victims into a specter army. This cultivator believed in his power and wanted to capture the entire ship. However, sharp rays came from within and cut through the banner. Shit! The ghost became alarmed. His banner had been refined and empowered by countless souls, capable of refining anything trapped within. Alas, it was easily cut through by the rays. This prompted him to flee right away, abandoning the disintegrating banner. Creak. As he was running, a cannon on the ship aimed in his direction and shot out a blinding beam. It pierced through space and time, making escaping an impossibility. The ghost knew this, so he turned around, summoning all of his treasures and utilizing his merit laws. A ghost domain emerged, wanting to block the beam. Boom! The mighty domain exploded into nothingness while the beam pierced through his chest, causing him to fall from the sky. Leave! He roared during the crisis and made his sacred fruits leave with his true fate. In the next moment, a second beam obliterated his head and a third beam destroyed the fruits along with the true fate. Ah! He let out his last cry before the corpse hit the ground. The crowd became silent as they watched a powerful dragon lord being taken down after 3 shots. No wonder why people didn't try to rob Tang's emporium in the past. One expert shuddered. I welcome these attempts since it's been a while since I've last killed. I do miss it. Boss Tang spoke, not afraid of anyone in the upper continents. Chapter 5204, The sudden ambush from the ghost only served as an interlude. The other apex cultivators didn't bother because they understood that the greatest merchant in the world was not one to be trifled with. Huh, didn't this belong to you? The old man in the courtyard said without opening his eyes. Li Qie smiled while looking at the ship once known as Sea Conch. He had refined it numerous times and turned it into an incredible artifact. Why did the brat have it now? Boom! Deeper into Dao Alliance, a sun rose and illuminated all directions. Next came a loud blast, resulting in the mark of a sun on one of the thrones. Azure School, 1 spot. An imposing voice said. What? Why aren't they with Dao Alliance? Some listeners became confused. Azure School is rising thanks to Shao Qingtian. An ancient ancestor, do they want to rule Dao Alliance again? I don't see why not. A big shot from Dao Alliance whispered, Dao Alliance was started by Illumination Conqueror, it's just that emperors from 8 Desolaces have taken over. There was a hint of indignation in his voice. Yes, if we were back in our golden age under Illumination Conqueror, Heaven and Divine Alliance wouldn't dare to be so arrogant now. We would massacre the race. A dragon lord from Dao Alliance agreed. Dao Alliance was currently under the leadership of all things Dao Lord. However, he wasn't its founder. In a distant era, Illumination Conqueror fought the alliances alone before eventually forming Dao Alliance with allies who shared the same ideology. Dao Alliance was immensely strong and forced the race back. However, the Conqueror suddenly left Dao Alliance and started Azure School. Nonetheless, Azure School remained an ally of Dao Alliance. It had led Dao Alliance for some generations as well. No one understood why Illumination Conqueror left during Dao Alliance's golden age. According to the legend, the Conqueror's final phrase before leaving was, "The majority of you have forgotten your aspiration." Because of this, most speculated that the Conqueror quarreled with the other members, resulting in the separation. Today, Dao Alliance already had a spot. Why did Azure School take one as well? Wouldn't this be going against all things Dao Lord? Of course, others didn't dare to comment on this sensitive matter. Amitabha. A Buddhist light appeared in the distant Pure Land. It crossed through the realms and pulsed on top of a throne. Pure Land is in too. Someone commented. This was another power comparable to the 4 alliances. Apex conquerors didn't dare to be arrogant there. It didn't take long before more than half of the spots were taken. No one dared to compete with these behemoths either. You're not joining the fun? The old man asked with a smile. I would just take them if I actually care. Li Qie shook his head. To access the premium content, go to. Always so shameless. The old man said. At least I have more grace than you thieves. Li Qie commented before adding, I'll go outside for a bit. You best hurry and take the coffin out, it's occupying my grave. The old man reminded. Of course, how can I do something so wretched? I'm just borrowing your grave for a bit. Li Qie said. The old man was helpless, or this would have been prevented from the start. He could only watch Li Qie take over his spot. Creak. Li Qie opened the door and saw a youth standing outside. True Bear was standing up and showed his fangs, ready to bite the youth at any moment. As for the old servant, he remained in the corner and didn't pay attention. When he saw Li Qie, he finally made a move and appeared behind Li Qie. True Bear ran over as well, still looking aggressive. The youth was surprised to see this scene and scanned the 3 cultivators. This group of trio didn't make sense. Dao brother, I apologize for coming unannounced. He bowed toward Li Qie and said. Although he dressed plainly, this exceptionally handsome youth had eyes like stars and other impeccable features. His aura was strong as well, looking like a towering mountain. Nothing could get through him, a barrier of the cosmos. Impressive. Li Qie nodded approvingly. I forgot to introduce myself, how rude of me. My name is Li Zhitian. I arrived in the city just now and noticed the phenomena here, hence my unwelcome visit. I didn't expect the door to be locked either. The youth said. Li Qie didn't react to the name. The same couldn't be said for others since they would instantly become shocked and perhaps lost in admiration. He came from Imperial clan and was one of the 3 grand geniuses of the upper continents. Imperial was a pillar of Heaven Alliance, created by Crimson Emperor. Later on, it had notable figures such as Titanic Conqueror. Crimson Emperor was one of the premier leaders of Celestial Court, leading the race during immemorial epic war. Titanic Conqueror was impressive as well, defeating Dao Alliance in the upper continents and even attacking Immortal Dao City in the Immortal Continent. Now, Li Zhitian was rumored as a genius capable of following in their footsteps. In spite of his age, he already possessed 12 sacred fruits, completely overshadowing his peers. I'm a guest as well. Li Qie smiled. Li Zhitian cupped his fist and said, I cannot imagine the wondrous affinities contained in those phenomena. May I ask who is staying in this courtyard? When he first came, he saw the mighty bear, which was surprising enough. However, he couldn't even push the door open, something more startling. Chapter 5205. Li Zhitian was awfully excited to see the door opening, thinking that he would be able to see the master of the courtyard. He didn't expect to see someone so average like Li Qie. However, the bear and the old man were clearly his followers. He could see the power of the bear. Why would such a powerful creature act like a pet? As for the old man, this person remained elusive but most likely stronger than him. In that case, his master must be even more frightening. Therefore, it was strange because he could tell that Li Qie's cultivation was just average, completely insignificant when compared to his own. This made him more curious because he hasn't seen anyone like Li Qie, whether it be in the upper continents or the immortal continent. The apex conquerors and emperors were nothing like him. Just a dead man, no point seeing him. Li Qie said with a smile. He didn't know how to respond and glanced at the courtyard again. There was no sign of death energy. He assumed that Li Qie merely joked and smiled wryly. The phenomena were amazing. There are many amazing things in this world. Li Qie responded. He bowed slightly and asked, I've just arrived and am unfamiliar with Imperial attendant. Would you like to have a drink and chat about the people and customs of this city? I'm just a passerby as well, just as unfamiliar as yourself. Li Qie shook his head. I see. He knew how to react accordingly, so he bowed again and said, I apologize for the impolite intrusion. I'm sure Imperial Clan and Crimson Emperor are happy to have a descendant like you. Li Qie said. Do you know my ancestor? He became startled. Who doesn't know the Grand Emperor with 12 wills? Li Qie smiled. I am only a firefly compared to his greatness. He humbly responded. However, he stopped there because Crimson Emperor was a general against the people. It would be rude to praise Crimson Emperor when speaking to a member of the people. Knowing oneself is a commendable virtue. Li Qie smiled. I will take my leave now, Dao brother. If you have free time in the future, I would like to invite you for a drink, it would be my honor. He asked again. Of course. Li Qie glanced at the youth again and agreed. Boom! At this time, another beam rushed to the sky and illuminated the 2 continents. No one could resist feeling a sense of awe while thinking that a supreme existence was appearing. Pop! A rune flew out of the beam and instantly imprinted itself onto one of the thrones. Azure Peak. Everyone recognized the new rune. Azure Ancestor is returning as well? Everyone shuddered after seeing this. Azure Ancestor. Li Zhitian became startled as well. The Great Ancestor created this power as a home for the sky spirits. No one dared to refuse when she took over this territory. Both the race and the people were not allowed to enter. It survived numerous great wars, a testament to her power. However, it has been silent for a long time until this auction. Was this a sign of its return? Clank. People didn't have time to think before they heard a loud clank. A murderous strand of energy manifested into reality and frightened everyone. They felt as if their forehead had just been pierced. This energy crossed through the world and pinned one of the thrones, causing all the top cultivators to become serious. Cleansing Incense Dynasty. A dragon lord took a deep breath. Why now? Will it ask for Imperial Alliance's authority back? A big shot murmured. Cleansing Incense was a title capable of making others tremble. Azure School was an impressive sect, but it was only a newly risen star compared to Cleansing Incense. It was unstoppable during Grand Dao and Imperial War. The legendary spear known as Emperor's Demise put an end to numerous emperors and monarchs from the race. Though Celestial Court was unbeatable during that period, Cleansing Incense didn't relent for a second. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Since it suffered grievous losses during Grand Dao War, Heaven and Divine Alliance were able to breathe. Nonetheless, its prestige still remained today. I don't have a problem with Cleansing Incense taking over Imperial Alliance again. After all, Genesis Conqueror founded Imperial Alliance. An ancient ancestor said. Genesis Conqueror was a special existence for diverging the path of cultivation. At first, everyone knew that conquerors could and should aim for 12 Dao fruits. This was no longer the case afterward, since she showed that even just one fruit was enough to reach the truths of anima. Of course, exceptions existed before this due to those possessing one primordial Dao fruit. She pioneered a path allowing regular Dao fruits to obtain anima as well. Because of this, others gave her the title of Genesis. I don't know. A big shot from Imperial Alliance said, I don't think Cleansing Incense Dynasty will try. If it cared about authority, it would have done this long ago. This is most likely due to one of the treasures. Chapter 5206. No one had a problem with Azure Peak and Cleansing Incense taking over 2 spots. Even after all 13 thrones were filled, they wouldn't dare to compete with these powers. This was especially true for Cleansing Incense due to its murderous intent. Just this alone intimidated everyone. Although the dynasty was far removed from its golden age, challenging it was awfully unwise. The mythical dynasty is here too, that immortal item is truly tempting. Li Zhitian commented emotionally. He regained his wits and bid goodbye to Li Chia. Dao brother, I have something to attend to. Goodbye. After the youth left, Li Chia glanced at the murderous intent and sighed, Cleansing Incense, not bad at all. Let's go take a look at Imperial Gate. Having said that, he smiled and said. This could either be a comment to himself or to his followers. Imperial Gate once reigned Imperial Attendant City. Now, it had lost its role to Suppression Conqueror. Of course, its decline meant nothing to Li Chia since it held a special position in his heart. The group crossed through the main streets and saw how lively the city was. Big shots have arrived, so dragon lords could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, even conquerors, Dao lords, and ancient emperors were spotted. Of course, they didn't announce their arrival yet. Some were here to watch the fun show, not qualified to participate in the grand auction. Li Chia didn't care for most until he came across a traveling cultivator with a muscular frame. He resembled a high mountain with bushy eyebrows and thick, messy hair. He limped with the help of a wooden stick and held a broken bowl. He carried a dirty backpack and still gave off an extraordinary presence amidst the hustle and bustle. Li Chia smiled and followed him, who seemed to not know anything about the surrounding vibrant world, as if he was a walking corpse. The middle-aged man stopped in a corner and looked around in a daze before sitting down. He placed his bowl on the ground and hugged his knees with both hands, trying to avoid the sunlight. Nonetheless, he extended his legs, and due to these worn-out shoes, his toes were exposed to the sunlight. A passerby saw his pitiful state and tossed him some coins. However, the seemingly homeless man returned them. A while later, someone else placed a few buns into the bowl. The man seemed excited as he picked up the buns and started chomping down. It appeared that everything in the world, whether it be mortal pleasures or immeasurable wealth, couldn't match up to these buns. They were meaningless to him: dominion over the world, riches rivaling nations' treasuries, or even the unreachable immortality. Li Qie sat down next to him and said, "Give me one too, ah." The man stared at the buns and eventually decided to give Li Qie a new one from the bowl. Li Qie took his time eating. The man did the same. It was as if the buns were endless. The former stared at his half-eaten bun and commented, "Nothing more to life, yet death won't approach. How agonizing." The man paused for a moment before nodding. "But do you know what is even worse?" Li Qie took another bite and said earnestly, "Being able to die yet compelled to live despite knowing the pain all too well. The torment of having to face pain directly without numbing oneself." The man finally turned to look at Li Qie. Although he was covered in dirt, his sculpted features remained. He must have stolen many hearts during his youth. That is life. His voice was coarse yet charismatic. Indeed, but the brilliance of existence does not lie in the world but rather, the self. Li Qie smiled. A solitary dance. The man paused for a moment before replying. The Grand Tao is a solitary journey. Dancing alone can be brilliant as well. After all, who can accompany and dance with you forever? Only mortals have this privilege when their lives only last for decades. Li Qie said. "I suppose there are worse things than dancing alone." The man said. "Everyone is afraid of ghosts." Li Qie continued, "But if ghosts exist in the mortal world, the number of ghosts harming people is probably fewer than the number of people who harm others. The human heart is more terrifying than anything." The man focused on eating again, albeit at a slower pace. "I have a bun that I cherish dearly, but it ends up at someone else's house. It's rather heart-wrenching. Should I just eat it?" Li Qie asked. The man froze for a second before staring at Li Qie. "It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. Does that make me a monster?" Li Qie chuckled. "Being betrayed is a deeply painful experience, enough to make someone go crazy and do foolish things. It is a monstrous act." The man agreed. "It is not worth caring about a bun that is willing to inflict so much pain and distress. Suffering for unworthy people and things, now that's foolish." Li Qie said softly. "True." The man said quietly. "So this isn't the most agonizing experience since logically, it shouldn't affect someone that much." Li Qie concluded. Chapter 5207. The man's eyes had a bit more color after talking to Li Qie. Burying a lover is worse than being betrayed. Li Qie said, "Being betrayed meant that the love was unworthy in the first place, no need to mourn. The loss of true love can bring a man down." "Yes." The man pondered before nodding his head. "Now let's take it up another level. The feeling of helplessness despite possessing the ability to prevent it." Li Qie smiled. "Elaborate." The man stared at Li Qie. "Death is horrifying. A lover's death is even worse. However, what if you have the ability to revive her?" Li Qie said. "Revive her?" The man repeated. "If someone has this ability, they do not deserve the love." Li Qie said. "Why is that?" The man asked. "You wouldn't be seeing the bun anymore." As Li Qie was speaking, he stuffed the remaining bun into his mouth. After he finished chewing, he elaborated, you would have eaten her long ago since you wouldn't have been yourself. Now, as you move forward, you will continue to suffer. Betrayal is only a ripple in comparison. The man took his time before answering, you are right, but everyone has their own trauma, a heart demon that can't be overcome. That's not surprising. The favorite son of the heaven is blessed. Even when you lose it all, you'll start from the same place as everyone else. Li Qie smiled. Blessed, you say? The man sighed and looked at the sky. Is the Tao truly that lonely? He eventually asked. That depends on how far you can go and what you are searching for. For example, a rich mortal will think that everyone is drawn to their wealth. An authoritative figure will share the same belief. It's just a matter of perception, since the only constant is the human heart. If someone is with you not for wealth or power, they are definitely principled, destined to go farther than others. But ultimately, the end path seems lonely for them as well. Li Qie said. Why can't two walk together? The man asked. It's not impossible. Li Qie said, you might be able to find a companion along the way. Alas, the path is endless, so even the slightest difference, no matter how insignificant, will lead to a divergence spanning thousands of miles. People come for resources and power. Li Qie said, it is what it is, don't place too much hope in people, but if you want to do so, you must uphold your Tao heart first. My Tao heart. He said softly. If you want to protect for love, then do it. As for what the lover does, that's her problem. For example, if you like an insect and wish to protect it, you shouldn't impose on what it does. Li Qie said. A lover is different from an insect. The man shook his head. When your Tao heart reaches a level capable of reaching the apex, your lover, your world, and everything else are no different from insects. You should only do what you want to do or what you believe you should do. Your heart is unaffected by anything else. Li Qie said. Sounds pointless. The man disagreed. It's a fallacy for arrogant emperors and cultivators. Li Qie said, if you protect others but expect them to praise and repay you, then your original intention is not protection, it is merely seeking affirmation, a matter of ego. When you protect for the sake of protecting, praises and insults no longer matter. They are nothing and you can do as you wish, this includes ignoring them. The way you put it, it sounds like my Tao heart is not firm enough. The man smiled wryly while his eyes sparkled with a hint of pain. Pain starts with perception and emotion. Because you love, you also suffer. If you grow numb enough, you won't be able to perceive pain to a certain extent. Li Qie looked into his eyes. That I understand. Numbness is the only coping mechanism for certain experiences. The man nodded. There is a limit to this, how long can one remain numb? Li Qie said. When they lose it all, as you said earlier. The man said. It is clear that nothing can be preserved forever. What must one do at this realization? Li Qie asked. I don't know. The man sighed. There are two choices to make then, either face it directly and try to endure or fall, whether it be through numbness or self-destruction. Which will you pick? Li Qie asked. The man didn't answer and stared at the bun in his hand. Li Qie took another bun out of the broken bowl and ate slowly. After one bite, he said, the heart can't be understood so easily. Now, there are people who would throw you a bun or a few coins, but if your bowl is filled with coins and buns, these same people would ask you for help or express disgust. He paused for a moment before continuing. Is it because they have changed? No, they're still them. It's just that good or evil, love or hatred, it all arises from a single thought, a reflection of the human heart at that point in time. The man looked up in the sky and pondered carefully. The fallen ones certainly loved the world once, some had protected it. Those who have loved you can stop loving you, and those who hate you now may have loved you at one point. Li Qie said. Or love something else. The man said. Again, a fallacy of self-righteous people. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. Why do people think that love must be selfless or an act of sacrifice? Can a wealthy man not receive true love? Only a beggar can? No, love is conditional. Why would someone insist on loving a penniless lad? Would you love a woman who is unbelievably ugly? That is the mind of the common people. The man smiled wryly. Does a powerful cultivator transcend this belief? No, their heart is the same. They pick incredible merit laws over ordinary ones. They prefer the strongest weapons instead of tree branches. When you stand at the apex, would you pick an epic weapon or a branch? Li Qie asked. Everyone would pick the epic weapon. The man said. Is that right? Those at the apex will still pick the most ordinary choices. Why fault the insects who would also do the same? Accept it, for this is a fact of life. Li Qie smiled. Sir, seems like I was mistaken. I've tried to enlighten others without first enlightening myself. The man sighed. Yes, reflect on yourself first to improve your Tao heart. This will enable you to go further. Li Qie said. Myself. The man glanced at the sky again. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Chapter 5208. Sir, have you ever been betrayed? After a long while, the man asked Li Qie. Kill or let it be. These are mere actions one can take, unrelated to the Tao heart. Li Qie said. I am still affected, cannot bear to kill. The man said. Then ignore it. To have loved is enough. Although I did present kill as a choice, perhaps it is not the right choice. Li Qie said. I once thought that love was unbreakable. The man sighed. Unbreakable? When the Tao heart can be broken, everything else can break as well. Li Qie said. The man froze for a second before bowing. You're right. My own Tao heart is not unbreakable. I can't expect anything else to be unbreakable. It is inherently difficult. To reach this level means being indestructible. Not even death can break it, because then, death is only death, nothing more. Li Qie responded. I understand. The man said. This is the price to pay for being the heaven's favorite. You must endure tribulations to justify the initial favor. Li Qie said with a smile. Right, but who can refuse the blessing? The man said. If your wish does not align with the heavens, then tribulations and hardship will take you down. Li Qie continued. Search Tinural. com/2p9mv8w for the original. Yes, having too much and losing them all, unbearable because of overwhelming desires. The man nodded. We can keep it simple, you only need one pursuit for the Tao. Li Qie smiled. And what is yours? The man asked. An answer. Li Qie glanced at the sky. You're willing to abandon everything else for this answer? The man asked again. Anything relating to the answer is my own doing, the rest has nothing to do with me. Li Qie said. I understand. The man bowed again. Good. Li Qie stood up and started walking away while still speaking. There is a price for wealth and power. Your price has been insignificant compared to what you have been given. With that, he disappeared into the crowd. The man's eyes gradually became lucid again and colors returned to the world. I have walked and enjoyed the mortal world more than enough. He glanced at the sky with a focused expression while murmuring. Endless riches or not, I am still blazing. With that, he vanished into the crowd. As Li Qie walked toward Imperial Gate, bright lights appeared outside again from the various powers including Alchemy Tao, Qilin Manor, and Iron Tree. The lights gathered together to form the character of Imperial. It imprinted itself into one of the thrones. Its power and divinity couldn't compare to the marks of the other participants. Imperial Attendant, 1 spot. Resplendent Monarch of Qilin Manor declared. Some big shots became confused because Suppression Conqueror had already taken up one spot. Was this a challenge to him? Looks like we got a show. Both the city's members and outsiders understood that something was going on. I'm taking one as well. A faint voice sounded and suddenly, something swept the entire world up. Cultivators became afraid since they lost control as well. Fortunately, this only lasted for a split second. Boom! A mark resembling an ear could be seen on one of the remaining thrones. Immensity Conqueror. Everyone recognized the mark. He's back. Another conqueror shuddered after seeing it. The big shots from the four alliances didn't underestimate him either. He was a legend just like Principal Conqueror, perhaps even one level higher. He was talented enough that no one doubted his success. Sure enough, he became a conqueror at a young age. For some strange reason, his cultivation stagnated for 100,000 years or so. Even his descendants started surpassing him. At this mark, his cultivation suddenly soared again, allowing him to obtain 11 Dao fruits in one go. This legend didn't join any of the alliances, but this didn't affect his status in the upper continents. Leave me one spot. An existence woke up from a deep slumber. His voice came from a distant valley. Oh. Still alive. Li Qie stopped and smiled after hearing this voice. Zzz. A wisp of flame appeared on one throne and left its mark. Who is that? This mark was unfamiliar to most spectators in the city. An ancient immortal emperor, Yao Zhu. One conqueror revealed and startled everyone. This old geezer is still alive? A mighty existence up in the clouds found this surprising. Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu. Listeners repeated his title in astonishment. This was another legendary figure, a predecessor of heavenly sage Yuan. Not only was his alchemy peerless, so was his cultivation. Ancient emperors and even celestial court sought his aid. Alas, he was too arrogant to care for any of them. Rumor has it that he was either killed during the calamity or died a normal death. Today, his appearance shocked everyone. He's here for the 9 leaves. A big shot in the sky understood. These unbeatable big shots knew that his lifespan was coming to an end. He had consumed the finest grade longevity pills, so they were useless to him now. Living a borrowed life, how meaningless. Li Qie glanced in the direction of the valley and shook his head. Chapter 5209, The Four Grand Alliances, Pure Land, Azure Peak, Cleansing Incense Dynasty, Azure School, Suppression Conqueror, Immensity Conqueror, Imperial Attendant represented by Alchemy Dao and the others, and Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu took up 12 spots, leaving one behind. All eyes were on the remaining throne. Although many big shots and ancestors wanted to participate, they knew that they didn't have the power to take the seat. Plus, would they even have the resources to actually be competitive during the auction? In fact, the dominating Suppression Conqueror was a clear underdog compared to the other bidders. Clank. A sword as black as ink suddenly landed on the remaining throne, releasing evil energy. It started melting the space nearby and created an evil maelstrom. Malice. Experts recognized this sword and shouted. Yes, it is I. A figure dressed in black appeared in the sky. His robe was tattered and worn out due to an unknown power. He looked like a god of death ready to reap on all inhabitants in Imperial Attendant. Don't look straight at him or you'll be infected. The big shots warned their juniors. Unfortunately, not all were so lucky. Weaker cultivators who stared at him for too long were drawn toward his eyes. Ah! They fell straight to the ground after being swallowed by his evil aura. Why does it feel like I'm not welcomed here? Malice sneered at sat down on a throne, the first to actually do so. What does he want? The crowd despised the evil swordsman. He was a reaper of souls, subjecting his victims to a fate worse than death. Alas, he had 11 sacred fruits, so most couldn't deal with him. Scram! Another cultivator demanded Malice to leave, a girl in a white dress, her face covered by a veil. It had an illusory factor to hide her appearance, causing her to look like a blurry shadow. Dragon lords and conquerors took a deep breath after sensing her murderous intent. Weaker cultivators instantly dropped to the ground. No one could ever get close to her since that would be suicidal. Zhu Xianer, a big shot, murmured after seeing the white phantom. Conqueror Zhu Xianer. A youth shouted. Don't ever address her as a conqueror or she'll kill you. A senior immediately warned. This name evoked fear and dread. The four alliances were no exception. Rumor has it that she didn't appreciate being addressed as a conqueror and might even kill violators. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. There are two Zhu Xianer, right? The youth whispered. His senior turned pale and covered his mouth before answering, "Do not speak of this again or she'll really kill you." In reality, this was indeed the case. There were two famous cultivators sharing this name in the upper continents, Conqueror Zhu Xianer and her mother. She chose to inherit her mother's name. Her father was righteous Dao Lord from 8 Desolaces, a rather brilliant Dao Lord. Her mother stood out even more, a genius dragon lord with 12 sacred fruits capable of fighting against any emperor and conqueror. During her era, she actually outshined Supreme. Today, Supreme was considered the strongest dragon lord, but if she were alive, that position would be hers. The love between Righteous and Zhu Xianer should have been celebrated for generations. Unfortunately, the two became enemies during Imperial War. They both fell in battle, leaving their daughter behind. Who knows what the orphan experienced while being all alone? When she made her Dao debut, she eventually became a conqueror with the help of a weapon known as Immortal Piercer. No one could survive the moment she summoned it in battle. Thus, most avoided fighting her since they didn't want to be trapped by this special chain. Her most illustrious battle took place in Heaven Alliance. She came alone, demanding her mother's remains. Even Supreme couldn't stop her. 1. Zhu Xian can mean kill immortal too. This could have been a weapon seen before, but I couldn't find it. Chapter 52:10, Malice has yet to warm the seat before being rudely demanded to leave by Zhu Xianer. As an evil cultivator, he had never been afraid of anyone and wouldn't tolerate such disrespect. What do you want? He unsheathed his weapon and turned the sky dark with his evil energy. Rumble. The dark maelstrom became larger and devoured the sky above them. What a dreadful aura. The big shots trembled after seeing this. An 11-fruit dragon lord wasn't the strongest cultivator here but still possessed immense destructive capability. You court death. Zhu Xianer focused her murderous intent on Malice. This novel is available on Pori.com. Die. The other immediately attacked after seeing the escalation. An evil sword came out from the center of the maelstrom. Everyone felt as if there was a dark eye staring at their very soul and sealing their movement. The sword instantly thrust toward her chest, its aura stagnated reaction time. Clank. However, Zhu Xianer had enough time to summon her weapon, a long iron chain of a crimson color. At first, it looked like a regular chain, but after careful observation, one would find that it was made of countless laws imbued with the most precious metals. Immortal Piercer. Regular cultivators shouted. So there it is. A conqueror put on a serious expression. Oh. Li Qie, who was heading toward Imperial Gate, felt something. He turned around and saw the crimson chain, becoming slightly surprised. It's called Immortal Piercer now? He murmured at the weapon that was in his possession once. Boom. The chain had no problem crushing the evil sword, so Malice turned to flee, but it was already too late. Ah. He bellowed in agony as the chain pierced his heart. His true fate and sacred fruits couldn't escape either due to the chain's sealing property. She pulled back and dragged everything out of his body in a gruesome manner. Next, she commanded the chain to wrap tightly and obliterate the true fate and sacred fruits. A feared dragon lord met his demise just like that. She didn't need to use any technique to kill him. The chain deserves its reputation. The others turned pale after seeing this. Some conquerors had imagined themselves facing the chain before. Even apex conquerors wouldn't be confident because they couldn't see a single flaw within the chain. The chain affects the Tao heart, only the Tao heart can break free. Li Qie smiled and shook his head after seeing this. The world has yet to understand the method to deal with the chain. Thus, she became a dreadful figure even for top cultivators. This thing shouldn't be in this world. Boss Tang's voice came from the ship. You know about it? She stared at the ship but he didn't respond. She didn't push the issue and sat down on the last throne. With that, all 13 have been taken. If anyone else wanted to join, they would have to kick out one of the current participants. Now we just have to wait for the auction to start. Someone murmured. I wonder if anyone else will try to grab a spot. A big shot said. Get off. Sure enough, someone shouted and stomped on the character, Imperial, belonging to Imperial Attendant. Such impudence. Li Qie frowned after seeing this. You dare? A figure leaped out of Qilin Manor in a flashy manner and activated Resplendent Array to stop the attack. Boom! The foot destroyed the array and forced the combatant to show himself. This was none other than Resplendent Monarch, whose chest was heaving up and down while staggering backward in the air. The one wishing to destroy the rune, Imperial, was an old man whose hair fluttered to the wind, looking like the quills of a hedgehog. Loud detonations erupted where he stood since he showed no sign of restraining his power. Get back! Others immediately retreated while the big shots were surprised to see him. Impetuous. Resplendent Monarch's expression soured. This cultivator was Supreme's rival once. Supreme eventually outmatched him and became the leader of Heaven Alliance. Nonetheless, Impetuous was still a renowned dragon lord with 12 sacred fruits and an overbearing fighting style. Chapter 52:11. Although Impetuous lost the competition against Supreme, how many had managed to win throughout the long years? Thus, this experienced dragon lord could still rampage uncontested in the modern day. A perfect dragon lord? Or does he have an immortal shell now? Other dragon lords speculated. For regular cultivators, 12 sacred fruits meant something incredible. However, this was still only the beginning. The 12 fruits were required to create an immortal shell, and with that, the sacred anima tree. This was a path longer than the previous, with each step harder than the previous. The rewards were everlasting life and then immortality. However, even the founders, Space Dragon Emperor and Dragon Ox Ancestor, might not have reached the final level. Since Impetuous has had 12 sacred fruits for a long time now, others wondered if he had created an immortal shell. He was more valuable as a reference point than Supreme. The latter was brilliant and legendary, making his cultivation impossible to duplicate. The floating Impetuous looked rather prideful and arrogant as he laughed and said, I apologize, but I must take Alchemy Dao's spot since I am here for Heaven Reckon. He clearly didn't give a damn about Resplendent Monarch, who only had 10 sacred fruits. The difference between the two of them was immense. He didn't apologize to Qilin Manor or Iron Tree either, only Alchemy Dao. This was because he might require certain medicines in the future, something true for virtually everyone in the upper continents. Don't even think about it. Resplendent Monarch didn't relent because their alliance must obtain the Dream Immortal Order. He was ready to risk his life for it. It's not up to you. Impetuous laughed and raised his foot again for another stomp. Boom! The power of the stars and 3,000 worlds gathered beneath his foot. Frenzy Cosmo. The sky turned dark as a result as inhabitants looked upward and saw countless stars. Resplendent Monarch was trapped in this newly created galaxy, looking like an insect. Qilin art. Resplendent Monarch changed to a divine Qilin. It spewed out flames and incinerated the galaxy. At the same time, its huge frame caused considerable damage to the stars. That's not enough. Impetuous laughed and activated his 12 sacred fruits, sending a palm seal into the galaxy. This was enough to send the gigantic beast flying for countless miles. Spectators took a deep breath after seeing this. Nothing can make up the gap of 2 fruits. One of them said. Bam! The seal suppressed and changed the Qilin back to humanoid form. He vomited blood, unable to break free from the seal. Imperial attendant will lose the throne. Another spectator said. Everyone could see that this alliance was the weakest of the 13 participants. Their strongest ancient ancestor, resplendent monarch, only had 10 sacred fruits. Impetuous wasn't strong enough to take a spot from anyone else, so this was the obvious target. It's not too late to hand it over. Impetuous shouted. Never. Resplendent monarch gritted his teeth, preferring death instead of giving up. Li Chia, who had just entered Imperial Gate, glanced upward and frowned. Nonetheless, he still didn't take action. Boom! Back in Alchemy Dao, a unique rune encompassed in flames manifested into reality. Although it wasn't overly bright, it still reached all the lands in the upper continents, including the deepest crevices. Answer our call, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. A loud cry came from Alchemy Dao. A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Immortal Pagoda Conqueror? This surprised neutral listeners since this cultivator was not affiliated with Alchemy Dao. He was once the guardian of Heaven Alliance but gave up his position to focus on cultivation. If it wasn't for his deliberate abdication, Supreme would not be in charge right now. Boom! The sky vault suddenly cracked into 2 halves. The crack was large enough to take in the entire city. A pagoda appeared from the crack and poured down chaos laws and runes. Hymns praising the wonders of the world could be heard everywhere. The pagoda. Even conquerors shuddered after seeing this. Chapter 52:12. The pagoda could suppress nearly everything in the upper continents. Only 5 or so cultivators could actually withstand it. Why is he here? A 12-fruit dragon lord's expression darkened. When not counting those who have entered the immortal continent, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror was among the top 5 cultivators. He had dominated the lower continents and destroyed numerous sects of the people. He had slain famous conquerors and Dao lords as well. The most frightening thing about him was his primordial Dao fruit. Just one alone granted him invincibility. Only a few existences in history possessed this fortune: Luminous, Night Moon, and Immortal Pagoda. The former conquerors were mighty enough to challenge Celestial Court. However, they were no longer in the upper continents, so he was the only one with the primordial fruit now. Suppression and Immensity Conqueror no longer looked as relaxed as before after seeing the pagoda. Li Chia chuckled after seeing a primordial fruit in action since he was all too familiar with it. Why is he here? One spectator asked. Although it was only his pagoda, no other conquerors would dare to compete with him. He owes Alchemy Dao a favor. The top cultivators understood right away. As a pillar of Heaven Alliance, he always stood together with the Heaveners. Alas, Alchemy Dao had invoked its fiery rune. Immortal Pagoda needed to answer the summon in order to repay the debt. This was the only logical explanation. That's why people are afraid of Alchemy Dao. Someone else commented. Too many brilliant cultivators in history owed Alchemy Dao a favor for helping them with high-ranked pills. Back in immemorial epic war, Heavenly Sage Yuan saved numerous emperors and monarchs. This tradition continued with her successors. Because of this, some of the current emperors and conquerors owed Alchemy Dao a life debt, and this must be repaid. This was the reason why Alchemy Dao remained untouched despite possessing valuable alchemy materials. Boom! The Immortal Pagoda easily crushed Impetuous Dark Galaxy. The latter laughed and didn't give up, summoning another galaxy. Alas, this was still crushed again by the pagoda. This throne is under my protection. A suppressive voice came from above, rendering everyone breathless. Immortal Pagoda Conqueror had made his intention clear in order to repay the debt to Alchemy Dao. Come and fight me. Impetuous didn't give up and unleashed a mighty attack, Impetuous Skybreaker. An entire cosmo came together and rushed up toward the pagoda. Rumble. This had enough power to destroy an entire region. You overestimate yourself. The voice answered. In the next second, a primordial power descended from the pagoda and obliterated the cosmo. Crack. The pagoda slammed into Impetuous, breaking through several layers of Dao defense in the blink of an eye. Impetuous vomited blood, realizing that he was outmatched. He instantly opened a void zone and escaped, not giving a damn about his reputation. The pagoda didn't give chase. Buzz. It released a seal down onto the throne taken by Alchemy Dao. I believe I have made myself clear. Immortal Pagoda Conqueror spoke again. No one uttered a single word. Trying to seize the throne now was akin to not giving him face, a direct challenge. Boom. After a brief silence, the pagoda flew back up the crack and the sky closed again. The debt is paid. His voice echoed one last time. A promise for a supreme existence such as himself was ironclad. Theft is never good, try looking at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. How many other conquerors owe Alchemy Dao a favor? This was the question preventing others from making a move right now. This throne is guaranteed too, is there another target? Someone asked. Right now, the weakest throne occupier was actually Suppression Conqueror. However, he still had 11 Dao fruits. Chapter 52:13, search Poreed.com for the original. Imperial Gate once ruled the city at its inception and for many subsequent eras, becoming a holy ground of sorts for cultivators. The only historical interruption of their rule was when Peerless Monarch took over during a time of crisis. Nonetheless, she returned it later. Now, Suppression Conqueror has taken over. In a sense, he and his sect were considered outsiders. The latter had been trying to change the main branch status of Imperial Gate. After all, as long as this belief existed, he would never truly be in charge. The question of returning the reins would always loom in the future. In spite of its current state, Imperial Gate's foundation has been blessed by numerous cultivators. It started with City Lord Ziyan, Space Dragon Emperor, Ox Dragon Ancestor, Sky Shroud Emperor. This was especially true for the two founders of the Dragon Lord path. They searched for a way to reach the Dao source and Imperial Gate became their main research zone. During its prime, the doors weren't open to outsiders. Alas, Suppression Conqueror forced it to change after taking over. Many areas were open now so cultivators could come to take a look at the origin of the Dragon Lords. Li Chia entered the main entrance, a vast field where the city lord and the wise sages once had public speeches. Today, only memorial statues were left to honor them. The first in sight was none other than City Lord Ziyan. Her statue was built in the very center of the field, gazing toward the distance as if waiting for someone. She was a peerless beauty who exuded a mature and noble charm, possessing an imposing presence. She had orchestrated strategies and mobilized forces to epic battles for generations. Everything was within her grasp. The statue tried its best to imitate her ethereal nature since she was originally a violet bamboo. No records of her origin existed in the upper continents. However, her exploits during the Great Wars have been recorded. She served as the support and backer for the emperors at first. It wasn't until Grand Dao War that she personally led the wise sages to battle. She also furnished the troops with incredible materials and jades. Because of her unwavering support and resources to Imperial Field, their side was finally able to seize the upper hand. During one of the most pivotal battles, she traveled to Imperial Field and fell valiantly in combat. Li Chia sighed while staring at the statue. He could still hear her voice calling him young master. Now, he could only meet her statue again. To her sides were Ox Dragon Ancestor and Sap's Dragon Emperor. The former was a bull with a draconic and godly aura. The other, Space Dragon Emperor, was even more impressive. He wore golden armor with a dragon coiling around the plates, making him look like an unbeatable god of war. Li Qie appreciated the animated depiction of Ox Dragon Ancestor but chortled after seeing Space Dragon Emperor. The load on his mind disappeared right away. The statue of the Emperor just looked impressive, a being capable of treading through the heavens and earth, challenging the sun and moon while clad in golden armor. Various phenomena and dominant affinities have been bestowed upon him, something Li Qie found hilarious. However, no one in the upper continents would question his prestige. After all, he started the Sovereign Path in 8 Desolaces and then the Dragon Lord Path in the 6 continents. This allowed cultivators to excel at the Tao without needing to become a conqueror. Moreover, he embraced the title of Dragon Emperor. Everyone believed that he must have come from a true dragon race, possessing the noblest bloodline. All in all, his image was immensely grand in the minds of the people. As for Li Qie, he remembered the Dragon Emperor as a worm and thought that the guy was good at embellishing his image. What a shameless brat. Li Qie found this amusing and forgot the disappointment earlier. Ox Dragon Ancestor, on the other hand, kept a humble image. He was a bull and his statue reflected that. He must have lived a joyful life. Li Qie said. In fact, ever since the opening of Imperial Gate, many came to pay their respect with the majority focusing on Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor. They gave the world a new path and brought hope to lesser talented cultivators who sorely needed it. Sure enough, these 2 statues had a long line in front of them. Some came to worship, others came to take a look and even touch the statues. As for Li Qie, his attention was taken by another statue, Sky Shroud Emperor. The statue undoubtedly depicted an unparalleled beauty. However, the physical appearance was elusive and ever-changing. At first glance, there seemed to be a graceful beauty, but it would shift into nothingness afterward. Looking at it for a long time made people feel as if Imperial Gate was no longer around, and the same for the sky. All were concealed by something. Chapter 52:14, The girl got this far too. Li Qie was surprised to see this and instantly decided to go back in time. He focused his gaze on the statue in order to read her past. She appeared before him, no longer a statue but a beauty dressed in white and a piece of jade tied to her waist. The simplicity of her attire didn't diminish her nobility. The loose dress didn't fully conceal her breathtaking, perfect curves. Her delicate and tall figure appeared to be meticulously chiseled by the Creator. All in all, not a single flaw could be found. Unfortunately, her face itself was hidden behind a veil with the exception of her vivid eyes. Of course, this didn't stop Li Qie's gaze. He broke through the enigmatic barriers and found an imperial aura that has been waiting for none other than him. Shouldn't have done this. He sighed and said. Sky Shroud Emperor's origin remained unknown. Some believed that she hailed from the heaven race, perhaps even celestial court. I heard Sky Shroud Emperor's bloodline is second to none. Do you know the popular saying about her? That she was born for someone alone. Someone suddenly remarked next to him. He looked over and saw a gorgeous girl who didn't seem to care about her appearance at all, wearing a loose, unisex robe while not having any makeup on. Her hair was casually tied into a ponytail as if she came from a small village. Both her attire and demeanor didn't match her stunning beauty. Nonetheless, this created a marvelous contrast and a unique charm that was hers alone. Of course, some would consider this to be an improper deviation from the norm. In fact, her appearance had caused hushed discussions among the crowd. Many came to greet her but she only nodded slightly at best, not wanting to participate in pleasantries. Li Qie smiled and stared at her. She stared back with a golden radiance flashing deep within her pupils. My name is Yi Fan Tian. May I have your name, young noble? She bowed and asked with a carefree demeanor. Xiao Qing Tian, Yi Fan Tian, and Li Zhitian were the 3 Tians of the upper continents. Their talent was historically exceptional. She was the current jewel of divine alliance, taught by one conqueror and Dao Lord after another. In fact, Sword Sea Dao Lord himself had taught her the Dao. Since all three shared a similar name and talent, it wouldn't be strange for them to share the same cultivation realm. This was actually not the case. Xiao Qingtian and Li Zhitian both had 12 sacred fruits currently. If they could create an immortal shell, they would be able to compete with existences such as Supreme in the future. Yi Fantian, on the other hand, picked the Imperial Road even before the other two became Dragon Lords. Thus, her cultivation was initially faster, but for some unknown reasons, it stagnated entirely. Because of this, she was mocked by many, including her own sect members. They said that she didn't belong in the Trinity. Their disdainful ridicule didn't affect her in the slightest. She remained free-spirited and continued her path. Something noteworthy was that despite her apparent setback, the upper echelon of Divine Alliance didn't give up on her. They continued to treat her as the heir. Once the public found out about this, they stopped mocking her and started respecting her instead. Why? Because of several historical precedences, one of which being Immensity Conqueror, who was stuck at one fruit. At first, everyone believed that this was his limit. He shattered this notion when he obtained 11 Dao fruits in one go, surpassing those who had surpassed him previously. Therefore, many speculated that this was a similar scenario, Yi Fantian obtaining 12 Dao fruits in one step. Two other conquerors, the best of the best, had done something similar, Demon and Light Dragon Conqueror. With this, she would be able to become an apex conqueror comparable to Immortal Pagoda and All Things Dao Lord. At that point, her two rivals would pale in comparison. Now, the consensus was that she was a slumbering monster, the potential successor of Divine Alliance. I feel that calling you young noble rolls off the tongue more than brotherly, she said after Li Qie told her his name. That's fine. Li Qie smiled. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. She stared at him before glancing at the bear and the blue-robed old servant. The bear's power was obvious, but the same couldn't be said about the old man. Greetings, senior, may I have your name? She bowed in his direction. I'm just a servant. The old man responded with a deep voice. Her brows furrowed slightly since she felt that she had met him before, and that she even knew him. There must be a reason why this unfathomable cultivator was serving Li Qie. Young noble, it would be an honor for our Divine Alliance to have you join us. She got straight to the point and extended an invitation. 1. The word for born can also mean live. Need more context. Chapter 52:15. Are you serious? Li Qie asked with a smile. With your permission, I will propose for you to become an esteemed guest advisor of Divine Alliance. If you don't think this is enough, we can negotiate further. Yi Fantian added with confidence. This was a bold move given her status as a junior and current cultivation. Divine Alliance is too puny to catch my interest. Li Qie shook his head. Her eyes involuntarily narrowed as she tried to see through him after hearing this. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pourri.com. The comment would be considered excessively arrogant when uttered by anyone, including emperors and Dao lords. Ever since its founding, Divine Alliance has been a behemoth in the upper continents, surviving one great war after another. One apex conqueror alone was not enough to take it down, not even All Things Dao Lord or Sword Queen. She had met mighty cultivators before, but none displayed the same level of arrogance. I see, looks like our small temple cannot accommodate a grand god such as yourself, young noble. She bowed and said. That's right. He nodded in response. I apologize for bothering you, young noble. Goodbye. She didn't waste time and left decisively, something many big shots couldn't do. He chuckled and continued to observe the various statues. There were many familiar faces: Heavenly Sage Yuan, Immortal Emperor Qilin, Peerless Monarch, Adamantine God Monarch. These wise sages didn't belong to Imperial Gate but contributed greatly. They founded Qilin Manor, Alchemy Dao, and Iron Tree in the nearby regions. There were those he didn't recognize at all. They were after his time and joined the alliance afterward. Today, none of them were still around. After scanning the entire field, Li Qie let out a sigh. Many waited for his return, but alas, time didn't permit. He shook his head and continued to enter Imperial Gate. Young noble. Suddenly, someone shouted with excitement and rushed towards him. I didn't expect to see you again. The person couldn't contain her excitement and panted heavily, whether it be from running too fast or being overwhelmed with emotions. It was none other than the successor of Alchemy Dao, Saintess Xiaoyao. Well, here I am. Li Qie said with a smile. She blushed after realizing her folly, thinking that she was being too obvious. It's just that she couldn't control herself just now. Why are you here? He asked. I am visiting the ancestors of Imperial Gate under the order of Senior Uncle regarding the auction. She lowered her head so much that her head was nearly buried in her chest as she said softly. You want the treasures too? Li Qie didn't find this surprising. We want the Immortal Order. She had no problem revealing information to Li Qie. For what? Li Qie said. She stole glances at him and answered, I don't know the details, but the monarch said something about Calamity Dao Lord. Calamity? Li Qie didn't expect this. Why are you here, young noble? She nodded before asking. Just reminiscing a bit. Time flies by so quickly that I'm on the verge of forgetting a few things. This is to prevent that. Li Qie sighed in response. Forget? She found this puzzling because cultivators had nearly flawless memories. Let's go inside. Li Qie said with a smile. I already tried but couldn't see them. She said. They won't meet you? Li Qie asked. No. I didn't have permission to see them. The truth is that 100 Dao has taken control of Imperial Gate. The ancestors are staying way back, the majority of the outskirts are under the jurisdiction of 100 Dao. They say it is for safety reasons. She said. The reason is to subdue Imperial Gate. Li Qie chuckled. Yes. She lowered her voice, that's why I have to go report to the senior uncle now. We're moving ahead first. Li Qie smirked. She nodded repeatedly like a chicken eating grain. She didn't want to return to Alchemy Dao either, preferring to stick with Li Qie as long as possible. Her heart fluttered with joy due to this opportunity. The two were greeted with towering cliffs. On the walls were infamous ancient murals that have survived for eras now. In the middle were the Imperial Steps, a bridge leading straight up into the sect. Many geniuses considered this a challenge. It was rather new, only started by Suppression Conqueror recently. Only by crossing this bridge would one be able to reach the renowned 18 statues of the Dragon Lords. Prior to this, only members of Imperial Gate and those with permission were eligible to see them. Now, it became open to the public. 100 Dao is in charge of this area too. Xiaoyao whispered. It's a good plan. Li Qie said before looking at the large murals. They were skillfully engraved into the side cliffs, depicting old stories in a vague manner. One only had a few lines to show a standing figure. Another depicted a great tree or the scene of a skirmish. Chapter 52:16. There were 100 murals or so, believed to be painted by the wise sages of Imperial Gate. Their purpose remained unknown and birthed numerous speculations. Current cultivators thought that they hid the mysteries of the Grand Tao. The sages had imprinted their knowledge into the murals, so learning them was akin to learning Imperial Gate's supreme manual. Imperial Gate did not open this place to the public before Suppression Conqueror took over. Nonetheless, it was still guarded by guards in golden armor. Each mural had its own group of spear-wielding patrols. These cultivators were part of a unit under the leadership of the Divine Hawk Monarch. Most of the areas in Imperial Gate were within their jurisdiction. Senior uncle told me that murals depict a legend. I don't know if it's true or not. Xiao Yao whispered. Li Qiye was immersed in the murals. The engraving skill was perfect, but the same couldn't be said about the content. Some had few lines, others were extremely chaotic or complex. This was why they were thought to be merit laws. As for Li Qiye, he could see that they were all related to a single person who had traveled across the 9 worlds and 13 continents, him. Of course, others lacked the foundational knowledge, so it was all a mess in their eyes, unable to figure out the starting point. Li Qiye appreciated the fact that many were still keeping him in their heart. All of these secrets were passed down for eras. This was akin to reading a tale about himself. Memories of the past resurfaced again. As Li Qiye observed the murals, Xiao Yao observed Li Qiye. When she looked back at the murals before them, she suddenly felt as if the simple lines look rather similar to Li Qiye. She regained her wits and thought that this was ridiculous. It must be due to her crush, making everything remind her of him. As the two went on their way, others from all over the world did the same thing. They hoped to learn the legacies left behind by the wise sages of Imperial Gate. At this time, one particular mural got Li Qiye's attention. He became sentimental and touched it in order to feel its timeless aura, a way to connect with the past. Watch it. A guard from Divine Hawk shouted. This place is not 100 Dao's property, it is still our Imperial Gate. Saintess Xiao Yao retorted. We have assumed control and make all the decisions now. The guard strongly asserted. Li Qiye smiled and said, return from whence you came before risking sect destruction. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. The guards nearby became alarmed and instantly looked in their direction. The audience nearby did the same. Who is this guy? One neutral spectator whispered. This was a direct challenge against 100 Dao and Suppression Conqueror. Who dares threaten 100 Dao? A youth walked over with a murderous temperament. His aura was of the fierce avian nature and intimidated everyone. Divine Hawk Monarch. The experts nearby understood that he was the commander of the guards. Li Qiye didn't bother to look at him, still focusing on the mural. Miss Xiao Yao, is he your friend? The monarch saw the saintess and inquired. Yes. She responded. I heard his bold statement earlier, I wonder if he can back it up. The monarch said, ready to fight. I do not wish to kill here, be smart and scram. Li Qiye said with contempt, clearly challenging 100 Dao's authority. Well, let's see what you can do then. The monarch took one step forward. It's best that you listen to young noble Li. Someone interrupted their conversation. Yi Fantian. Everyone immediately looked over and became startled. Moreover, the youth standing next to her was just as noticeable. He wore a sapphire robe and looked unbeatable. The land he stood on was blessed with his greatness. Xiao Qingtian. They shouted his name as well. He was a direct disciple of Illumination Conqueror and the current leader of Azure School. Some believe that Azure School might take over Dao Alliance again and Xiao Qingtian would be the next guardian. Therefore, people kept a distance due to both respect and fear. This was someone capable of reaching the apex in the future. Young noble Xiao, Miss Yi. Divine Hawk Monarch had to bow after seeing the two. After all, one had 12 sacred fruits. Although he concealed his aura, just one glance alone could make others tremble in fear. As for Li Qiye, he continued staring at a mural instead of paying attention to the two geniuses. Yi Fantian took the initiative to approach. She stood shoulder to shoulder and said, Are you comprehending it, young noble? Just taking a look. Li Qiye caressed the mural again. I've taken a look at all 100. In my opinion, there are definitely embedded Grand Dao within them. She said casually. Is that so? He finally turned to look at her. Of the heavenly level. She repeated. He smiled after hearing this. Xiao Qingtian, who was left out, came closer. He took a look at Li Qie and said, "Miss Yi, mind introducing us?" Yi Fantian shook her head, causing Xiao Qingtian to be curious. The two of them appeared rather close. "Young noble, is there something special about this particular war mural?" He then asked Li Qie. Chapter 52:17. Li Qie moved up the steps and checked the murals instead of answering right away. After a short while, he answered, "There's nothing special." He then touched the mural in front of him and traced the lines before letting out a sigh. This mural depicted the calamity of when gigantic corpses fell from the sky. The warriors in the mural fought valiantly just to stay alive. "Do not touch it," Divine Hawk Monarch bellowed, not allowing the blatant violation of the rules. Li Qie turned back and coldly uttered, "Fools, you have already been given ample warning, yet you choose otherwise. So be it, all members of 100 Dao in Imperial Gate shall die today." The crowd clamored after hearing this. The monarch's expression became unsightly due to the public declaration. They needed to make an example out of him to maintain order. "Let's go then," the monarch shouted. Clank. 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 The guards nearby rushed over and formed a grand formation. A fight. Everyone understood that Li Qie was here to cause trouble. They saw Saintess Xiao Yao next to him and could see that this was a political move. Screech. The formation finished and turned into a divine bird with sky-blotting wings. Die. The monarch took charge of the formation and sent the bird against Li Qie. Li Qie simply traced the mural in front of him again. Suddenly, all the murals on the cliffs lit up and opened a portal in the air. Ah! A beam descended and obliterated the grand formation. Members of Divine Hawk started falling to the ground. The beam split into rays that shoot outward like energy arrows, piercing the head of the targets. Blood started splashing all over the murals and the steps. The monarch himself didn't have a chance to retaliate since he was killed just like the rest. His body fell backward and smashed into the ground. Their mission was to subdue Imperial Gate. After all, they couldn't actually do anything to Imperial Gate or it would start a political upheaval. Alas, not a single survivor could be found after just a few seconds. What the hell was that? Spectators didn't see Li Qie do anything outside of just touching one mural. Yes. Those from Imperial Gate cheered because they were practically prisoners in their own sect. You figured something out, young noble. Yi Fantian's eyes became as bright as the stars. I've been looking at the war-focused murals and knew that there were heavenly Dao in them. Is that what you borrowed? Your talent is impressive. Li Qie said. Could you teach me how to do that as well? She asked. Everyone's jaw dropped to the ground. Did I hear that right, Yi Fantian needing someone to teach her? One expert whispered. Currently, Yi Fantian was considered to be the most gifted in the upper continents. Only an apex conqueror such as Sword Sea Dao Lord was qualified to teach her. Amusingly enough, those who had spent time teaching her lamented the fact that they would run out of things after a year or so, a testament to her immaculate talent. Therefore, it seemed ridiculous that she would ask a random cultivator for guidance. Moreover, her expression was one of admiration and respect. No. Li Qie shook his head. What a shame. She became disappointed but still bowed. Nonetheless, that heavenly Dao did spark something within me. You have my gratitude. Li Qie sighed, appreciating the talent before him before suggesting, leave Divine Alliance and you may follow me to learn the Dao. A quick look at bit. ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. Preposterous. Xiao Qingtian couldn't help but blurt out. He then took another look at Li Qie. As a dragon lord with 12 fruits, he still thought that Yi Fantian was still superior at Dao comprehension despite her current cultivation. He was also aware of what the apex conquerors thought of her. Does he really think he can be Yi Fantian's master? The crowd members talked among themselves. Maybe he can teach her a thing or two, but he's trying to poach the jewel of Divine Alliance. A big shot said. Divine Alliance's emperors and conquerors had tried their best to train her. Thus, Li Qia's attempt was nothing short of a declaration of war. Yi Fantian herself was surprised for a second. She then regained her wits and bowed deeply. I appreciate your kind intent, but I was born in Divine Alliance and will not leave. What a shame, but I suppose if I destroy Divine Alliance, you will have to follow me then. Li Qia shook his head. This shocked the crowd even more. Watch your mouth. A member of Divine Alliance shouted. Some of them prepared for battle and approached Li Qia. However, Yi Fantian told them to back off. They had no choice but to oblige. Young noble, please refrain from making these remarks. I wish to stay with Divine Alliance. She said. I suppose that's the end of this. Li Qia smiled and moved onward. The Imperial Bridge awaited after crossing through the steps surrounded by the murals. Next were the 18 images of the Dragon Lord's realm. This bridge was created by Suppression Conqueror. He said that it was a test of Tao comprehension, but in reality, it was to prevent Imperial Gate's disciples from looking at their legacies. Young noble, are you planning on crossing the Imperial Bridge? Xiao Qingtian was drawn to Li Qia, so he asked, the 18 images are definitely worth taking a look at. The young noble is interested for sure. Yi Fantian said, but the problem is that Suppression Conqueror's seal is incredible. I cannot cross the bridge given my current cultivation. The seal is impressive, but it does not pose a challenge to me. Xiao Qingtian laughed and said, I will attempt it so that you can watch, Miss Yi. Chapter 52:18. It was no secret that Xiao Qingtian was in love with Yi Fantian. After all, they were both peerless, a perfect match. Who wouldn't fall in love with a beautiful genius such as Yi Fantian? Alas, the majority of geniuses didn't dare to confess since they felt inferior. I believe in you, brother Qingtian. Crossing the bridge shouldn't be difficult given your cultivation, the same with the 18 images. She smiled and said. A quick look at Tinurl. Com/2P9M8W will leave you more fulfilled. Your confidence makes me want to try even more, Miss Yi. Xiao Qingtian couldn't help feeling good after being praised by his crush. Young noble Li, I'll be going first. He moved forward regardless of Li Qia's permission. He was clearly peeved by Yi Fantian's high praises of Li Qia, perhaps it was even admiration. Thus, he wanted to compete with Li Qia and amaze Fantian as well. As he crossed the bridge, he maintained a rapid pace. The suppression of the bridge didn't stop him. That's one of the 3 Tians for you. Spectators couldn't help but praise. Rumble, explosions could be heard as he made it to the highest part of the bridge. Thunderous bolts descended in response, but he activated his 12 fruits to stop them. This allowed him to maintain a cool posture and caused the crowd to applaud. Members of the people took pride in him. One said, the inheritor of Illumination Conqueror, he will be a pillar of Tao Alliance in the future. Young noble Li, are you coming? He looked down and asked, indirectly challenging Li Qia. However, Li Qia had a different thought altogether. He stared at the bridge and said, unacceptable, meddling with Imperial Gate's territory. Take it down. Others became startled. It sounded as if Li Qia was going to break the bridge instead of crossing it. Isn't this too much? Suppression Conqueror created it himself, it can't be broken that easily. One expert doubted his ability. At least 11 Tao fruits are necessary. Another said. I wonder if his power is as outrageous as his arrogance. A third expert commented while all eyes were on Li Qia. Bam! A figure landed before the bridge and released his Dragon Lord aura. Such impudence. State your name. The person shouted. Everyone saw a great crocodile demon with shiny golden scales. Crocodile the Chosen. Many recognized him. 100 Dao sect master wishes to fight. Others started whispering. He was a dragon lord with 4 sacred fruits, currently serving as the sect master of 100 Dao. His master was Sanctified Bones, the junior brother of Suppression Conqueror. Killing our disciples is deserving of death, insulting my senior uncle is a graver offense. Crocodile roared and his scales pointed outward like blades. Raw. The bear who had been resting next to Li Qia lunged forward. Die. Crocodile was prepared and released a rain of swords. The bear related with a mighty palm strike, crushing the scaled swords without difficulty to Crocodile's astonishment. Blood/mountain. Crocodile was only surprised for a split second before performing a different technique. He spewed a golden saber out of his mouth. This was one of his fangs. With one slash, an image of a mountain filled with corpses appeared along the trajectory. Wailing souls also engulfed the sky. True Bear shot out a beam from his mouth and obliterated the souls along with the Fang saber. Crocodile realized the futility of the fight and turned to run, only to see an old man hovering above him. Down. The old servant raised his hand and an invisible force dragged the great demon over to Li Qia, smashing it down before him. Crack. The bear rushed over and chomped down, destroying both the fleeing sacred fruits and true fate. Sigh, this is a bit lacking in martial ethics. Li Qia shook his head. The crowd was left speechless. A dragon lord was murdered just like that. Boom. An explosion woke them up from their stupor. They saw the servant swinging a hammer against the bridge. Shao Qingtian, who was standing at the top, jumped up from being frightened. Boom. 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 Cracks appeared with each smash. Who are you, fellow Taoist? A figure with a boundless imperial aura appeared. Suppression Conqueror. The weaker members of the crowd dropped down to their knees. A divine intent. One big shot said. The Conqueror had left a divine intent here to prevent trouble. This didn't stop the servant from trying to break the bridge. Activate. The divine intent roared and attacked with a seal encompassing numerous Dao. This was useless because the next smash obliterated the seal and the divine intent. Boom. The entire bridge collapsed afterward. Who is this? In a different location, the meditating Suppression Conqueror stood up and became startled since his divine intent didn't have the slightest chance of holding the assailant back. The servant stomped on the ground once. Dirt and soil came together to form a new bridge. The path is ready, my lord. He bowed in Li Qia's direction. Chapter 52:19. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Shao Qingtian. After his attempt, everyone thought Li Qia would do the same and cross the bridge. Alas, he simply ordered the destruction of the bridge and was successful at that. His old servant managed to crush a bridge created by Suppression Conqueror and guarded by his divine intent. Just how strong was this old man? On the other hand, his master appeared so ordinary. The guy's cultivation was as clear as day. What was special about him to justify having 2 mighty followers? What? Yi Fantian stared at the old servant, a sense of familiarity resurfaced. Shao Qingtian returned to the starting side and couldn't believe it. He felt both frustrated and lost. He glanced at the old servant but couldn't spot anything peculiar. Such a powerful existence should be well known. Thus, he was using a concealing art to hide his true appearance. Who was he then? Why was he working for Li Qia? This was the first time Shao Qingtian truly misread something since his Dao debut. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at poread.com. As Li Qia climbed the new bridge, Saintess Xiao Yao and Yi Fantian tagged along. The other crowd members calmed down and also boldly followed them. As they came closer to the other side, they saw wondrous phenomena, towering divine trees and the music of the Grand Tao, an ocean of pills as well. Rumble. Large, ancient laws were everywhere and continued to change into these visual phenomena. When one could see through them and reach the end, they would be able to find the Tao source. The Dragon Lord aura here exuded a tempting fragrance instead of an unbearable suppression. They heard the cries of true dragons. There was a constant state of Tao derivation and transformation, always asking spectators to join in. The 18 images. Someone carefully counted and said, "This is it." Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor started the path here. One big shot nodded. "The Tao of the Dragon Lord, we can see its finality here," Yi Fantian said with awe. Rumor has it that the two great cultivators left behind the mysteries of the path here. Solving all 18 images will take one to the apex. Xiao Qingtian's eyes brimmed with excitement. The 18 images represented the start to finish. Reaching the final step meant becoming something unfathomable. According to the legends, Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor still haven't reached the end, only deriving the possibilities. Thus, they left this behind for future generations. The limitless exploration continued. Some spectators kneeled to show respect to their predecessors. The path of the Conqueror was unreachable for virtually everyone. Becoming a Dragon Lord was actually reachable. For the Dragon Lords at the scene, this was the start of their cultivation and a way for them to go even farther. They immediately became serious in order to comprehend the path before them. A weaker cultivation was sent flying by the first image, unable to go any further. "It isn't that simple," an experienced Dragon Lord said. "I don't think anyone can make it through all 18. Another said softly. "True, the only possibility I can think of in our continents is Supreme." A friend responded. Supreme, a title capable of stirring others, was the strongest Dragon Lord currently. He would be one of the best even in the immortal continent. "It would be a shame if I don't at least give it a shot." Xiao Qingtian could wait no longer. His excitement only made him more attractive and charismatic. "Are you giving it a shot too, young nobly?" he asked Li Qie. "Go first if you wish to try, or there won't be a chance later." Li Qie smiled. Listeners nearby didn't quite understand. Was he looking down on Xiao Qingtian? "Very well, I will overestimate myself and try." Xiao Qingtian looked ready to go all out as he entered the first image. Boom! The first one was that of a gigantic dragon attacking with its claws. So strong. Sensing the might of the first image stunned cultivators. "Activate!" Xiao Qingtian roared and summoned an azure, looking unbeatable. Chapter 52-20, Bam! The dragon couldn't claw through the azure. This bought enough time for the genius to enter the second image, a bright expanse with countless galaxies and stars. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. He roared again and activated his myriad Tao, creating a cosmo of Tao not inferior in the slightest. The galaxies descended but still couldn't break through his Tao. Rumble. Celestial barriers were erected and kept him safe. He moved on to the third phenomenon, an abyss resembling the jaws of a colossal beast. Instead of falling into the darkness, he chanted and created a timeless Tao path beneath his feet, capable of crossing through the reincarnation cycle. He's unreal. Spectators were amazed by his masterful display. This genius with 12 sacred fruits dealt with the offenses thrown at him sublimely. Even the big shots couldn't help but feel admiration. In reality, the majority of Dragon Lords would never reach his level. Most stopped at around 4 or 5 fruits, but this was more than enough to dominate a region. As for Xiao Qingtian, he obtained 12 at a young age, meaning that his future was still limitless. Others couldn't help but feel both envy and jealousy while watching him in action. Loud detonations reverberated as he crossed through the phenomena. However, he showed signs of fatigue at the 10th phenomenon. He won't be able to get through the 14th. Yi Fantian assessed the situation. Boom! Xiao Qingtian released all of his energies. If it wasn't for him being inside a phenomenon, his aura would crush all the weaker cultivators into dust. Go! His 12 sacred fruits became resplendent, granting him enough power to make it through the 11th image. 11. The crowd applauded after seeing this, a youth capable of withstanding Tao images left behind by 2 supreme cultivators. He's still going. Shao Qingtian entered the 12th image, completely drenched in sweat. He had no choice but to maintain his peak state. His 12 fruits released boundless chaos true energy in order to fuel an azure barrier. Boom! Everything exploded, but he still made it to the 13th. Unfortunately, the azure was no longer there. His barrier was now limited to the immediate vicinity. He barely had the strength to stand. The mere pressure nearly bent his spine, but he kept on walking forward. Meanwhile, spectators watched with bated breath. They were now more impressed by his determination and willpower than his cultivation. His grand Tao and sacred fruits pulsed with instability. Nonetheless, they still didn't extinguish. He seemed to be carrying a cosmo while inching forward, relying on willpower alone. He sweated profusely as his face turned red. His muscles tensed to the limit, his bones creaked loudly. His effort earned him the love of the crowd. They quietly cheered for his success. He didn't care for his image at all. The only thing on his mind was to take another step forward. His current success wasn't only due to his unrivaled talent but also his extraordinary determination. Nothing could bring him down and force him to yield. Pop! He finally made it through the 13th image and collapsed. Nonetheless, he got up once more and tried to enter the 14th image. Boom! An immense pressure overwhelmed him, robbing him of control over his own body. He couldn't even let out a battle roar. His foot never touched the ground before he was sent flying, vomiting blood. Everyone saw his tenacity, still persevering despite nearly being crushed to pieces. This virtue was rather rare. Those possessing the same level of strength as him might have given up long ago, not wanting to even attempt the 14th image. As for him, that last step squeezed out every last bit of his strength. As he lay on the ground, he took out a pill and ate it while lamenting, "Damn it, just one more step." "Young noble Shao, you're already the best," one dragon lord sincerely praised. "Yes, you are number 1 for making it to the 14th image." The others weren't stingy with their evaluation, thinking that he was worthy of being one of the 3 Tians. Chapter 52-21, Brother Qingtian, your tenacity is commendable. Yi Fantian couldn't help but praise. She thought highly of his courageous display. "I am overjoyed to hear that." He burst into laughter and didn't try to hide his crush despite being in the spotlight. "Young noble, are you going too?" He then turned toward Li Qie and asked. This wasn't only provocation out of jealousy. He also wanted to see Li Qie's ability. Sure." Li Qie nodded. "Young noble, do you think you can get through all 18? Yi Fantian asked. Everyone else had the same question on their mind. Can he actually do it? Someone asked quietly. I think so, that's why she asked that question. A big shot said. Alas, no matter how they looked at it, Li Qie just appeared so ordinary. If he could cross the 18 images, it would be utterly embarrassing for Shao Qingtian and all the other dragon lords. This would be nothing short of a miracle, but given his power servants, maybe there was something more to him. The number of images passed doesn't matter. Li Qie said, it's just that not all of them are up to expectation. It is best to remove the insignificant ones to better benefit future generations. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, feeling that he was being ludicrous. Did he really just say that? One commenter said. They held back from criticizing him with unsavory words due to his unstoppable servant. The 18 images were created by the two founders. It could be said that no one else has gone as far as them on this path, not even the supreme existences would talk about improving these legacies. This included those on the imperial path as well. Even if they were stronger, their cultivation was different. Shao Qingtian was left speechless. Yi Fantian didn't know what to say either. The former had proved his talent by obtaining 12 sacred fruits at such a young age. However, he didn't dare to talk about surpassing the two founders or criticize their legacies. As for Li Chia, his tone was so nonchalant as if it wasn't a big deal. You can really finish the 18 images? Shao Qingtian remained skeptical. Just finishing the path was miraculous enough, let alone improving the images. You would be the second, young noble. Yi Fantian said, changing the topic to something less provocative. Someone had done it before? A crowd member asked. Was it Supreme? Another thought of the most likely candidate. No, Supreme only took a look and hasn't attempted. Shao Qingtian responded, there is only one known case of success, Duality Master. Just a mortal I am, just one thought to become cloud and mud. That Duality Master? A big shot had heard of this historical figure before. This title was relatively unfamiliar to most, unlike the renowned conquerors and Dao lords who had countless feats in battle. Yes, he who dares go anywhere and befriends anyone. Older characters have heard legends about him before. He was eccentric and didn't actually cultivate the Dao. He traveled everywhere and drank with everyone, whether it be a mortal merchant or an invincible conqueror. Li Chia chuckled after hearing this but didn't say anything before heading for the first image. The crowd became attentive, not wanting to miss a single detail. Just finishing the path is wondrous enough, let alone changing the images. One big shot whispered. Shao Qingtian and Yi Fantian's eyes opened wide, wondering if Li Chia could actually carry out his claim. Both thought that changing the images was impossible. He's in the first one. The crowd watched with bated breath. Discover the complete story on Pori.com. Second, third, fourth. What happened next astounded them. The rate of his traveling through the image was the same as his pace. The 10th image. Someone finally shouted. The first 10 steps were identical, he wasn't slowing down at all. The 13th. Another screamed in disbelief because he was still walking leisurely. They saw Shao Qingtian earlier whose spine was being bent by the sheer pressure. This simply didn't make any sense. How is he doing this? Even the big shots couldn't stay calm. Chapter 52-22, How can this be? Shao Qingtian lost his cool since he had personally experienced the pressure of the 13th image. Given his power and determination, he still walked at a snail's pace through it. Each step made his bones creak in pain, on the verge of crumbling down. The pain coursed through his nerves and tested his limit. Just relaxing a bit meant losing. The 14th. The crowd shouted again once Li Chia surpassed Shao Qingtian's record while still maintaining the same pace. How is he doing this? Shao Qingtian felt his ego deflating like a balloon. He exerted all of his strength to lift his foot, unable to actually touch the ground inside the 14th image. Thus, this dealt a great blow to him. Was he wrong to be confident due to his talent and perseverance? While he was overwhelmed with self-doubt, Yi Fantian continued to observe Li Chia's movements while muttering, "There's something to this. Is this the path of the Dragon Lord? As long as one walks on this path, they'll be able to traverse the images?" Shao Qingtian heard this and regained his wits. He started observing the first step again. He thought about how there was an invisible path beneath Li Chia's feet during the stroll. This is what the founders want to leave behind? He clapped and shouted. The mighty dragon lords heard this and recalled Li Chia's steps again to the exact detail, the particular distances between each one. There really seemed to be a path that was indiscernible to them. Did Duality Master walk on this path as well? Yi Fantian had a sharp intuition. That's plausible. Wait, so is he a descendant of Duality Master and has been given this secret? Shao Qingtian said. Duality Master was rumored to be immortal. This Li Chia had the same inconspicuous appearance. Could the two be related? This would explain everything going on right now. The 17th. Cultivators continued to count. Pop. He finally entered the last one before the Tao source. He did it, he did it. After he entered the last one, people froze for a bit before shouting in disbelief. Explore the extended edition on poread.com, the second to ever do it after Duality Master. The crowd clamored. Reclusive ancestors from Imperial Gate appeared as well. Not many have been able to attempt ever since the bridge was created by Suppression Conqueror. Today, one youth had made it through the 13th image, and now, this person actually made it to the Tao source. Moreover, he did it without requiring any effort. How do I enter the path? Xiao Qingtian became curious about the process. He believed that if he could do so, he would be able to enter the apex of the path and perhaps catch up to the founders one day. Meanwhile, Li Qie stared at the Tao source. All of its mysteries and Tao were clear to him after one glance. I wonder how he is related to Duality Master. Yi Fantian's intuition told her that there was a connection between Li Qie and Duality Master. Could Li Qie actually be his son? You've been laying in this ocean for generations now, do I have to drag you out? Li Qie suddenly spoke. The crowd became confused. Who was he speaking to? Rumble. The ocean of phenomena suddenly became violent with waves and bubbles. Something large was climbing out, colossal bones at first with a golden color. What is that? The crowd shouted. Boom! A golden skeleton appeared before them, its reflection was blindingly bright. Sanctified bones. Some recognized this figure, the junior brother of Suppression Conqueror. Rumor has it that he was a descendant of Bones Tao Lord. An 11-fruit dragon lord, wait, he has 12 now. Another spotted the change. Chapter 52-23, How did he get there? Experts exchanged glances. This wasn't crossing through the images, he merely slumbered in that Tao ocean. He most likely reduced himself down into little specks before infusing with the Tao ocean, wanting to use the Tao source to gestate his sacred fruits. Yi Fantian observed carefully and saw the clues. That's insane. Xiao Qingtian took a deep breath after hearing the bold act. However, sanctified bones benefited from this and eventually gained the 12th sacred fruit. One can craft the immortal shell with the help of the path, right? Dragon lords exchanged glances. Who are you? The colossal skeleton looked down at Li Qie and spoke with a thunderous tone. The eyes exuded golden flames. He had 2 reasons for being here. First, improving his cultivation. Second, guarding the Tao source for 100 Tao. If he could somehow fuse completely with the Tao source, then Imperial Gate would only exist in name. You're killer. Li Qie said with a smile. Junior. We'll see about that. Sanctified bones walked forward and started a tsunami, nearly flipping the 18 images over. If it wasn't for them stabilizing the independent domain, the land of Imperial Gate would have been decimated. Seems like he has fused with the Tao ocean and can borrow a bit of the 18 images' power. Yi Fantian said with a serious expression. Xiao Qingtian was startled. Sanctified Bones was far from being the strongest dragon lord, but if he could actually fuse with the images or control the Tao source, he might actually be able to defeat Supreme. Boom! He released a torrent of golden flames toward Li Qie, wanting to engulf and incinerate him. Space and the Tao were reduced to ashes, the terrifying temperature made others tremble. Be careful! Saintess Xiao Yao shouted. This attack was imbued with the power of the 18 images, enough to kill another 11-fruit dragon lord. Boom! Li Qie waved his hand just a second before he was surrounded by the flame. The 18 images suddenly shook violently with the momentum of shooting stars. Bam! Sanctified Bones had no time to react before they pressed against him. The massive bones crumbled and fell back down to the ocean. Remember, The 18 images' true power was beyond the control of any dragon lord. However, Li Qie forced them to move just by waving his hand. Did you see that? The crowd became slack-jawed. To access the premium content, go to. It was amazing enough for Sanctified Bones to borrow a portion of this power. In this case, Li Qie was forcefully pushing the images despite the existing barriers and seals. What the hell? Xiao Qingtian lost his calm and cursed. Even with all of his might, he wouldn't still have been able to push any of the images. He has either derived the Dragon Lord's path to the limit or is in control of the Tao source. Yi Fantian said with uncertainty, unable to comprehend the act. Rumble. The bones came together again to form the massive skeleton. There was no visible damage. You can control the 18 images? He said with astonishment. After being buried here for tens of thousands of years, he had only seen the door to this Tao. Now, this guy was capable of using the images, something that should only be available to the founders. Your sacred fruits shall be my offerings to the Tao source today. Li Qie smirked. Sanctified Bones was horrified after hearing this, after realizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately leaped into the air, wanting to break apart space and flee to a different dimension. Li Qie simply waved his hand again and the 18 images rushed to the sky as well, slamming the skeleton once more. Activate. Sanctified Bones activated all of his Tao laws, but this was useless against the 18 images. Crack. They crushed his golden bones and made spectators feel as if they were being crushed as well. It didn't take long before the gigantic skeleton was reduced to dust. Chapter 52-24. A 12-fruit dragon lord was as helpless as a child before the 18 images. I can't believe it. Xiao Qingtian murmured. Yi Fantian was just as surprised. Ah. However, Sanctified Bones was still alive. His 12 fruits exerted all of their power, just enough to hold on. Alas, the tempests forming from their maximum potential couldn't push the images away. Even 12 sacred fruits can't do anything. Spectators felt a little hopeless and weak while watching this. They felt as if Li Qie was a giant playing with an insect, drowning other dragon lords in despair. 12 fruits. Xiao Qingtian had a wry smile while feeling a chill coursing down his spine. Sanctified Bones was just as strong as him now, but was still being crushed like an insect. The same would have happened to him. I will bring you an imperial gate down with me. Sanctified Bones realized the futility of struggling. Cracks appeared on his 12 fruits and a monstrous power seeped out. Shit! Cultivators shouted and wanted to run. Boom! The 12 fruits exploded, releasing incredible destruction. He's self-destructing. Everyone thought that it was too late to run, not expecting Sanctified Bones to be so extreme and decisive. This was enough to obliterate Imperial Gate and deal serious damage to the city. It's over. Some closed their eyes before the blinding blast, accepting their fate. However, Li Qie didn't allow this to happen. He closed his palm and changed the fundamental forms of the images. They became swollen and puffed out like bubbles as the explosive waves pulsed outward, absorbing the blow. Some of the images popped from the sheer devastation despite being flexible. Nonetheless, they returned again in the same moldable form. The Tao source, controlled by Li Qie, empowered this regenerative cycle in order to contain the explosion. The images changed continuously in order to keep up with his Tao derivation. What is going on? Powerful cultivators paid attention to this phenomenon and turned their sight toward Imperial Gate. This is... Suppression Conqueror became alarmed and activated his heavenly gaze. Rumble. Those in Imperial Gate were blinded by the containment, their ears assaulted by deafening blasts. Once the light dissipated, they witnessed a monumental change. Only 13 images were left. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Nonetheless, powerful dragon lords could tell that despite losing 5, the images seemed more profound than before. This was a type of return to simplicity and the source of the Tao. Only 13 are left now. Weaker cultivators talked among themselves. Just as he said before. Yi Fantian took a deep breath. How did he do it? Xiao Qingtian opened his eyes wide, talented enough to see the discrete improvements. Who is he? He murmured in a daze, unable to understand the method. He clearly saw how Li Qie used the 18 images to contain the explosion, nothing after that due to the cacophony of blasts and lights. Tao reduction wasn't a new concept. It's just that the 18 images were too profound already. Reducing them into something simpler and more efficient required an extreme understanding of the Grand Tao. He understood this on a conceptual level and could take thousands of years to perfect the method. However, actually performing the reduction was a different story. How can such a devilish talent exist in this world? He questioned his own ability. A monster indeed. Yi Fantian became emotional as well. Chapter 52-25, 18 have been reduced to 13, a truly unexpected development. The two founders have kept the path the same since its creation. One could say that this was their ultimate comprehension of this Tao. Descendants could follow this path to reach the apex. Furthermore, they might be the only ones capable of changing it. No other dragon lord had exceeded them in history, not even the brilliant Zhu Xian'er and Supreme. Attempting to do so was a foolish and arrogant endeavor. Alas, the seemingly average Li Qie had managed to do so, going as far as reducing the images down to 13. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3 IBFJKV. In comparison, the previous version seemed needlessly complicated and less attuned to the Tao. How? Yi Fantian remained perplexed. Since her debut, she had been taught by apex conquerors and Tao lords. She only needed to focus before understanding Sword C Tao lords' merit laws despite the difference in cultivation. She started thinking that her imperial path might be preventing her from seeing the mysteries. She glanced over at Xiao Qingtian, who had a bitter smile. The latter shrugged helplessly, expressing his confusion as well. Who is he? Xiao Qingtian asked. He has to be related to Duality Master. Yi Fantian speculated. At first, everyone thought that Li Qie was being ignorant for talking about changing the 18 images. Now, his success left them speechless and amazed. After a long while, those from Imperial Gate regained their wits. The ancestors appeared along with their juniors. They came closer and bowed before Li Qie. After all, ever since they lost to Suppression Conqueror, they lost sovereignty over their territories, including their ancestral land and temples. Although this was supposed to be temporary, Suppression Conqueror was far more ambitious. Alas, there was nothing they could do due to the presence of powerful dragon lords such as Crocodile and Sanctified Bones. This man managed to slay these wardens and gave hope to Imperial Gate. This scene made the big shots let out a sentimental sigh. In the past, Imperial Gate enjoyed prosperity ranging from the era of its founders to most recently, Armor Conqueror. Once these cultivators were gone, they were suppressed by Suppression Conqueror and 100 Tao, on the verge of being taken over. Suddenly, their reflection was cut short by echoing gongs. The clangs could be heard across the upper continents. The auction shall commence shortly. Boss Tang's lackadaisical voice sounded. It's starting. Saintess Xiao Yao became anxious. Those in the cities leaped up into the air to get closer to the battleship. This auction included the strongest possible participants, so no one wanted to miss it. Brother Qingtian, I'll be going ahead. Yi Fantian leaped into the air. I'll tag along. Xiao Qingtian happily followed her. Zhu Xian'er was here early. Yi Fantian sat on the throne for Divine Alliance and Xiao Qingtian did the same for the one reserved for Azure School. Seems like I'm a little late. Another famous figure sat on the throne for Heaven Alliance. Li Zhitian is here too. Everyone stared at the young newcomer who garnered just as much attention as his two peers. All three Tians are here, what a monumental event we have today. An expert murmured. It is rare to see them together. Another said, thinking that this auction was going to be incredible. The three politely greeted each other, but Zhu Xiener didn't bother standing up. This was her style and no one dared to criticize her for it due to her unpredictable temperament. Excuse me. Alchemy Dao and the other's throne was occupied by Resplendent Monarch, a clear underdog compared to the others. Nonetheless, this throne was under the protection of Immortal Pagoda Conqueror, so it was kept safe. It was not worth provoking the Conqueror just to participate in the auction. However, others thought that this party had no chance of winning any auction. After all, other competitors were on another level of resources and wealth. Chapter 52-26, Boom. A divine mountain seemed to be manifesting into reality and suffocated the audience. This aura came from a middle-aged man wearing a crest. Waterfalls of imperial energy poured down around him. Visual phenomena could be seen in the back. His very presence deterred the Tao and forced others into submission. The opening of his eyes could change the rhythm and flow of the world. Suppression Conqueror. Some shouted his title as they looked up at him in awe. Though far from the strongest, he was still dominating enough to take over Imperial Attendant City. Resplendent Monarch scowled after seeing him. Unfortunately, he was just stronger than any of them. Conqueror, recall your power. Boss Tang demanded. My apology. Suppression sat down and hid his aura. Nonetheless, others still feared and respected this legendary character for his ferocity and decisiveness. He once had a terrible relationship with other sects because of his fiery temper during his youth. Thus, everyone including the alliances denied his request to join. Only 100 Dao accepted him and he didn't let them down. One could say that the tides were always changing, the undesirable youth turning into a dominant conqueror. Today, it was time for him to oppress the powers who didn't appreciate him. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Thus, some believed that his taking over Imperial Gate was a type of revenge. After all, Alchemy Dao, Qilin Manor, and many others rejected him once. Of course, he himself had never stated his intention. Moreover, he still hasn't crossed certain lines when dealing with Imperial Gate. Great, I'm not late. Another middle-aged man appeared and cupped his fist toward the group, not looking arrogant in the slightest. He was a swordsman with a friendly aura, wearing a cowl and looking inconspicuous with the exception of his bright eyes. The three geniuses and Suppression Conqueror got up to return the gesture. Long time no see, Brother Skysword. Suppression was courteous toward the man. So that's Skyward Dao Lord. The leader of Dao Alliance. An expert told his friends. Isn't it all things Dao Lord? A friend said quietly. Yes, in position, but all things Dao Lord is usually away while Skysword Dao Lord deals with administration and other matters. He is very well respected. The expert explained. The group took a good look at him. Another said, he doesn't look like a Supreme Dao Lord. That is his unique charm. A big shot joined in, he's very sincere and trustworthy during his travel, respected by both friends and foes. Really? Someone said. There were rifts in Dao Alliance ever since Illumination Conqueror's abdication. Skysword Dao Lord is the one holding them together. The big shot whispered. The group exchanged glances and didn't dwell on this sensitive matter regarding Dao Alliance. Nonetheless, this issue was highly speculated by others. Some believed that Dao Alliance was on the verge of separating during that period. Later on, all things Dao Lord became the guardian, and with the assistance of Skysword Dao Lord, Dao Alliance was unified once more. After Skysword Dao Lord sat down, the next to arrive was a gray-haired old man. His eyes still brimmed with wisdom and youthfulness, seemingly capable of understanding everything in the world. Unlike Suppression Conqueror, he kept his aura at a minimum. Nonetheless, the Grand Tao still harmonized around him. Omniscient. Sky Sword stood up, the same with the others. Even Zhu Xian'er took a look at the old man. Ladies and gentlemen. Omniscient cupped his fist before sitting down on the throne belonging to Cleansing Incense Dynasty. Why is Omniscient Tao Lord representing Cleansing Incense Dynasty? He's not from there. A crowd member became curious. He has always been a guest there, maybe he finally joined it. A big shot said. He was not the strongest among the emperors and Tao lords. However, he seemed to know everything. Not to mention regular cultivators, even apex cultivators sought him out with questions. Rumor has it that he was privy to all secrets. He preferred traveling the world instead of joining a particular faction. Alas, his appearance now implied his allegiance to Cleansing Incense Dynasty. The dynasty has been hiding its edge, perhaps this is a scouting attempt for the future. One dragon lord whispered. Everyone maintained caution when talking about this sect. It had dominated starting from immemorial epoch war all the way to Grand Tao War. Putting its power aside, it seemed to have deep ties with Imperial Field from the Immortal Continent. This was the reason why Genesis Conqueror started Imperial Alliance in the upper continents. Though the dynasty was no longer in charge of the alliance, its prestige still remained. Chapter 52-27. May I ask if you know about the matters above, Tao Lord? Zhu Xian'er asked. Pertaining which matter, fellow Taoist? Omniscient responded. Meanwhile, everyone else listened attentively because Zhu Xian'er was one of the coldest conquerors. This had nothing to do with cultivation and personality. It felt as if coldness was part of her nature. Nothing in the world could warm her up and get close to her. To read the uncut version, go to poread.com. She had no friends, companions, or acquaintances. Her solitary nature chased others away from the start. Thus, her initiative took everyone by surprise. I will ask another day, she said. That's fine. Omniscient nodded. Some became disappointed after hearing this. They wondered what she was talking about, the matters above. Boom! Another participant arrived and left a seal in the air. Suddenly, it was smashed by something and a figure rushed out to sit on the throne of Imperial Alliance. It was round like an egg or a rock while being covered in fog. It seemed to be immensely heavy, the throne itself had a hard time withstanding it. People wondered if it were to fall on Imperial attendant, would the city be able to survive? The same for their own body. Brother Celestial Stone. Sky Sword Tao Lord cupped his fist. Crack. The stone cracked apart, revealing a pair of eyes. They were beautiful like a pair of jades. However, staring at them for a long time would fully mesmerize someone, dragging them down into oblivion. Thus, spectators trembled in fear and immediately looked away. Even dragon lords and conquerors focused up to protect their Tao heart. The stone seemed to be doing something akin to a nod toward the Tao Lord before closing its eyes again, not caring about anyone else including Suppression Conqueror. This is Celestial Stone Tao Lord? Everyone was surprised to see such a unique cultivator. There was no doubt that one slam from him could kill a dragon lord, not to mention his enveloping gaze. Celestial Stone hailed from 8 Desolaces. Rumor has it that he was a member of the main branch of Stone Monarch, always proud and arrogant of his pure blood. Later on, he became a Tao Lord and started Divine Stone Ridge. After ascending to the 6 continents, he joined Imperial Alliance and rarely showed himself in public. Some said that he spent his time being buried deep underground, no different from a non-sentient stone. Thus, his appearance here today was rather surprising. What is Imperial Alliance aiming for? Which of the 3 treasures? Someone commented. Amitabha. A Buddhist beam from Pure Land crossed through the air and formed a great Buddha. Flowers descended and hymns echoed. Golden springs gushed upward in a magnificent manner. The power of the Buddhist affinity engulfed the region, wanting to grant salvation to all. Weaker cultivators started bowing in that direction. However, their seniors and ancient ancestors shouted, "Guard your mind." This woke them up and left them drenched in cold sweat. Just the image of the Buddha alone made them want to convert to Buddhism. This phenomenon was most likely intensified in Pure Land. How terrifying! Someone said. Its actual power was unfathomable enough, not to mention this dreadful conversion affinity. When the Buddha disappeared, a monk was now sitting on the throne chosen by Pure Land. His kasaya had a golden glow, and so did each inch of his flesh. It was as if he was made of gold, possessing an indestructible body. A Buddhist halo rotated around him, always releasing and deriving the Buddhist Tao. Pure Land Sacred Monk. They didn't expect to see this cultivator here in person. He was well respected despite not belonging to any top cultivation classification. He spent his life granting salvation to the suffering, focusing on mortals instead of cultivators. Others didn't want to waste time in the mortal world. Thus, his selflessness earned him well-deserved admiration. Today, he appeared for a different purpose altogether. Pure Land had stronger cultivators, so he didn't need to participate in this event himself. Thus, his appearance was worthy of rumination. He must be here for heaven reckon. Someone speculated. I agree. Those who had relative knowledge of Pure Land had no problem with this comment. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.